Hi, welcome to Forgotten Legends of Sound. Today is going to be something a little bit different than what we normally do. I promise this is the only video game video that we're going to do, but there's a multitude of reasons why I wanted to do this video. And as we go through this video, I'll explain it and everything, explain where we're coming from and like, what the hell, guys, what does this all mean? So anyways, so I'm Kevin, this is Ian. We're a music channel for those of you who don't know and everything. We talk a lot about like obscure, like underrated music and everything. About 4 years ago, I got out of Magic the Gathering. I used to, do a lot of trading online. I used to, collect a lot and everything. And I didn't really like the direction that Wizards of the Coast was going and everything. So I quit about 4 years ago. And during this time, I was talking with my wife and everything, and we were basically saying, like, dude, we want to move towards physical, like just full on physical, whether it's DVDs, and we've always collected a lot of CDs and stuff, and just going to the CD store, that's just what we did, This whole digital age and everything, I'm just totally against streaming, totally against, oh, give us, $50 a month, $15, $100. But like, dude, there's people that spend hundreds of dollars on streaming services, every month. And so my wife and I, we decided like, no, we're going to just create our own library, create our own physical media stuff, because I just don't want some corporation or whatever to be in charge of what I can and can't play or whatever, you know what I mean?
Or like the streaming service goes out of business, so now you can't stream that anymore or whatever.
Exactly.
Or buying something digitally and then you lose it and you can't get it again or whatever.
Like there's some albums and stuff on some of these like websites and stuff that you can't listen to, like on Spotify or whatever.
Yeah.
But the fact that we have like a bunch of CDs, we just like rip the CD to the computer and we'll do
listen
whatever.
to it whenever we want, yeah.
And so anyway, so about 4 years ago, I quit Magic, and then I was kind of like, I remember enjoying games like back in the 90s and everything, and it was kind of like a quest for nostalgia. And I started having kids as well, and so then I was like, well, I want them to grow up with some of the games that I grew up with and everything. So there's multitude of reasons of like, yeah, I want to get into physical media, do my own thing. I also want to have something to pass on to my kids and something to share with them. And that's why, about the summer of 2021, I started picking up physical games. Now, for me, I don't really consider myself a gamer. I don't think of myself as a gamer because, like, for the past 4 years, I've been listening to a lot of YouTube. And I will share, like, some of the influences and stuff that have, got me into games more these past 4 years. But, like, I've never been to some pre-release. I've never pre-ordered a game. I've never, and a lot of times when we would get a system, it was always like 2 or 3 years after the system got released, and
new,
when it was like cheaper or whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah. And there was never a game like I never really did. It was
an awesome Christmas when we got it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's the thing is like, we do have some good, memories with games and stuff, but games were never like my number one passion, like when we were kids, we were into the aggressive rollerblading, like grinding on rails and whatever. We were into basketball, soccer, and also we're musicians. Like, as you know, I'm a drummer and Ian's a guitar player. So it's like we played in bands and everything. Games were only there after we wore ourselves out, basically. Every once in a while there was a game that like, oh man, this is an addictive game. This
every once in a
awesome.
while, I still, like, everyone went to sleep and I got up in the middle of the night to play freaking Mario or whatever.
So it's like, it's not like, I guess what I'm saying is like games didn't have as much of a sway on us the way that I look at like all the people sharing their stories and stuff online, and I'm like, holy crap, these people, they're like the true blue.
Yeah.
And it's funny because like this is like a non-gamer coming into it, and as I'm hearing everybody share their stories and stuff, it's funny because I see like a cultural consensus in the video game culture, and me, I'm kind of like, that's kind of weird. Like, for instance, I am going to go through all the video games and stuff that I have, but I'm not going to sit there and be like, this was Konami, like On Fire, 1993, and this is From Software and where, like, me personally, I'm not going to do that and everything. I want to just share stories and stuff with these games.
Share your personal experience, like showing off your video game collection, and then also sharing just the personal experiences you had growing up and everything.
Exactly.
Not an informative type of video or anything.
Exactly. It's not informative, you know, and there's a million people out there who know more about all this crap than I do anyways, you know. And it's funny because I was like, I would listen to like, you know, different collection videos from people, and it's almost seemed like they're like, oh, I have to mention this like publisher, oh, I have to mention this, you know, whatever. But I do kind of get it, because like back when we got into a lot of metal music in like the early 2000s and stuff, there was a time where I was like, this album came out in 97, this one was 99, this was the lineup, this was when they lost this band member. So I kind of understand, like in the video game culture, they're all about all that stuff. They're like, oh, Hideo Kojima, whatever, like worked on this and what. I get it. You guys are really into it because that's your passion and everything. I haven't done that as much with music lately. Like I've kind of gotten out of being like, got to know the dates, what order the albums came out. Like I'm not as passionate, but there was a time in the early 2000s where you and I were always looking up information and memorizing all this band information.
So there's a lot of stuff we're not going to talk about.
Yeah. So there's a lot we're not going to talk about. Anyways, so I do want to mention some YouTubers that really influenced me, because I love the YouTubers that share personal stories and stuff. And that's what I want to do with this video. I want to share personal stories and stuff and just give back to what you guys gave me, so to speak. So
happy console gamer guy.
Yeah.
I know that's the one that you watched.
And so thank you to all you video game people who share your passion online and everything. This is the only video game video we're doing for this channel. I don't want to be a gamer YouTuber. I'm not interested in trying to do any of that stuff, you know. But it is cool because about a few years ago I got onto like this website called like howlongtobeat.com, and I'm like recording like what games I've beaten for which month and everything. And it's cool to kind of like take into account where you come from with video games and stuff, because there was a long gap where I didn't really play a whole lot of games, especially in my 20s and stuff. I didn't do a lot
from 2000s like 8 through like 2021 is a huge gap.
Yeah, there's a huge gap between.
We didn't really do
except
League of Legends, I guess.
Right, we did do some of that in 2011, 12, but then we got out of it. So it's and Kings of Legends also.
I was in it.
You know, I
was into it.
So here's the YouTubers that I do want to thank. You know, I'm just gonna go through them. Shout out to these guys. Definitely check out their channels and everything. You know, anyways, so let's get into it. So Retro Rivals, thank you. My Retro Life, Happy Console Gamer, that was kind of one of the big ones that I got into, and I loved him just sharing all of his stories of growing up in Canada and hanging out with his friends and whatever. Like, I don't care about like modern gaming. I don't care about like, oh, this new release and whatever. I'm like, I want more stories of people back in the 90s and stuff, you know, sharing, you know. Anyways, Metal Jesus Rocks, RNG Gamer, that guy's pretty funny. Retro Break, there is like a lot of like British YouTubers too, I noticed. And so anyway, shout out to Britain and England and all them. Joystick Jargon, Retrovania,
holy duh,
Gaming Productions.
I didn't realize it was like a bunch of
and with my line of work, I get to listen to a lot of music, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I listen to a lot of like video game stuff, you know. We're lucky. We are lucky. Like I've got a pretty good job, and it's crazy because like someone uploaded a video that was straight up like, it was like 5 or 6 hours long, and it was the video was called The Complete History of Video Games. And so I'm like, all right, man, like 5, 6 hours, let's put it on.
Like day is done at work. Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, Gaming Off the Grid, Cultured Vultures, Zygor Gaming, Josh Strife Plays, SNES Drunk. Dude, SNES Drunk, dude, helped me out so much with building the Super Nintendo collection, because, dude, SNES Drunk, dude, thank you so much, man. You're awesome. And then I guess the last one is just I finished a video game. So shout out to those YouTube channels. You know, thank you for all of that. And yeah, I guess like let's just jump into the collection. I'm going to go with Super Nintendo first, then N64, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, and then we'll do PS1 and PS2 last. And this is the era of gaming that I care about. This is what I'm going to play for the rest of my life. I know I'm not going to be able to play all of these, you know, but what I would do is I would watch a lot of gameplay, and I would listen to reviews and everything. And that's how I curated this collection, you know. So fortunately, I didn't run into the problem of like, oh, I got this game back in 2005 and it's crappy and whatever. And I don't have a crap ton of sports titles, or like, I
games
just
that you don't want.
exactly,
only stuff
exactly.
that you want.
And that's the nice thing about collecting in like in 2021 to today. There's so much information so that I can get an idea of what this game's all about and everything, you know?
In some ways, our music channel, we are trying to curate other people's sort of experience by saying, hey, here's an awesome album that you should check out that we feel like the culture is like not appreciating as much, you know? So in a way, I know there's some games in here that you and I love that maybe the video game community is like, about.
Yeah.
So in a way, we're like trying to contribute our own sort of idea of like, this is how we would curate a video game. Granted, most of those I don't know what they are, but like, you know what I mean? So you're going to be curating a lot more. But for the ones that I do know, I'll be like, yeah, that game is sick, you know?
Right. And yeah, that's the thing is like there will be some hot takes because like I said, I don't come from the community or the culture of games and stuff. So I'm not like biased, I guess, you know? So, and honestly, there's a lot of games that for me, I'm like, that's a pretty dang good game. And most people that I hear online are like, game sucks, it's terrible or whatever. And so my threshold of like how I appreciate things is just so different. And and so,
like it's for some, I won't say what games, but there's some games where people say just because it's too hard that they don't like it. And for me, with gaming and stuff, for me, I love the challenge. Like, when a game is really hard for me and it takes a ton of tries, that's the kind of gaming that I like. But it seemed like in the last 10, maybe 20 years, it seems like games are trying to be like, no, we're trying to make sure it's really easy and
accessible.
Kind of like, there's always like this math and whatever that goes into it. And I'm kind of like, if you want to throw me in a deep end on a game, and like for me, it's kind of more like rewarding in some ways when you finally figure it. To me, it's special or something. Really grinding and really like trying to figure out something. There's a reward with how hard a game is for me to enjoy it. When stuff is too easy or whatever, then it's not fun. It feels like I'm going through the motions.
Right. Yeah.
For gaming. But that's me personally. I know everybody's different, but
everyone can like what they like, or whatever. But this is what we like, and so And thanks for doing this with me, bro. You know.
I'm gonna be taking them and putting them on the floor somewhere and trying to make space. We'll see what happens. You know, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It's gonna be crowded over here by the time we get to
I know
PS2,
for real.
But I'll do my best.
So before we get into the Super Nintendo games, I do want to share how we got the console for each of the consoles and everything.
Sure.
Super Nintendo, dude. I remember it was either the Christmas of '94 or '95. I think we were either like 6 or 7 or however old we were. Maybe we were even close to 5. Maybe it was 93. I can't remember exactly the year, but I do remember we got Super Mario World and it was combined with the All-Stars like in one cartridge and everything. And I remember like our older brother and like our dad like trying to figure out how to hook it up and everything. And I remember just chilling on the couch being like, what's going on? And the big old box with the Super Nintendo and the game, like it looked cool and everything. And I remember like whenever like it finally got hooked up and everything, we had that Super Mario World with the All-Stars and everything, and we didn't play first. It was kind of like, I think like mom and dad and like our 2 older siblings played first, and then like we got a chance to play and everything, and like that Christmas was just so awesome, and to this day I do think the Super Nintendo is probably my favorite console of all time, and some of that might be nostalgia and everything, but anyways, so let's get into the games. So first we've got the Seventh Saga. This game is interesting because I don't remember how we got this game, but I think we got into it from, I think Aaron Dibble, maybe. Aaron Dibble had some games and stuff that like we would borrow and stuff. And then honestly, I don't think he really cared about them or whatever, And this game is kind of interesting because it's like, it is a hard RPG or whatever, but it's like I have beaten this. Like I played it a bit when I was younger, and I was like, whatever.
I couldn't figure it out as a kid.
But I got stuck, because one of these prick guys were all like trying to challenge me, and I wasn't strong enough to beat him or whatever, But then I played it again in college, and the game's weird because I feel like the game forces you to play a way that you almost don't want to play. Where it's like every battle that I got into, I was immediately like bring up my defense stats and then bring up my offense stats and then fight. And then it's kind of like, so there's people that don't like this game. I'm glad I played it, glad I beat it. It's not my favorite game, but kind of cool. And it makes you play in a way that it's maybe unintuitive. It's like, well, why do I have to build up my defense and my offense right away? That's like 2 turns skip. Why can't the game be balanced in a way that's just more intuitive or something? I don't know. I didn't design it, man. So then we've got ActRaiser. I played this a little bit. It's funny. Then we've got ActRaiser 2. This game, I actually did beat this game like when I was a teenager, and I remember this is our own copy. Exactly, Spencer. Yeah. You know, shout out to Spencer. You know, he had this game, and I remember borrowing it. And I if I remember right, like it was very hard to get into and everything, but it was cool playing that challenge and everything, and flying through the sky and fighting all these demons and monsters and whatever, you know. I had no idea that the first game was part simulation and stuff, because this was the game that I played the most as a teenager. So anyways, I liked ActRaiser 2. I'd like to beat it again sometime just for memory's sake, but yeah. Now, I do want to say something too. There are some games that are not real, like they are reproductions and stuff. Most of them are like Japan with like an English translation or something, you know. But other games that like for instance, like this game here, Aero Fighters, this is not a real game, because the real game costs like $1,100, $1,200 or whatever, you know. I wanted to do this video, and there were like 10 games left that I was kind of like, I picked up 10 games for like $10 each or whatever. And I like playing on physical media. I don't like doing the whole emulation and playing on a computer or whatever. I like playing with a cartridge and all of that. But I don't plan on ever like selling any of this or getting rid of it, you know, so I'm not going to scam someone. But like some of these games, like if I love this game, then I will try and fork out the money to get a real copy. I don't know if this game's any good. I kind of doubt I'm going to fork out $1,200 to get Aero Fighters. But anyways, so that one's not
I've
real.
never heard this one.
Yeah. Then we've got Disney's Aladdin. I've tried getting into this multiple times, but it's I don't know. It's kind of a hard game.
Same thing with Lion King. I tried that one, and
dude,
it was all right.
Yeah, that one's brutal. Yeah. Alcahest, this is another one that was released in like Japan only or whatever. And if I don't really talk about the game, then it means that I haven't played it yet, you know? And so I don't really have anything to say. And I'm not really going to be like, and this is a 2D, blah, blah, blah. Like, those of you watching, you probably already know the game, you know? Don't come to me for information, you know? I'm not the information guy. We got Alien 3, got Axlay. But I will mention, if a game kind of gets me more excited, I will mention that, like, yeah, in the next 3 to 5 years, this is a game that I do want to play. Axlay is one that I do want to try out, you know. Then we've got Batman Returns. I have beaten this game. This is just an awesome beat 'em up, man. I love the freaking beat 'em up genre and everything. I love just smashing guys into the windows and crap. Like it's an awesome game. Then we got Bahamut Lagoon, another Japan only game. Then we've got Battletoads and Battle Maniacs. This game's freaking hard, man. Like you and I, like we've played it from time to time and everything. And
that's the one we beat recently, or
no, that was the Game Boy one.
Oh, I see.
This one, it's. I do remember renting this every once in a while as a kid. You know, I do remember, but it's like I would only ever get to like level 3 or 4 or something like that. So it's a freaking brutal game, you know. Then we've got Biker Mice from Mars. Shout out to Jake, man. So this is like Jake's game. And when the thing is like we grew up in Southern California, and then we moved to Florida when we were like, you know, teenagers 15, or whatever. Yeah. And which was really cool, because like living in Florida and Tampa, we really got into like the metal scene there and everything. So it was cool moving there for music purposes. But we met Jake when we moved to Florida and everything, and he loves this game, you know. And I never heard of the cartoon. I don't know no Biker Mice from Mars, dude. But if I remember right, I have beaten this game. You know, it takes a little bit to get used to and everything, but it's a cool game.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fun.
Then we've got Biometal. Then we've got Blackthorn. That's another game that I do want to play, because...
Oh, is that the Prince of Persia creator? Or no, am I thinking the other one?
I'm not sure.
It's like a platform.
It is one of those... one of those, what do you call it?
Brad Meltzer games or whatever. Because I know there's like 2 or 3 of these games that are like, no, maybe this isn't it.
It is like similar to Prince of Persia, where it's like, I forget what they call it, but it's like a cinematic platformer. I think that's what they call it, or whatever. Where it's like you have to be meticulous and careful when you move and all that crap.
Like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So then we've got, you know, Bomberman 1. Then we've got Bomberman 2.
Oh, Bomberman. Yeah, I like Bomberman. Bomberman's it's a fun game.
Then we've got Brain Lord.
Dude, Brain Lord.
I don't know. You like Brain Lord?
I don't know what Brain Lord is, but that's such a funny freaking name for the game.
Yeah. Then we've got Brawl Brothers.
We're all brothers.
Okay, now this one I do kind of have a lot to talk about. So then we've got Breath of Fire. Dude. This game here is probably my favorite RPG of all time. Like, dude, I remember playing it when I was like freaking 8 or 9 or whatever. And I remember like
Brian Brennan that got us in there?
I think so, yeah. Because when they got Breath of Fire, they had like the manual and everything.
Yeah.
But it's so funny because, you know, 96 or whatever the year was, like playing this game, like, you know, we didn't really have the internet. There wasn't much help or whatever. So you just had to try and figure things out. This game, like, dude, I love the music on this game. And I remember watching the intro scene of like, you know, wake up or else you're going to die and stuff. Yeah. And the building's all on fire. And between like, what's his name? I think it was like Jade and his like older sister, Sarah or whatever it was. Anyways, and she's like, you destroyed our village. And they're all having this little fight and stuff. Dude, I was blown away as a kid, like watching this game, because to me, this game was so cinematic and everything. And it's like, I've beaten this game, I think about 3 times like in my life. And it's like a comfort food. It's a comfort game for me. I love Breath of Fire, you know, and dude, go ahead.
Oh, one thing that's funny is I love Breath of Fire too. And getting to that golem, the golem part with the gremlin dude inside it, that was the hardest like boss fight. Cause it was like, we just weren't, that was crazy.
Yeah, that gremlin guy, like that boss, like, because for the most part the game wasn't too bad. You just had to try and figure things out and everything. But like, yeah, that gremlin, because we had to grind and stuff, and like whenever the boss dies, he's got a sliver, and then it's like, oh, gremlin gets back up, or he just
like shrugs it a little bit forever.
Exactly. And dude, you had to hit him like 6 to 10 more times while he's at that sliver, and you're like freaking dying, and like, you know, you're trying to resurrect, you know, like either Bo or Nina, and like it was a brutal fight.
I remember liking this so much that I remember writing a story about it. I only got a couple chapters into it because I think I only got to like the frog boss. And after that, I never written anymore. But for some reason, as a kid, I wanted to write like books that were based on these games. This one and Lords of Magic were 2 that I was like working on or whatever. But anyways, that was just me in my teenage years, I guess between probably like 10 and 13. I was just reading a ton of fantasy books, and I liked these kinds of games, and I wanted to write my own fantasy books. And
I remember you would do artwork from the characters.
Yeah, I would draw these
like,
too.
And like, I think you did like straight up the cover with, you know, like Ryu.
Yeah, I know I did a couple of the characters, and I think it was from that booklet that Brian Brennan had. I think it was individual pictures that they had.
Yeah, that was sick.
I think I still have them too. I think they're in this little box. I have all my drawings as like a kid that I...
Dude, it's so sick. And I will say there's a couple of moments in this game, like, dude, when you save Nina, because it's like the warlock unleashes the Xeon gas and crap, and then like the 2 soldiers are like, please go get help, and then the guy runs away. And
the
like,
Xeon gas doesn't affect you.
And they're like, so wake up the dragon hero person, maybe he can help, and then you go over there and kick his freaking butt, you know, and you're just like, whatever. But like, dude, whenever the birds are like, here, jump on my back, and then you're flying together, and then those like drakes or whatever stuff, and then they're like, all right, charge. And then they're just like bumping into each other and stuff. Dude, it like, the thing is like growing up, I grew up watching like fantasy stuff. I grew up like, I loved being the hero, saving the girl, saving the day, you know, and sure, this story is kind of straightforward and stuff, but dude, saving Nina and stuff, I like stuff like that where it creates a bond within the characters and everything, you know? So to me, playing the game, I was always like, yeah, Nina's my girl kind of thing, you know what I mean? But same thing with like whenever Bo saves you from like Pog or whatever, you know, and he shoots the bow and arrow, like it's just so
that's
sick.
Just cool, yeah.
But
there's so many moments throughout that whole game that I could be like, oh, that's so cool, and the individual characters I thought were really like unique and individual and stuff. You got a guy with a fish head, and he's like, you know, this like miserly, you know, like I'm gonna get a bunch of money and whatever.
Yeah, he's like, yo, you know, I'll get some money, like just give me freaking 1 billion gold coins, and then I'll get you some like, I think you had to get the gills or whatever, so you could breathe underwater or whatever.
He had Karn, you know, and he was like a Karn thief or something.
Yep.
Yeah, that was cool.
So freaking sick.
And then all their abilities like helped further like the game, and so that was just fun.
Yeah, what a sick game. And okay, the last moment that I want to share is like, dude, I love the music. Like whenever that theme is like, dun 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 dun. And there's that part
again.
There's this part where you go into this Tower of Seasons, and like there's this guy, so this chick is becoming corrupted or whatever, I forget her name or whatever, And then she like hurts this guy that like loves her and everything, and she's like, leave me or whatever. And then he goes back to the village to recover and stuff. And then you go in there and you're like, you kick her butt or whatever, but it's like this place of seasons and stuff, or time or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was like a time thing.
Yeah,
and he jumps in because he
exactly
didn't know
the place is starting to like disappear, and then he's like, no, so and so, and then he runs in, and then they both just like disappear together, and then like the time is weird, so then it's playing that music and stuff. Yeah. Then you see this little boy and this little girl, and it's like them, but it's like things are a little, I don't know, man. It was yeah, dude, it was such a sick freaking moment. So I feel like and
magical.
Again, I don't come from like the normal RPG whatever people. I've played some RPGs, but not like a crap ton.
Yeah.
I've got the rest of my life to try out all these others and everything, but I do feel like this game gets crapped on a lot, and I'm kind of like, dude, what the fudge, because it's like, dude, like people will be like, there's too many like random encounters. Like I walk 3 steps and fight someone, and for me playing, I'm like, oh, that's the game. Like, I can't get to that village. You have to be careful,
and you have to, I like the challenge of that.
Yeah, I can't get to that next. If I get to the next village and I don't run into any creatures, I feel a little bit like flavor-wise.
Lucky.
Yeah, I feel like flavor-wise, I feel like, oh, that was easy. Oh, nothing happened. We're not on a quest. Like, I liked fighting the monsters and all that. It just.
Yeah, I didn't mind the grinding in games. That was like a very 90s thing. We were just used to grinding at games and trying over, like playing Mega Man as a kid too.
Right.
Those games were hard as crap, and you just were used to it because that was just the standard. And nowadays, in the last 20 years, the standard of like difficulty and granted, it makes sense why some of these games were so hard, because they wanted you to be able to play it longer. Instead of just an hour and then you're done. And it seems like a lot of games nowadays are, because there's more memory, they could just jam pack a ton of stuff. But at the same time, it's like, is it really that rewarding if like you play a hard game and then you just, so many people, especially younger people, they don't really have that built-in tenacity to get through like something that's more harder. They're like, I want it all to come easy and then beat it so I could feel accomplished. But it's like, play freaking Mega Man or like like a hard old school games, and that will really challenge you and like your reflexes and all that other crap,
One thing that's funny, like again, shout out with Retro Rivals, is these two, they're from Canada and stuff. And like one of the people is a guy, he's older than us, but his name is Scott. And he's kind of a stickler about like finishing games and crap, where he's kind of like, you know what, if you want to emulate, that's fine. But if you use save states and everything to like finish the game, he's like, you finished the game, but you didn't beat the game, because to beat it you have to like turn the console on, play it in its entirety, because there's games that a lot of people play emulation where they'll save it at certain parts, play a part over and over again till they get it right.
That's right.
And then like
computer, I call it time on Steam, like Castlevania. I'm like, I don't have the patience as I did as a kid.
Right. Like I totally get it though, that it's kind of like like playing the game in its original form or whatever, and then beating it, like that's an accomplishment. Doing it all.
That's why it's fun doing stuff like Battletoads or R-Type and stuff with you. Because I like that challenge, and it's like, oh crap, well I guess we have to start over again, and then you get a little bit more further this time because you kind of learned what it has, and then you have to start over again. But then what you're doing during that whole process is you're honing your skills more and more and more, and you're memorizing the patterns of all these like monsters or aliens or whatever, and then you just keep getting farther and farther and farther each time, and that the whole process of picking yourself back up again is something that I really like in games.
For me personally, I like the save states and also using like a walkthrough and stuff. I like all of that stuff because we didn't have all that crap back in the 90s or whatever, I like that stuff. But if it is a game that I love, I do want to beat it, like
legit wise,
But if it's a game that I just want to see the end and I don't care about like being,
you're not super immersed in it.
Exactly. I don't feel like I'm a gamer person, so I got nothing to prove anyways. I just want to have a good time and enjoy the experience. So, but yeah, Breath of Fire is freaking sick, man.
Yeah, I love Breath of Fire.
So then we've got Breath of Fire 2. I've beaten this game once. Some people love this game more. I know Brian and Brennan like this game more, but I'm more of a Breath of Fire 1 kind of guy.
Yeah.
This one is pretty freaking cool. I don't think I've ever beat
this one. I've played a lot of it, but I've never beaten it before.
Interesting. Yeah, but there's definitely some emotional moments in this one as well. But yeah, pretty sick game, man.
let that dude die in the arena then the beginning or whatever.
Yeah, I know. Or that chick.
Or the chick or whoever.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, you lost a person for the entire game.
Yeah,
because
like, they blow those like poison darts or whatever, and you gotta like save her.
Like a cat person.
Yeah, cat. Yeah. Huh. Anyways, Bubsy. Okay. So
Bubsy, I like Bubsy, man.
Yeah,
I think people are probably hating it, but I like it.
Dude, they consider this like some of the worst games ever, you know. Like, and I get the rationale.
I like ET too.
But it's like Bubsy. Okay, Bubsy is a little bit sentimental for me because this is a game that our mom would rent for some weird reason. Our mom actually liked Bubsy, and I remember watching my mom play Bubsy and crap, and like all the stupid noises that this cat would make, and like. You know, because it's like, you know...
Next you're going to say you like Pac-Man too.
I know. I do, actually.
I know,
but it's like, you know, claws and counters of the furred kind. So there's a lot of just stupid freaking puns and jokes and whatever. But I remember, like, on that first level being like, okay, I got to get these freaking balls of yarn or whatever. And I'd be on the water tubes. And I'd have to jump and reach certain things. And then I'd try and get back up there again because I missed one. And... Anyway, it's a weird game. I've never beaten it or whatever. But yeah.
I like it. It's fun. It's definitely not as immersive as others. But
exactly. Yeah. So, Bubsy 2. Haven't played it.
I didn't know there was a second one.
Captain America and the Avengers. You and I actually beat this game. Dude, people crap on this game. Like, people hate this game. They're like, oh, it's not the arcade version or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know, man. This is the one that, like, we would... rent this game, and I remember popping it in as a kid and just the whole the Avenger, you know, but this game is not like a normal beat 'em up because it's kind of like you have to hit the guy and then kind of run away because they'll be flashing and they'll be invincible.
They take a hit, they are invincible. And you have to time
so
it and,
so it is kind of a weird game where you have to be careful and it's more like a hit dodge kind of game.
You can't just hack and slash your way through.
Exactly.
It's funny because we played this before I even got into comic books. Yeah. And at the time, I didn't know who Vision was. I didn't know who Iron Man was. Yeah. Like, I didn't know who these individual characters were. And it's kind of funny, suddenly, like, reading the comics growing up as a kid and stuff, like, after this game, then I'm kind of like, oh, so that's it. And that's the reason why they have the white Vision, because, like, in the comics, he was, like, has that yellow and green suit or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I was, like, the 80s or 90s whenever he, like, got the white one, and he's the white one in this.
Well, that's why, like, when the newer Avengers movies came out and stuff, I didn't really like the way that Vision looked, because I was like, I'm so used to the white version. Yeah, I'm so used to the white Vision, you know, and I think we would mostly play like Vision and Iron Man. Yeah, you know,
they were the skinniest when it came to that space level.
Yeah, you're
whereas
flying.
Captain America and Hawkeye are on like little, giant freaking
like little space
carts,
little things
like,
that shoot.
Bro, like how can you dodge when you're a giant thing versus a skinny dude that's flying and shooting?
It was like Hawkeye, Captain America, Iron Man, and Vision. I guess but we did beat that game. Yeah, it's been a while though. Anyways, Castlevania 4. I've gotten close to beating this game, but it's one that I haven't beaten myself, you know? I got to like level 10, the gold level and everything. This game is pretty freaking hard. I just need to spend more time with it and practice it. Okay, so another one, Castlevania Dracula X. This is a reproduction cart. It's not real. I like the whole Metroidvania Castlevanias more. I think maybe you like the brutal 2D, more action style kind of games, you know? Because like Castlevania 4 and Dracula X are more like the NES ones, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, go back and find this item and do this. Like, I like the exploration in the Metroidvania type Castlevania games.
Yeah.
So, again, I didn't want to drop $300, whatever, but if I do play this game and I do love it, then I will get the real thing. Because I do care about having real stuff, you know what I mean? But, again, like, I was like, dude, I can't tell my wife that I'm going to drop $3,000 and stuff just to finish up the video game collection. Because I told my wife, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm done buying games. Like, this is it, you know? And she's probably happy about that. But, I mean, she's happy for me to build this. So, anyways, yeah, we'll see how good that one is. Then we've got
that Black Tiger game. That was such a cool retro game that we never grew up with.
We could maybe talk about that when we get to the PS2 collection.
That was sick.
Chaos Seed, another Japanese game. Chrono Trigger. It's funny. I've actually never played Chrono Trigger. This is a real cartridge and everything, but I've never played it. I know it's heralded, so one of these days I will play it. Probably in the next like 3 to 5 years. Contra 3. Okay, dude. This is another one that's Jake's game. Jake loves this game. He grew up playing it with his older brother and everything. I think this is awesome.
He showed us a lot of games actually when we moved to Florida.
I feel like I've played this like a few times back in California and stuff, but I never like. It was always like a rental or something, so I never knew someone that owned it. Yeah. So when Jake owned it, like he would like let us borrow it and stuff. I have beaten this game, but I haven't beaten it on like the hardest difficulty or whatever. Yeah. So pretty cool. Sick stuff. Crystal Beans, another Japanese game. Cutthroat Island, another beat 'em up.
Cutthroat Island, huh?
Yeah. Cybernator. Darius Twin. So Darius Twin is a game that I've tried to play with you and also my older brother and stuff, but it's
fish space.
Yeah, it's like fish and it's a shooter game. I like the fact that it's 2-player, but like I don't really understand the power-up system, how it works per se. So it's anyways, I don't know if I'll ever beat that game, but there's a part of me that kind of wants to beat it. Yeah. But yeah. Then we've got Demon's Crest. Then we've got Der Langrisser, another Japanese game. Then we've got Donkey Kong Country. Dude, there's some people that like Donkey Kong is like their jam and stuff. Yeah. I like these games and everything, but I never had like an emotional attachment to these games.
I was more of Mario person. Well, we grew up more with Mario.
With Mario, yeah. And so like they're awesome games. I do enjoy them and everything, but I don't have a whole lot of stories with them. It's always been games. Donkey Kong Country 2.
Yeah, we didn't really own them until high school or
I will say
as pivotal like as some other games when we were like kids.
Exactly. Yeah, they're not as nostalgic for us, but they're really good games. And I do remember picking up a lot of them in college because there was a time that we did sell our Super Nintendo when we moved to Florida or something like that, and a bunch of games. And then in college, I did rebuy a console and then got a bunch of games. And so a lot of the Donkey Kong games, like
so I guess we played in college. Oh, okay.
Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. This game, like, I don't think I've beaten this one. I know we played it.
I think we've only beaten the first two.
I think we've only, exactly. I think we've only beaten the first two.
Yeah,
so.
I think you're right.
Then there's Do Re Mi Fantasy, another Japanese game. Okay, all right. I know this is going to be, like, controversial or whatever. All right, so we got Super Double Dragon, dude.
One of the best games ever.
I freaking love this game. This is probably, like, my favorite game on the Super Nintendo. And it's probably my favorite game of all time. Like, I love this game. I cannot...
You can't separate the fact that we're twins. Like, this just kind of set the stage for what we aspired to as kids and stuff.
As a kid, you were always Billy Lee. I was always Jimmy Lee, and it's just kind of like, red's my favorite color, I don't know, blue. No, green's your favorite color. Yeah. But it's like, I can't explain how much of an effect this game had on me as a kid, And like we're into all the ninja stuff. I love that movie, Three Ninjas and crap,
Me too. I still love it.
And like, dude,
they're so sick.
This game to me is like the most like cinematic, the most story. I love the story. I mean, for a lot of people, they're like whatever, but I would put my own imagination into the game, and I'm kind of like, oh, dude, there's this clown guy, and there's like these like fat guys who like grab your feet and twist you, and like we got to go save the girlfriend and whatever, Like I would put so much into just the way I grew up. It's like I wanted to be the hero. I wanted to be the guy that saves the day. And this game just did it so well. There's moments in this game where I'm kind of like, again, putting myself into the game, like the airport level. When the airplane starts to take off, we're like, oh, we got to jump because we got to get on that plane. So we would sit in there, be jumping and grab, just, you know what I mean? It's almost like,
it's incredibly nostalgic.
Incredibly nostalgic. And as a kid, you kind of like fill in the blanks to make more out of these games and stuff. And it's funny because looking at the graphics now and stuff, like younger kids today would be like, are you freaking for real? But for me, this was like legit awesome graphics and whatever. And I was, every time like I'd beat up some long-haired shaggy freak dude, and like I'd hear that, oh, and like, or they'd hit me with a knife and I'm like, like it felt so intense and everything, And to me, the game didn't feel slow at all. You know what I mean? And it just felt very meticulous. And I really felt like I was in a struggle to try and save the day.
And also the fact that when you lock hands and then you freaking punch them or whatever,
and like kick them and crap.
Yeah, like it's just there's like different ways you could beat up people or whatever, and just I don't know, it was just fun. Like the level where you're on top of a truck and just driving, and then you can like fall off or kick people and stuff, and that was just intense. And the music is some of my favorite video game music of all time. I learned to play some of the songs like on guitar or whatever, and I was playing them in high school and stuff, and man, just awesome music.
Dude, yeah,
awesome.
that whole like while you're all fighting on the truck and everything. And like I would play drums and you would be playing guitar and stuff. This game I think helped us get into metal music, to be honest. Like
this is like planting the seed of like
planting
I
the
love
seed.
Melodic, like epic or whatever kind of music, because that's what we associated this to.
Yeah, and for the longest time, dude, this was like the go-to game that if we would go to Albertsons and like get to rent a game and stuff, like this is the game that we would go to. You know what I mean? And so, and it's kind of funny because like, back then, sometimes like our mom would like grocery shop and then just be like, oh, you could look at, games or whatever. So we would just kind of look and, whatever. And it's funny, even as a kid, there were times where I would be like, mom would be like, oh, hey, do you want to rent a game? And then sometimes I'd be like, no, I'm okay. Because like I would like pretend that I'm not interested, or like, it's not like a super conscious decision and stuff, but I didn't consider myself like super into video games, and I wanted to show maybe like that I was like a little bit more grown up or a little more whatever. So there were times when internally I was like, yeah, I want to see what they have over there, but then I was like, no, it's okay, and it's just kind of like just a little weird memory of like
you want to show your parents that you're not just a kid that plays video games all the time, even though you're a kid that plays video games.
Well, it's just kind of like if I see like some kids my age and like they run over there and they're like uncontrollable and whatever, I would just kind of think like, weirdos. I didn't want to show that I was internally getting excited and everything. You know what I mean? I don't know, kind of a weird story, but I was, because this game was like calling to me, and I was like, I hope it's there. And there were times when we would go and there'd be like a picture of the game, but the game was gone, and I'd be like, oh, you know what I mean? So anyways, yeah, I love freaking Double Dragon.
I love Double Dragon too. It's fun.
Okay, Double Dragon 5, The Shadow Falls. This is another game that, dude, I loved when I was younger. Like
it's pretty fun.
I got
unique characters.
Yeah,
it was
like
really fun.
I had no idea it came from some TV show. I had no idea. But I
don't have any idea.
Yeah, I got so good with sickle and everything. I'd be turning into a saw and flying around and crap. I'm pretty sure like I would play this
Ice Pick a good bit. I think.
Ice Pick, yep. I played Blade a lot. Both the Double Dragons. I didn't like people like Bones. Bones was the stupidest character. I didn't care for Jawbreaker that much.
Some of their moves were really hard. Bones, like shooting his gun, which was like hard pattern or whatever to do.
Yeah. But I do remember playing this like on the hardest difficulty. And like the thing with fighting games is like it's cool to figure out almost like how to cheese the enemy and stuff. Like there's just little things that you could do that that this is the way you need to fight the person. You know what I mean?
One thing that I liked about it's too bad because I wish the special moves were more rewarding because they looked cool. When you do a special move and you don't know how you did it, there's this like flare of like excitement that you get when you played a game like this because you saw a move that is not Y, A, B, X, And I don't know, I kind of like that, but I don't know. I guess it's funny because we played this more than we played Street Fighter.
Yeah,
which is really funny, backwards or whatever. But
more than Mortal Kombat too. Yeah. Which is just weird because most other people, they were into Mortal Kombat, they were into Street Fighter and stuff, and so they would probably and sure maybe they're right. I don't know. Like they would probably just be like, oh, that's a sucky fighting game. But for me, like it was pretty good to me. I don't know. So then we've got Dragon Quest 1 and 2. Yeah, these are.
I like Dragon Quest.
NES games. I like when something is put on the Super Nintendo. Like we did play a little NES, back when we were younger and stuff. But we borrowed the NES from like a cousin, and then one day they took it back. So, and then that was the last time I ever played like an NES. Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest 5. I don't know why Dragon Quest 4 hasn't been put into a cartridge for Super Nintendo. I don't know. I always thought that was weird. Dragon Quest 6.
I played the first Dragon Quest Yeah, I think Dragon Quest.
Maybe the first two, yeah. Dragon Warrior. They're the same thing.
Yeah, I played that on like Game Boy.
Right.
That was pretty fun.
Didn't you beat the first two?
I think the first one, and then I think I got halfway through the second.
Okay. Earth Defense Force. This game freaking pisses me off. I was trying to get better with this game, but there's parts in this game where the slowdown actually screws you up. Like I'll be like dodging crap, and then it slows down and screws up how I dodge because bullets are coming and then they slow and then they go fast again and stuff. Yeah. And dude, so this game pissed me off. You know, I like it, but it pisses me off. Then we've got Earthbound. Yeah, this is a game that never played. You know, legit but it is legit. Not it is a real one. And that's a game that you and I kind of would hear about Earthbound a little bit, but never played it. So then we've got Earthworm Jim.
Some of these I wouldn't mind playing sometime because it's my era. You know,
Earthworm Jim 2, Emerald Dragon, another Japanese one, Energy Breaker, another Japanese one, and we got F-Zero. Dude, F-Zero was pretty sick. You know, that was an early game that we got as well, you know?
Yeah.
And, but I always hated the fact that it was like only one player. Like, I was just kind of like
F-Zero X is kind of better, you know, because of that. Yeah. But F-Zero was a great game to grow up playing.
Super Famicom Wars. I like this game. It's a Japanese game. You and I have played it and everything recently. I like a lot of tactical strategic strategy games or whatever, you know?
Yeah, those are fun.
So then we've got Feta, the Emblem of Justice. All right, then we've got Final Fantasy 2 or 4 or whatever.
Yeah, because like the American version is like
a
different one in Japan or whatever.
Yeah, and then we've got Final Fantasy 3, but you know it's really number 6. Okay, then we got Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Here's the thing with Final Fantasy. Okay, I've played a little bit of Final Fantasy 4, a little bit. I've beaten this game like twice, and this is considered like the crappiest Final Fantasy game. And for me, I'm like, I don't know, it's pretty good, you know. And I do want to get to all the other Final Fantasy games, you know, sometime. But this is the only Final Fantasy game I've ever beaten, you know.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't mind like a chill sort of time with the game, you know. It doesn't have to be overly drawn out or whatever. Anyways, so here's the funny thing: when I hear people talk about this game, like almost everyone I hear, they'll be like, it's okay, kind of bad, but the music's great. I wouldn't really listen to music because you and I, like, the only reason why we play video games is so we could listen to CDs and stuff. So my memories with this game, I'm not even listening to the music in the game. I remember getting into a lot of, like, Halloween, like the Time of the Oath album, and I also remember listening to Halloween The Dark Ride. So when I think about that game, I'm always thinking about when I was getting into those two specific albums. So for me, Final Fantasy, I kind of think of like Halloween, you know, and so it's just kind of ironic that the one thing that people like about that game is the part that I didn't listen to and didn't care about, you know. So yeah, anyways, kind of weird. Whew. I know, man, it's gonna be a long video.
It's gonna be long.
Final Fight, awesome, freaking beat 'em up, man. Like,
pretty nostalgic.
Yeah, I've beaten it multiple times as a kid. Yeah. Whatever. Final Fight 2.
Some reason as a kid I thought that I legitimately had to watch out from people wearing chains and
I know
freaking ripped up jackets and stuff. I was like, these people are out there somewhere, and I gotta learn some like kung fu or whatever.
Right.
Freaking defend myself against them.
Dude, video games they teach you how to judge people. You know, like, dude, for the longest time I'm like a long-haired shaggy guy, like in Double Dragon. I'm like,
that guy probably goes out and kidnaps people,
right?
And
you know,
beats people up with a chain on the street.
Yeah, must be a bad person, you know. Final Fight 3. I've beaten all of these. All of them are great games, you know. All right, then we've got Fire Emblem: Mystery of the Emblem. I have beaten this game. Honestly, I've been in a huge Fire Emblem kick lately in the past like 2 years. And dude, I love these old school strategy games and everything, you know.
I played 2 Fire Emblems on the Game Boy.
Game Boy, yeah, exactly. Then we've got Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War. So this game I actually beat earlier this year.
Excuse me.
But I also beat it like a year ago. And the reason why is, okay, so I got into Fire Emblem through the Game Boy Advance games. You know, like the Sacred Stones was like the first game we got, and then we got the number 7 or whatever, the Fire Emblem, you know, self-titled game or whatever. Me thinking, I was kind of like, okay, well, I'll go backwards, and then, you know, but the 4th game and the 5th game, this game and Thracia 776 are connected, like story-wise and stuff. So it's like, I played Thracia first, beat that, and then I went to Genealogy of the Holy War. and then I was just kind of like, I kind of want to try Thracia 776 again because there's a lot that I missed because I didn't play the fourth one. You know what I mean? So I've beaten this game twice in the past 2 years, and dude, out of all Super Nintendo games, this has such a fudging hard left turn. Like throughout it, halfway through the game, this is such a hard left hand turn, like story wise and everything. It's to me, it's got one of the craziest. What do you call it? Twist, twist or whatever. And it's freaking brutal. And these games are a lot more like, they're a lot less like kid friendly or whatever. And I like that. I like, the high fantasy stuff where it's not all like everything's easy. I like the whole like, dude, the people are suffering and, losing people or whatever. Like just more serious, I guess, Anyways, so yeah, these games are freaking awesome. And Thracia 776, I am actually playing through this again. Because again, I was like, when I first beat this game, I didn't really know the connection to Genealogy of the Holy War, So then now I'm playing 4. I beat 4 and then 5 with the story all in mind. So anyways, yeah, dude, those games are freaking sick, man. Then we've got The Firemen, another Japanese game. Oh, then we got Frogger. You want to talk about Frogger?
Yeah, dude, Frogger's sick, man. I like games like Pac-Man and Frogger, like these simplistic arcade games that you just kind of keep going. I don't know why, I just love those kinds of games because they always make me panic and go like, oh snap, and
dude,
I like the intensity of a simple game like Frogger.
Dude, like because you and I were playing it like last week, and like honestly, dude, like level 6, dude, those like cars just speeding by, and you're like going back and forth trying to like. It gets wild. Nutty. Yeah, it gets nutty.
Same thing with like Mailman or Mailboy or Paperboy. Yeah. Some of those kinds of games stuff are kind of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Front Mission. Yep. Another Japanese game. Front Mission Gun Hazard. All right. Ganpuru Gunman's Proof. Another Japanese game. Gemfire. This is a game that kind of intrigues me. I do like the Koei as a company and all that crap, because I love the Dynasty Warrior stuff, but I like strategy games. So, I don't know. We'll see if it's good. Then we've got Ghost Chaser Densei, another Japanese game. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Okay, so this game here, I don't know if we've beaten it with the true ending. Yeah,
we haven't beaten it with the true ending.
Because, you have to get the bracelet or whatever.
That one night, dude, we did like the whole game, and then we also did the whole game again, all in one night. And we got to the final boss or something, or final level.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure that you don't even get hit so that you can have all your armor so that you can beat the, was it a demon or something? Or
whatever the bad guy.
Whatever the bad guy was. And then I remember I was getting so pissed because we kept having to we literally did that level over and over again for at least like an hour or more.
Oh, yeah, more.
Or maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I was just like, motherfucker. I was all like yelling at it and stuff and just going wild. And but I do like the challenge of this game. I think there's some aspects that are really cool, like especially some of the level design and stuff.
Yeah.
But this is also kind of a game that's like definitely a patient sort of.
Yeah.
You have to time things right, you know.
Because once you commit to a jump, you're screwed. You're
Yeah.
Yeah, and that. See, I like playing hard games with you as well, and I do think we can probably beat that, like with the true ending. Because sometimes when you're playing a game and then get frustrated, it's like you got to take a break. But then when you come back, you're just better.
Yeah.
And I think we could beat it. We just gotta put in the time.
Yeah. I think we ended that night by saying, we beat it, and then just turned it off. Or like, F that game.
Yeah. But I do want to beat it for real because it is a good game. Like, Disney's Goof Troop. I actually beat this with Jake, and this is one that Jake was kind of like, man, that was just a nice kind of fun game.
Yeah, that is a fun game. I remember playing that one.
Yeah, like. Yeah, it's
I like
cool.
those kinds of games where it's a bit of adventure, a little bit of puzzle kind of stuff. Yeah.
Gradius 3, Hagani. So this game here. Oh, I forgot to show these. But when we did the Firemen, like here's a case that went with the Firemen. And then here's a case that went with the Hagani game. This game is another game that it's worth like $1,100 or whatever the fudge. It does seem like a really cool game. I do want to try it out. So this is, of course, a reproduction. It's not a real cartridge. So, anyways. Then we've got Illusion of Gaia. Then we've got Imperium. Then we've got Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures. And I'll try and go quick with some of them, but this is going to be a long video. So, yeah.
For my sake, you're trying to go
quick. Then we've got Iron Commando, another Japanese game or whatever. We've got Joe and Mac. You know, some people grew up with Joe and Mac and stuff. This caveman, platformer, whatever game. I do want to play it with you sometime.
I want to play it too. It looks kind of fun.
But it's like, but I don't have any nostalgia with Joe and Mac. We maybe rented the game once back when we were kids.
Joe and Mac
but I just, then Joe and Mac 2. What is it? Tropical.
Lost in the Tropics.
Lost in the Tropics. But I just remember looking at Joe and Mac, and I'm like, dude, that cover of Joe and Mac just looks terrible. Like these just two caveman looking dudes. Like, so I don't know. It just, Joe and Mac never seemed like appealing per se, but it's like up my alley of games that I would enjoy. You know?
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Jurassic Park, and then we've got Jurassic Park: The Chaos Continues. Now, here's the thing with these games. Okay,
we'll never
when we were kids and everything, Jurassic Park 2, The Chaos Continues is the game that we liked, and Jurassic Park, the yellow sticker one, we got tricked like so many times as kids where we were just kind of like, oh yeah, we got Jurassic Park, the run and gun, whatever. And then that first one is more of a top down, run around, zap some dinosaur, more exploring, whatever. And I was like, what the heck is this? And so many times when we were kids, we meant to get the 2-player run and gun one, and then we'd get that stupid yellow one or whatever. But I do want to play that one more because as a kid, I didn't really appreciate what it was going for. But dude, okay, my number one game that is like a bucket list game that I do want to beat, and I think we could if we just memorized everything, is Jurassic Park 2: The Chaos Continues.
Yeah.
Because that game is so freaking great. Like, to me, it's like the look of the game and the swampiness and everything, and also the music is just so good.
Yeah, and it gets intense, especially when the time's running out. The music's like speeding up and stuff.
Dude, I remember, one of my favorite memories of this game is like freaking when I was a kid, and we got to like we were working on the T-Rex level, and there's a car that pulls up, and you jump on top of the car, and then the T-Rex is all, then it's like, dun, 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 and you're like just sitting there shooting the crap out of this, and it's just dun, 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 and you have to, at the very last moment, it's just like, dun, 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 and you have to jump and grab onto this vine to survive. And dude, you know how many times we freaking died because we're busy shooting the crap out of this freaking dinosaur, and then we fall down into the cliff? Like, to me, that's just wild. That's an awesome gaming moment. And like, when I was a kid, that freaking blew me away. I was just like, man, the kind of crap that people do with their games, like that's nuts, But yeah, it's an intense game, and that's like the one game that before I die, I want to beat Jurassic Park: The Chaos Continues, because it's an unfair freaking game. Like, straight up, it's an unfair game, but I want to do it.
Me too.
King Arthur's World. Then we've got King of Dragons. I'm pretty sure we did beat this when we were teenagers, and we did play this with Jake and everything, because Jake loves King of Dragons. King
of Dragons is awesome.
Exactly, and it's just kind of like I know I got to say something about King of Dragons, because that's one of Jake's favorite games. Like, probably in his top 5, top 10. I don't know, but he has a very sentimental connection to that game. But I didn't play it really growing up. It was just when I was a teenager. Yeah, when we moved to Florida.
We played Knights of the Round.
Knights of the Round
more as kids.
Yeah. But it's like, it was just cool to discover another beat 'em up game that's like up our alley and everything, But anyways.
And the leveling up was cool.
Yeah, true. All right, so then we've got Kirby's Avalanche. Now we're entering some of the Kirby stuff.
Dude, Dream Courses.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so Kirby's Dream Course. This is a weird game.
It's kind of nostalgic.
Yeah, we got this like one Christmas or something, and it's weird because I don't recall anybody asking for it or anything. It just kind of showed up. I remember we got the box and everything, and
I think our mom enjoyed playing it, and we enjoyed playing it too.
Yeah. And I remember, like, dude, this game was freaking hard, but I like the concept of turning into different abilities to help you with, because it's basically like a golf game, you know what I mean? But like, it was so different and everything, And I remember finally getting to the boss, and all you had to do was like flip forward and hit him at the top and everything, and do that like 6 or 7 times, and then you beat the boss. I remember the boss fight being so anticlimactic, because like the previous like levels and stuff had some really hard sections and everything. But I like Kirby's Dream Course. Pretty cool. Yeah. Then we've got
puzzle stuff.
Yeah, Kirby's Dream Land 3. Then we've got Kirby's Superstar. Then we've got Knights of the Round. Again, this is another one that, like, if Double Dragon wasn't there or whatever, we would pick up Knights of the Round to rent and everything. I loved playing, like, Lancelot, Arthur, and Percival and all that. Like, It was a sick game.
Yeah.
All right. Legend of the Mystical Ninja. Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past. This game, I didn't really grow up playing it. I've played it a little bit just because like other people had it. Too. Yeah, but it's like I don't have like a huge nostalgic connection with A Link to the Past. But it is a game that I do want to beat sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, this game was freaking BS. the Lion King, I would always get stuck at the monkey throwing section where you have to like set up this whole puzzle to where the monkeys throw you over like this fat freaking elephant or whatever it was in the way. I can't remember, but anyways, hard freaking game. Live Alive. All right, Lost Vikings. Okay.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Legit, man. This is like one of my favorite games of all time. Like Lost Vikings, I love like the humor. I love the whole like trying to figure out the puzzle aspect. I love that each person has their own special abilities and stuff. Lost Vikings 1 and 2 are just like games that I feel like are very underappreciated. And I just freaking love these games. Yeah.
I agree. And dude, I have so much nostalgia with Lost Vikings. It was cool because like about a year ago, we did play like, our friend has like a Switch and we played like the Lost Vikings collection
with like three people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like we did beat it. I've beaten this game probably like 3 or 4 times or whatever. I love this game, but dude, I remember in like elementary school, like before going to school and stuff, I'd wake up early and I remember like you and I playing and we couldn't get past the Candyland for like the longest time. We kept falling in the freaking hot cocoa.
Writing the passwords on the piece of paper.
We write down passwords, yep. And it's just, but like as kids and stuff, it's pretty awesome how far we got with the Lost Vikings, you know? And okay, here's the funny thing with the Lost Vikings too. So there was like, it used to be like, for us growing up and everything, it was like, okay, for a Christmas present, you can choose what you want, but it has to be like $50 or less. You know what I mean? Now I remember we went to like, it was like Toys R Us or something like that. And I remember seeing this game and it was like $49.99 or whatever. And like as a kid, I'm like, okay, I'm going to try and get as close to the $50 as I can. You know what I mean? And so maybe, I don't remember if we did this for multiple Christmases, but that was kind of the rule. Like the gift has to be $50 or less, you know? And so it was between, should I get this game or should I get this like Hot Wheels? There was like this Hot Wheels like garage thing where like we would take our Hot Wheels and they'd go down this like kind of slide. And I chose that, which shows like
until much later, probably college, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and it's so funny because I love the first Lost Vikings, but dude, we were so into Hot Wheels. Like we lived in the desert. So we would go out and we would like pave roads and have our Hot Wheels cars like travel around on the roads and stuff. And so it's funny, again, shows how much of a gamer I am. Like I wanted the Hot Wheels little garage, little plastic thing over Lost Vikings 2. Yeah. But Lost Vikings 2 is sick.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, kind of a funny, random story. But Lufia and the Fortress of Doom. And we've got Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. And we got Macross Scrambled Valkyrie, another Japanese game. Magic Sword. I didn't grow up with this one. You and I have played this a little bit, but it was on like the Capcom like collection for PS2. And so I don't know. I don't really get the game, so I'd have to play it more to figure it out, you know? Magical Poppin', another Japanese game. All right.
I think you and I played that a little bit together or something.
Yeah. It's another one that I've played a little bit, but I do want to get more into it. Okay, these games we didn't really grow up with. Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, but I like these sort of platformer type games, you know?
Then platforming's a lot of fun.
Then it's like Mickey Mouse, The Great Circus Mystery. It's like the second game or whatever. And then the third game wasn't released here, so this is, of course, a Japanese-only game, but it's like Mickey and Donald. It's like Magical Quest 3. So, pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, this is not the version that we had when we were younger, because the version we had was Super Mario All-Stars with Super Mario World. Yeah. So we picked this up probably in college or something like that, you know. We've played all of these games, Mario's 1, 2, 3, and Lost Levels. We've beaten them all.
They're just so nostalgic.
So nostalgic, so awesome. Fun. Yeah, I like...
for a reason.
Exactly, classics for a reason. I don't have a ton of like emotional moments playing Mario 3 or anything, but I do remember certain levels and stuff almost like being blown away. Like, for instance, like Land 8. and like those tanks and stuff. I remember that. Like,
yeah, with the fire all around. Yeah, like, I was like, this is intense.
Was it you telling me this or whatever? Like, there was something that felt so otherworldly about that last.
Yeah, it felt
land.
otherworldly, and like you can't see the whole land, and you only see it when you like go.
Yeah,
and it was just it didn't feel like it was a part of the game anymore.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it really did kind of feel like just
like different. All of a sudden the thematic like vibe of it was like really dark and like brutal in the last land.
Yeah, so going from land 7 to 8, it really did feel different. That's for sure. And then you're breaking those blocks. Well, Bowser's breaking the blocks so you can fall down and die. You know. All right, dude. Okay, so Super Mario Kart, dude. Okay, this is probably my favorite Mario Kart game. I'm gonna say I've played like the Deluxe 8 or whatever because Chad had a Switch and stuff. I'm always going to love this original game. I like it more than N64. I like it more than any other Mario Kart. That's just me personally. I know like a lot of people like love a lot of the newer games, and a lot of people also. But it's like, dude, I would play Bowser and I would like memorize all of these courses, and we played Mario Kart a lot, you know, and it was fun playing with people and everything. And so of course we got first place on all of the lands, and anyways, Mario Kart's sick.
Yeah, Mario Kart is sick.
Okay, Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. Okay,
dude, that little prick in freaking California.
Yeah, do you want me to tell that story?
Oh yeah, you can.
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
Here's the thing. When we moved to Florida, you know, our mom was like, hey, you know, you could do a garage sale, you could make some money, you know, and we sold a bunch of like our Super Nintendo games and,
like
and
$3
whatever.
each or
something. For $3 each.
We could have got 15.
Well, and here's the thing. We put on little stickers on like games that we wanted more money for. We put a sticker on this game that said $15. But there was a sign saying like all games are $3 unless otherwise marked. So some freaking prick guy came, he saw the $15 sticker and he pulled the sticker off, and then he went to our mom and was like, oh, it says every game is $3. You know,
stealing from a little kid.
So stealing from a little kid, you know, well, I mean, we're in middle school, but still stealing from a kid, it's like, you know,
bro,
like, okay, the gaming culture sucks, you know, a bunch of a-holes out there trying to cheat people, trying to cheat little kids.
And he probably didn't know he was stealing from a kid, but he was legit stealing from a kid. He just didn't know. But don't steal from anybody. Like,
right, exactly.
Don't be dishonest.
Because I remember, like, our mom was like, here's what you got. And it was, like, a lot less than what we, you know what I mean? And so there's probably some guy that, like, any of the games that had stickers on it, he probably just pulled all the stickers off and then got everything for $3 each. So I did have to rebuy that game and everything.
Almost as bad as only getting, like, $20 for pulling out, like, $100 worth of Goosebump books.
Right.
Almost as bad as that. Like, I feel like we're ripped off all the time.
Like pulling all the weeds out of the backyard.
Weeds out.
Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, we would... Goosebump books were like $3 or $4, and I remember like our parents were like, dude, there was a bunch of weeds in like our backyard. They're like, okay, for every weed, it was 1 penny for every weed you pull out. Now it's not our fault that some of the weeds were pulling out and it would break in half and whatever. And then we thought that we pulled out like
still
like 1,000. Yeah, we thought we pulled out like 1,000. So we're like, we could get like 3 Goosebump books, you know. But then come to find out, it was like more like only like we could get 1 Goosebump book.
No, I think we only got a couple, but we were like thinking that we got like $116 when in reality we only got like $20.
Right? Yeah. So, anyways, that was funny because we would try and do like different odd jobs where to try and get money or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But anyways,
we wouldn't even in middle school, we wouldn't eat our lunch money. Like we wouldn't eat lunch at school. We would like eat something small and save it, and then we'd spend it on like magic cards or something.
Right. Same thing in high school. We wouldn't eat, like we would save up money and buy CDs.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like we're like, it's funny how people talk about cardboard crack and everything. That was us growing up. We would always like save our money and just eat cup of noodles or eat like top ramen. We would just eat noodles and crap, save money, and then try and get the crap that we liked, you know? And that's how it was, you know.
Game.
Yeah, so Super Mario World, awesome game. I remember being blown away when I first discovered like the star area and everything, and then you go to the
that was cool.
Yeah, like it was so
go
cool.
To like Mondo and
all that, and like Shazam or like Extraordinary and like all that crap.
Those levels are cool.
Yeah, but it's like I love discovering things, and I remember like the third world going in and hearing that music and everything of like doom 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 And I remember like you played Super Mario World everywhere. We played it at our cousins. We played it, at our place. Like everyone knew Super Mario World. But yeah, it was a great game, man. All right, Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. What a sick freaking game.
This is also top 5 of all time.
Yeah, I beat that game. Like I 100%ed it like recently, like 3 years ago or something like that. And it still holds up freaking great.
Yeah.
I don't care about, the baby's annoying. I don't care, man. Like it's such a freaking sick game, and there's some levels where things get really tricky and stuff. But for the most part, a lot of the bosses are pretty easy and it's not a hard game, but
it's a lot of fun. And the like animation or whatever, like it just looks like a great game. It's fun to play.
At the time, like with Yoshi's Island, I'd never played a game like that, and having to stomp down and had to aim and shoot stuff. It was so different, Super Mario World Return to Dinosaur Land, I guess is like some kind of ROM hack thing, but we did beat this, a couple of years back, and pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, March and Adventure Cotton 100%. I did beat this game. It's just all right, It's pretty easy. Marvel Superheroes in War of the Gems. Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow. Mega Man X. This is the cartridge that we had when we were younger. This game is fantastic. One thing to note, there are certain games that I don't have the original one because I have it in a compilation on like a later thing. So, but I do have Mega Man X, but not X2 or X3 because we got a compilation that has that. Yeah, and I just don't want to spend $200 to $300 or whatever. Yeah. Then we've got Mega Man and Bass, another Japanese game.
Oh, goodness.
Then we've got Metal Warriors. This game is another reproduction. I don't know if I'm going to love this game or not, but it is a game that people do enjoy. So, we'll see about that one.
I remember seeing the gameplay. Really cool.
Yeah. All right, Super Metroid, man. Okay, dude, I've beaten this game like twice, and I like it, but I don't love this game the way that other people love this game. And I beat it recently, like 2 years ago, and it just, it has really good atmosphere. I love like the boss fights and everything, but I remember like I beat it when I was like in middle school because I remember borrowing it from Gabriel. Gabriel let me borrow it and stuff, but I remember getting stuck at some part and having to get help in order to finish the game, because again, back then, like we didn't find answers on the internet or whatever, All right, and then we've got like Mobile Suit Gundam Endless Duel fighting game. I have played this game a little bit. Mortal Kombat 2. I'm not the biggest like Mortal Kombat fan, but I do want to get more into it. I've heard that like the final boss freaking cheats, like he's a lousy cheat, but
lousy cheat, man.
All right, dude, this game freaking cracks me up. NBA Jam Tournament Edition. Dude, I loved playing this like with you or whatever. And like, I would just foul the crap out of people, just push them down, and then I'd get the ball and I'm like, yeah, SOB, stay on the ground. And then you like dunk it and crap. It's such a funny game, and it just freaking cracks me up. All right, Nightmare Busters. Yeah, I haven't played this one, but that's a hard as nails kind of game that I do want to try with you sometime.
That'd be cool.
Super Ninja Boy. Ninja Warriors. I'm looking forward to playing Ninja Warriors too. I haven't played that one much either. Then we've got like Operation Europe Path to Victory, 1939 to 1945, another strategic game. Operation Logic Bomb. Okay, here we go. Then we got Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures. Okay. So you and I remember...
It was like the biggest disappointment, but then we kind of liked it.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I remember renting it from the store and stuff, and I remember thinking, what the hell is this? And Pac-Man's all wandering around, and like we would just brutalize Pac-Man.
Yeah,
like we would have the slingshot.
Yeah, it'd be like, I don't know what the heck you're supposed to do with this game. Yeah, just whatever. Just get him pissed off and see what he does.
Yeah, and like he'd be like, what? And then he'd be like, wow, wow, wow. And then he'd be like walking down the road all pissed off, and then like, dude, it cracked me up all the crap that he would do because he'd be walking, and then he'd be like, he'd run into something, and he'd be like, ah, then he'd like smack it, and then the board would come and hit him and kill him.
Then he'd get sad and depressed, and then he wouldn't listen at all. He'd just like wander around like,
he'd be like, and like, but I feel like when we got out of like the first sort of land or neighborhood or whatever, the game did get better as it went on, and when we figured out, okay, you're on that he was on that hang glider, and you have to shoot him to dodge stuff. Like the game got kind of interesting. We did beat this game when we were younger. I do want to beat it again though, because I'd be curious to know if the game holds up. You know what I mean?
I felt like Pac-Man was like petty. Like something bad would happen to somebody else. Like he'd hit something, and then he'd see it, and then he'd just like laugh at him. He'd be like, ha, ha, ha. You know,
dude,
and it was just
dude,
like...
and there were times when I'm like, okay, you gotta give the hot dog to someone else, and then he'd just like eat it himself.
Yeah.
And he was such a selfish prick.
Yeah.
Like Pac-Man was such a freaking... So anyways, like, yeah, dude, and like sometimes like he'd be like going, and there'd be like this dog, and then he'd be like, then you just shoot the dog, and like, you know, and it'd like attack him, and same thing with the cat. Like it was, but so
it's a funny game.
It's a funny game, and I remember as a kid just laughing my freaking butt off just because of all the crap that like we would torment him, you know. And I remember Pac-Man 2 at the time. That was like the only way that we could play Miss Pac-Man. You would go into the arcade, and then you could play Miss Pac-Man. And I remember playing. Honestly, sometimes I would play Pac-Man 2 only to play the Miss Pac-Man arcade game.
That was fun.
You know? So that was kind of cool. This game, Paperboy 2, I like it, but it's one of those games where it's like, I don't think there's like an ending, because it's like, it feels like no matter how good you do and stuff, it just keeps going on and on, and more freaking ghosts come out, more bull crap starts happening to you, and you know, whatever. All right, then we got Parodius, another Japanese game or whatever. Then we've got the Peacekeepers, and we've got Phalanx.
I haven't heard of a lot of these.
I do remember seeing the cover with that guy with the banjo, and just like at the store and stuff, and thinking, "Well, this looks retarded."
Yeah,
you know?
What the heck is up with that?
Yeah, it's like a space shooter game, but it's like notorious for having like a really deceptive like artwork. It's weird, man.
I bought this to play banjo.
Yeah. Then we got Plock. Oh, Ian, you know about that Plock life?
I know about that Plock life.
Then we've got Pocky and Rocky. This is not an authentic game. Then we've got Pocky and Rocky 2. Again, this is not an authentic game either.
Reproductions.
Yep. But I think I might like those games. So maybe one day I'll get the real thing, you know? I'm not sure. Then we got Porky Pigs, like Holiday, freaking whatever. Haunted Holiday. Haunted Holiday. I haven't played that one. Then we've got Power Rangers, the Fighting Edition. You and I didn't really grow up with Power Rangers. I know Brian and Brandon were really into Power Rangers, but it's just, they never really clicked with me. So. Yeah. Okay, this game is probably in my top 3 or top 5 Super Nintendo games of all time.
I love Prince of
Persia.
Persia.
We got a lot to talk about with this game, because this game is freaking perfect to me. Prince of Persia.
Sit down, relax.
I'll let you start. Like, yeah, dude. What do you think of Prince of Persia?
Dude, I love Prince of Persia. Like, we were stuck at the first like 3 levels for like years, you know. And it was just kind of like, once we finally figured out how to get across, jump, and then you jump off that giant cliff, grab onto the ledge, and then climb up while the gate's going down on level 3. That was so crazy. That blew our minds. And what's crazy is like we beat the whole game without using the A, like holding the A.
Not quite. We only ever got to level 15.
Oh, okay. But we never beat it without using that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And
will you tell the story?
But here's the crazy thing is like, so when we were younger and stuff, we had no idea, like there's a mechanic in the game where if you want to get close to something, you just hold the A button, and then your guy will kind of step forward. Yeah. The way we would go forward is we would either hit up, so you would jump up and get a little closer, or hit down, and so you would go down and get a little closer.
Which, if you know this game, that's actually really crazy in some of these situations.
That's fudging crazy, because like there's like even on the first level, there's a part where we would try and like just run over and then hurry and get back so you could catch. Yeah. Like, because you can't hit up, otherwise you'll go up, and you can't go down, otherwise you'll go down. Yeah. So we would just run over and then turn around, because if you just run over straight, you fall and die. You know? We got to level fudging 15 with the portals. You go into the portals. We got there without using the A button. And I'll tell you what, dude, at like level 12 or whatever, there's like this part where there's like 10 or 11 or 12 like little choppers. And we were straight up like, okay, run. And we ran through that whole thing, and when we beat it, we were just like, awesome, we did it. Because we thought that's how you were supposed to do it. We just thought the game was fudging hard. Yeah. We had no idea that like there was this A button that you could just walk through the first one, and then walk through the next one. Like, we had no idea. So there's so many moments in the game that was just, we had a lot of time as kids, I guess, because we would constantly die, and we would like, you know, save the passwords and stuff so that we could go back to a certain level and stuff. But the thing is with level 15, we were stuck there because you finally confront your shadow, and we didn't know what to do.
That's true.
We would go to the far left, and there's this big old gap, and we're like, well, is there like a hidden brick that you could jump on? And then we would try and go back a bit and then jump, and then we'd fall to our death. Or we'd try and do a long jump and we'd fall to our death. And then we'd be like, okay, well, what about this shadow? And then the shadow, you know, you immediately pull out your sword and everything. And we didn't know at the time that you're supposed to sheathe your sword, and then your shadow will copy you, and then you merge together to become one again. So we were sitting here fighting the shadow. We're like, "Die, you son of a bitch!" You know,
you've been screwing me all game.
You've been fudging with me all game, because at the whole game, dude. Like, you would, like, go
I need
for
a
some
rat to help me.
Yeah, I need a freaking rat, because your shadow would, like, steal potions and stuff to get him stronger. And, like, there's another part where you jump and try and climb up through something, and then your shadow hits a little panel thing, and then the gate closes. Like, your shadow is a mother fudger. So, to me, I was kind of like, you know, we're trying not to swear.
Which is classic, kind of like you're building up all this animosity for them, which is supposed to trick you that whenever you actually fight them, it's kind of like you're supposed to let all that animosity go.
Yeah, exactly.
And put your sword away and
one
be
again. You know,
if that's not a freaking Arabian Nights riddle there, you know, I don't know what it is. Yeah. And like, I love that how that one level in the fire level, you just start and you fall and you like have to grab on as soon as you fall. I don't know how many times we fall and just fell into the lava. Like, I'm just people may not like that, but I love little things like that in this game. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I freaking love this game. I agree with you. I felt like whoever made this, Jordan Mechner or whatever?
Yeah.
Is that the guy's name?
Yeah.
Whoever.
Brad Meltzer, that's what I said earlier. That's a comic book writer. Or like he's like written books and stuff too,
But like,
yeah, Jordan Mechner.
There's people that don't like this game, can't get into it or whatever. I felt like whoever made this game, I felt like, man, the balls that you had to just start a level out where you're falling to your death and you have to make sure you hit the X button to grab onto the ledge. I was just so freaking sick, man.
Yeah, I love
and like, Prince of Persia's sick, man. Like I said, we try not to cuss, because of kids and whatever, you know. Like, sometimes it'll slip out, but anyways.
Whatever.
But dude, Prince of Persia, like, beating Jafar in the end and everything, it was just a sick game.
Yeah.
I've beaten the game like 2 or 3 times, and I love Prince of Persia. I will always love that game.
Definitely in my top 5 too.
Super R-Type. This is a little bit more like your game.
I like R-Type stuff.
I remember beating this game, but I don't. Maybe I haven't. I know you've beaten this game though. Yeah. You know.
I like just the level design. Like, every level is like a little different, and you know, a cave, and then this level where all the map is changing. I don't know why. I love shoot 'em ups whenever you've got the map as kind of like an adversary, instead of just only the sprites or the little like pixel creatures or whatever as adversaries. I don't know. I like R-Type stuff. Apparently, this is like the worst one, but I like it.
That's what I've heard too. But then I've heard some people say that some of the slowdown parts actually help. You know, because you're like, it slows down and then you can dodge some things. It's already kind of a slower shooter compared to other shooter games. Yeah. All right, this game, R-Type 3. You and I...
this is fun. We'll have to beat it sometime.
We'll have to beat it sometime. We got to like the 5th boss or something. And then we turned it off because we were just getting pissed off, you know? And like... But like R-Type 3, we were playing it maybe like 6 months ago or something like that. And so it's a game that I do want to beat, you know? Yeah. Pretty sick. Then we got Record of the Lotus War, another Japanese game. Then we've got Rendering Ranger.
Rendering Ranger.
All right. Then we've got Rival Turf. You and I played this a little bit, but
I don't remember that one.
Rock and Roll Racing.
Yeah, Rock and Roll Racing was kind of fun, right?
Yeah, it's similar to Biker Mice from Mars, you know. I've played more Biker Mice from Mars though than Rock and Roll Racing. So Run Saber, I have played that one, but I haven't beaten it.
I think I played Rock and Roll Racing at like the Nicoletti's or like a pizza place or something. Yeah. I don't know.
Then we've got Secret of Evermore. Secret of Mana. I feel like I've played a little bit of Secret of Mana when I was a kid, but I don't remember too much. Yeah. Then we've got Secret of Mana 2. I guess this one was released. Yeah, it's in Japan only or whatever. But then we've got Skyblazer. All right, Smash TV. Okay, so Smash TV, dude, I love this game. You know,
this is awesome.
And this is one of the best games that I've picked up in recent years because you and I, we didn't really grow up playing this game or anything. And, you know, when about 4 years ago when I started, like, building up a collection, I got this game because it looked arcadey, it looked cool, you know. But we've showed, like, Jake this game. We've showed, you know, you and I have played this game. Dude, I've played this with my older brother and everything. Smash TV's awesome. You know, I love going to the secret levels and everything. And, dude, when you unlock, like, turbo mode and everything, and everything's just going so fast and everything, like, it seems like the game just goes on and on and on because I beat the game regular, gotten all the chicks and everything, unlocked the chick room, gotten the 5 keys or whatever. Then unlocked turbo mode and then did it again, got the 5 keys and everything, unlocked the chick area, and then it just went on again, turbo mode again. And so I've beaten, in one sitting, I've beaten it like 2 or 3 times or something, just over and over again. But it's such a sick game. Like
it's fun.
I'm always down for playing that game.
Yeah.
Soldiers of Fortune.
More violence. I love it.
Yeah. I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah.
Soul Blazer. I did beat this game maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I liked this game. It was pretty cool. Just, hack and slash, and I liked the elements of building, like the way the game works is like there's a bunch of villages and people that are trapped away and stuff. And so when you kill the enemies and stuff, you unlock more of that world and everything. And then, you can talk to the people and stuff and they can give you hints and clues and unlocking more things. So it's an interesting game. I liked it. Got Space Mega Force, Sparkster. All right. Then we've got Spider-Man X-Men Arcade's Revenge. This game is fudging brutal, man. This is a game that is another one that I kind of want to beat, but I'm also...
I kind of did, too.
Yeah,
but
because...
I know it's going to be hard.
Dude, we beat, it took us forever to figure out, Wolverine's, stage, and, because the Juggernaut is pursuing you, and you have to, hit these anvil things to fall on them and crap, and, the game is just... Mechanically, it kind of sucks. Same thing with Cyclops when you're jumping into those things, and then if you're not on it perfectly, you fall and die. It's just, it has a lot of BS crap in it, but we got pretty freaking far. Some of them we beat both stages, but I don't remember exactly who, but it's a brutal freaking game. Then we've got Spider-Man, Venom, Maximum Carnage, Star Fox. I didn't grow up playing Star Fox, so I know it's there for a lot of people, but I don't know. Then we've got Star Ocean. This is another game that is Japanese or whatever, but I like these sort of English translation sort of games, Okay, so these 3 games, I don't know if we've ever beaten any of them. If we did beat one of them, I think we maybe beat Return of the Jedi. I like these games. We've got Star Wars. We've got Star Wars Empire Strikes
crazy
Back.
Hard though.
Yeah, and we've got Return of the Jedi. And so I like these games, and so part of me wants to beat these games.
I think Brian and Brendan had them first.
I think so too.
Played them from their house.
And you and I, we're not the biggest Star Wars fans or whatever, but I did like some of the level layout and upgrading your blaster to freaking plasma or whatever.
I'm an old school Star Wars fan where we called episode 4, 5, and 6 1, 2, and 3.
Right, yeah. None of that other crap. Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Yeah, I remember Brian and Brendan had Street Fighter 2, so we would play it occasionally, but I never played it a ton.
Yeah, it's fun, but not as engaging as some of the others.
I do remember Brian and Brendan's dad was really good with the skinny guy because he would
Dalsum, I think.
I think so, and he would disappear and crap, and we're like, man, you're good,
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. Then we've got Strike Gunner, STG, Sunset Riders. I love this game. This is another game I didn't really play growing up, but you and I, we've beaten it, and I just love bury me with my money and all just shooting, and it's a cool game.
Rooting and tooting and shooting.
Yeah. Then we got Supernova. And then oh no, but don't kill him. He's only doing what he was told. And then we're like, okay, ma'am. And you tip your hat and whatever. And we got Tales of Fantasia. Or wait, is that right? Fantasia?
Yep.
Fantasia. Oh, okay. I was like, why am I thinking of Never Ending Story or something?
Never Ending Story is sick.
Then we've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time. I love this game. This is another game we would rent a lot when we were kids and everything. It's probably my second favorite beat 'em up on the system. First is probably Double Dragon, of course. Yeah. But dude, throwing all those guys at Shredder and everything, it is a pretty sick freaking game. But I don't feel
as nostalgic about it.
As nostalgic. Yeah. It's just a solid game. TMNT, Tournament Fighters. Then we've got Terranigma. I guess this game was released in Europe and Japan and stuff, and it's the third game in the whole what do you call it?
The whole
there's Illusion of Gaia, there's Terranigma, and then the
Secret of Mana.
No, it's what was the other game that I just beat?
Illusion of Gaia.
No, yeah, Illusion of Gaia is the middle game. No, Terranigma is the third game. The first game I did beat, where I'm setting up the town and whatever.
ActRaiser?
No. Anyways, it was in the S.
You don't know, okay?
It's okay, man. Then we got Tetris and Dr. Mario.
Classic. I love these kinds of games.
Yeah, classic. I like them too. Dude, Brian and Brendan's dad was really good at Dr. Mario.
Yeah,
man.
Tetris 2. Dude, me and my mom played this for hours and hours.
Dude. Okay, so our mom, this was the cool thing is like we grew up with these two twin friends like Brian and Brendan. And Tetris 2 is the game that like our mom and their mom would play all the time. Yeah. And sometimes we'd be hanging out and we're like, oh, I know it's time to go, but let's not say anything because they're playing this game. And so like mom and like, you know, their mom would be playing this game and we would just hope that they would forget.
We'd even like fall asleep, like pretend to fall asleep so that, maybe they'll just let us stay over and spend the night and then we get out tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And then they would come because we'd be playing in the room or something. Then they'd come and be like, okay, it's time to go. And we'd be like, pretending like we're asleep. And like, So Tetris 2, I mean, I still play that with mom today. You know, our mom loves Tetris 2. Okay, this is kind of our game, like Tetris Attack. Dude, you love this game. I do.
Because I like listening to music and just playing this. Yeah. And I get destroyed all the time, but it's okay. It's fun to play.
I think, I don't know. You're definitely getting better and better. Well, thank you. Like, because I think the last time we played, like, I got 2 points and you got 2 points.
Yeah, and then you didn't want to play anymore. And I'm like, what the hell? We don't know.
But yeah, like, Tetris Attack is a good one to play when you're listening to music and stuff.
A lot of games, I just like doing that. I like playing something that's chill, that I can listen to music and...
Yeah. That's Thunder Spirits. Then we've got Tin Star.
Huh?
Then we've got Tiny Toons, Bust Loose or whatever.
Fun.
This was a cool game. I think Brian and Brennan had that game. And I did beat that game when I was younger, and I was pleasantly surprised with how much I enjoyed it. You know?
It was cool.
Then we've got Total Carnage. This game is just not as good as Smash TV. It's just not. Then we've got Treasure Hunter G. Treasure of the Rudras. Then we've got True Lies. Then we've got Super Turrican. This one's real, but Super Turrican 2, this one is not authentic. I did get like this and another game from Strictly Limited because they had like some kind of deal of like 15-20% off or whatever, you know. So that was pretty cool. Then there's UN Squadron. UN Squadron's pretty freaking hard, man. I do like it, but I'm just not very good at it.
Kind of hard.
Undercover Cops, another Japanese game. Then we've got Wario's Woods. Then we've got Wildcats, Covert Action Team or whatever, Jim Lee's. That game I have played, but it's all right. Okay, Wild Guns. This is another game that this is not an authentic cartridge. This is another Strictly Limited game. You and I, like 2 weeks ago, we got to the last boss of this game, you know? And I like the game, but I do kind of feel like it gets a little repetitive maybe. But like I do want to beat it. So like I said, we got to the last boss, but we haven't beaten it yet.
Yeah.
Then we got Word Tris. All the Tetris freaking crap. Then we've got X-Men Mutant Apocalypse.
Is that one any good?
I don't know. I haven't played it that much. X-Men Mutant Apocalypse, I did beat like 3 years ago, and it still holds up really well. I enjoy it.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Then we got East 3, Wanderers of East. This game, I like it, but it also kind of pisses me off. I got to the final boss, and like the hit detection is always kind of off. And I was fighting the boss, and I don't like, you have to pause and then click on items and stuff. It just, there's things about the game that kind of just irritate me. So I was like dying at the boss and trying to get closer and closer, and then I'm accidentally running into him and all this other crap. And then I was just kind of like, fudge this crap. So I haven't beaten it, even though I was at the final boss. I still have the save on there, but it got frustrating. Okay, the final Super Nintendo game, Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Dude, classic. This is one of the best Super Nintendo games too.
I love this game. It's funny because I have beaten this game, but I beat it by myself. And it's funny because like I disagree with people online because people, like I'll listen to some, top games to play with someone or whatever, and then people will be like, but you really need a second player to help you. And I obviously none of these people know what they're talking about or whatever because the game is a lot easier single player. Because when you're 2-player, if you go one way and the other person goes one way and there's certain levels where you got to book it. You can't kill everything because guys are just constantly spawning and stuff. So being one player and being able to move the screen around where you want and everything, that helps a lot with that game. Also, you get to hoard all of the items. When you're sharing items with like a buddy and everything, it's just the game is a lot easier on one player. Now, some of those later levels, because there's like 44 levels or some crap, you know, and you fight this giant spider creature at the end and stuff. Some of those last levels, I did just kind of book it, like get to like the one or two humans that I need to save, and then I'd save them and then go through the door. So some of those later levels, I didn't like explore the whole thing because they get so chaotic and crazy of things just killing you. And so anyway, so I have
the worm level is cool.
All the worms. Yep. And the giant baby and stuff.
Yeah,
and
that was
like,
wild.
Yeah, all those Chucky dolls that
those Chucky dolls were brutal.
Yeah,
and the Jason with a chainsaw. That one level where you have to go through a spiral.
Yeah, it was like a hedge maze.
Yeah, hedge maze. Yeah. I remember thinking, wow, that's crazy.
That's level 4, man. That hedge maze. I feel like that level should have been a little later because it's like hard.
Another level that was the one where you go to the secret little spot and fight Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, that was cool.
And that whole level, there's like vampires or something that pop up or something every now and then.
Yeah,
that level is kind of like iconic. Same thing with the Mummy level, first level. So there's just certain levels that seem kind of iconic for the game. Oh, kind of cool.
I agree. So I love Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but like, don't let anyone convince you that 2 players easier because it's not. So, anyways. So yeah, that's all the Super Nintendo games. Whew. Now we're gonna move on to the N64. How you holding out?
I'm tired, but we'll finish it.
Some of these other ones we will go a little quicker because we do have more nostalgia. With
Super Nintendo, that's true. You know? So a lot of those PS2 games, I don't know what like 95% of those are.
Right. So I do want to talk a little bit about the N64. When we got into the N64, honestly, I think we got the console around 99 or 2000 because what really motivated us to get the N64 is I remember being at David Little's house and playing Super Smash Brothers at his place. That was like my earliest memory of playing Super Smash Brothers, and I was like, dude, this is sick. And I remember we would watch like X Games at his house and stuff, and then fun. We would like swim in his pool and stuff, you know. And we even built like this giant
that's cool in his living room.
In his like little fort. Yeah, you know,
blankets and books and stuff.
Because like, you know, whenever you'd like sleep over at, you know, a kid's house and stuff, you'd get a bunch of blankets and build a fort, you know. And so
that was fun.
Yeah, I know the console.
We did that a bit. I think in Brian Brennan's house too.
Yeah,
and our house.
And our house. Yeah, exactly. It was sick. So I do have some nostalgia with the N64. We got it either Christmas of '99 or Christmas of 2000. And the 2 games that we got was 007 GoldenEye. That was one of the first games we got. And then we also got like Army Men, Sarge's Heroes 2. We got that game. And I remember, again, like watching my older siblings play the games and stuff first. And it's funny because like I think like maybe our older siblings wanted some of these games and stuff. But then it ended up like as the years went on, like they were older. So they kind of moved on with life and did things. But then it's like we got more attached to the Super Nintendo or the N64. Yeah. But I don't think that we were necessarily the primary force that was like, oh, we got to get this game, you know. But I do remember our older brother would sometimes, like, if we were playing a game and he didn't like it for some minute, he'd be like, games, because he thought like we were obsessed or something like that. I didn't think we were, but, you know, whatever. Anyways, so let's go into N64. Yeah, it definitely depended on the game because there were some games that I was addicted to, but... Yeah. All right, so first we've got 007 GoldenEye. Dude, beating all the stages on like 007 difficulty is brutal.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever beaten it all on the hardest difficulty, but I got close, if I remember right. Then we've got 007 The World Is Not Enough. This game, I feel like it's pretty underrated. I liked this game, and I feel like a lot of people say that it sucks and stuff, and I just don't really understand it. We did do the whole 007 playing multiplayer with our friends and everything. Yeah. We did do a lot of that and everything. But I think maybe 007, I liked more of the story and playing through the story and doing, like, shooting out the cameras and everything. It was a very immersive game, and I was blown away, you know, with just... Because I didn't play a whole lot of, like, first-person shooters, you know. So that was one of the earlier first-person shooters that I played, you know. Then we've got Army Men, Sarge's Heroes. I haven't played this one. Army Men Sarge's Heroes 2. This game I did beat when I was younger, but we actually didn't have this copy. We had a green cartridge with Sarge's Heroes 2. But I just remember like shooting all the tan soldiers or whatever, and like you're in like a refrigerator and you're like climbing up the eggs and whatever, you know. I liked stuff like that, you know. Then we've got All-Star Baseball 99. Dude, I love this game. I played this. Fun. Yeah, I played that game a lot when I was a teenager, and I always like we would always play like the Giants, the San Francisco Giants. And I remember, like, I loved getting, like, all of their stats up and everything. And, like, oh, Barry Bonds has freaking 100 home runs so far and playing the whole season.
Yeah.
And so it kind of cool, man. I haven't played these as much though. All-Star Baseball 2000, All-Star Baseball 2001. Then we've got Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. What do you know?
Are they the same kind of thing, or?
That's the sequel.
Oh,
yeah. Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie is like the sequel or whatever. Okay, Bomberman 64. Okay,
dude, this is such a fun game.
I'll let you take it away.
Dude, so me, Kevin, Jake, and Spencer, all 4 of us in high school would play this game a ton, the multiplayer, and it's so freaking hilarious whenever, like, you die, and you like, get hit or something, and then you get stunned, and then a person could run up and just throw you off a cliff, and then you could become a ghost, and then jump up on them and try to screw them up and try to move them towards bombs. Dude, so many hours of playing this with all 4 of us in high school, and just having the time of our lives, just... I don't think I don't know if I've ever even, like, I've never beaten it on single player or anything, but the multiplayer on this game is so fun.
Dude, like, and we would always play that pyramid level where the water rises and crap. Yeah. And I agree with you. Like, one guy hits someone with a bomb and they, like, bounce back, and then someone else hits them and then they bounce back, and then, like, someone just tries to grab them and chuck them off.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Dude, we would okay, our go-to is we would get, like, some Hawaiian Punch and some, like, dots, candy and stuff, and we would just play Bomberman 64 all night, and we were laughing and laughing. Sometimes it's like, it's a cool game because, like, sometimes it's almost like I didn't even, like, want to win because playing as the ghost was funnier. So I liked being a ghost sometimes and just chasing someone down, and, like, there'd be, like, 2 ghosts because, like, one person has, like,
2 wins. They need one more.
And if they get one more,
people are chasing him and trying to screw him.
And like, so Spencer would be like, no, don't chase me. And like, these 2 ghosts are all chasing it. And then one ghost jumps on him and he's going all crazy. And then he wiggles him off. So then the other one jumps on him. It was so freaking funny, dude. Like, we laughed and laughed. And dude, like, yeah. Bomberman 64 is sick, man. Then we've got Diddy Kong Racing, Donkey Kong 64, Doom 64, F-Zero X. You and I got really good at this game. I remember playing it on, like, the hardest difficulty and stuff, and it's the kind of game where it's like you can't mess up at all, like, as you're going. But there were times when you're going so fast and you would, like, go on, there'd be, like, the cylinder and everyone's, like, spinning around the cylinder going quick and everything. But I remember, like, just hitting the double R or hitting, like, the double Z, your thing could, like, you could bash opponents, and it would just be so tempting. Or you could do the spin thing to hit them. It'd be so tempting to just hit some prick guy that you want to knock down in points and crap. And, like, you'd, like, hit him and he, like, starts bashing against the wall and you're just laughing and you're like, yeah, get rocked, son, you know? But it's like, that game was pretty freaking hard, though. There were all sorts of, like, different levels and stuff that, like, you had to play over and over again to memorize it. And yeah,
great game.
Okay, so Gauntlet Legends.
Ooh, we played that a lot as kids.
Yeah, when we were younger, we played this a lot, but at the time, we didn't have a memory card. We didn't know that's, like, you needed one, because we're coming from the Super Nintendo. We're like, what? Memory card? What's that? You know?
Yeah.
And so this game, we would play, and we got to, like, the second land and stuff, but then we would always have to turn it off and restart our progress all over again. I did beat this game about 3 years ago, because it's a game that I always wanted to beat as a kid, but I never did. And yeah, it's a great game. It's fun, hack and slash. I like it. Kirby's, what's that?
Kirby's the Crystal
Shards. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I haven't played that one. Then we've got Knockout Kings 2000. I do remember Brian Brennan having this game and playing it a bit. Jet Force Gemini. This is another one of, like, Jake's games that he grew up playing. Lego Racers. I actually played more so the computer Lego Racers. I think this is similar, but I liked getting the blue pickups, because if you get, like, 3 blue pickups or something, then you could skip part of the map or something. It was like a time travel thing.
That's cool.
And so I remember playing this a lot, like, on the computer when we were younger. But all right, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I've never played this game. I actually kind of got bored.
I thought you did play Ocarina of Time.
No, I did play it, but I never beat it. I got like halfway through or something, and I kind of was just kind of like, eh. And part of it might have been because I didn't know where to go or something. So I was just wandering around, and I just got fed up with it, you know? Then there's Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. I know people love the Legend of Zelda franchise, and, you know, that's cool and stuff, but I don't know. I want to get more into it, but just maybe sometime. I'm going to start on, like, Link to the Past first, though. You know, more of that 2D kind of stuff versus the N64, but we'll see. Then we've got Mace, the Dark Age. Then we got Super Mario 64. I've never played it. I don't know. Then we've got Mario Golf. Then we've got Mario Kart 64. Yeah, like I said, I love the original the most. You know, Mario Kart. It's just some of these like newer ones. They feel a little flowy and a little just weird to me. You know, they don't feel as like gritty and grounded to me. I don't know.
The new one feels that way for me. Like it feels like it all makes sense, but it's only whenever you're able to do all the sliding and then the boost kind of thing. You know, like I like the new one a lot.
Then we've got Mickey's Speedway USA.
Don't know what that is.
All right. Then we've got Mischief Makers.
Mischief Makers.
We've got Ogre Battle 64. It's like Person of Lordly Caliber or whatever. Yeah, Person of Lordly Caliber. Then we've got Paper Mario.
Is it Paper Mario, RPG Mario pretty much?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to playing that sometime.
Yeah.
And we've got Perfect Dark. I didn't play Perfect Dark that much, but Jake loves that game.
Yeah.
Pokemon Puzzle League. Honestly, I wanted something more from this game. It's pretty much like Tetris Attack, but I thought there'd be more of like, I don't know, capturing Pokemon and doing more. Maybe there is. I just need to explore more of the game. I don't know. Quest 64. This is another one of Jake's games that he grew up playing. Rampage World Tour. Okay, Road Rash 64. This is another game that we played when we were younger, dude.
I think we played at our cousin's first, and it was so like sick. Maybe even on the computer before we did 64, and it was just so cool, just hitting people off their bikes and running from the cops, and great game.
Honestly, like I would laugh when I would like take like a pipe and like put it in their spokes or whatever,
and it had cool rock music too. I remember.
And I just remember laughing, just beating the snot out of people and crap, you know. Robotron 64, Sin and Punishment. This is like a Japanese only game. Star Fox 64. Yeah, again, I didn't grow up with Star Fox that much. All right, Star Soldier Vanishing Earth. I did beat this game honestly like 4 months ago, and it's just okay. You know, it's not my favorite shooter, but it's okay. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. That's another one of like Jake's games. Okay, then we've got Super Smash. I was about to say Smash TV, but you know, Super Smash Brothers.
One of the best games ever.
Yeah, okay, so I will say my favorite game for the console. For the N64, Super Smash Brothers is probably my favorite on the console. Dude, we got so good at that game and everything, and I love that game more than any other
my favorite too.
Smash Brother game. And I've played the new Ultimate one. I played the GameCube
Melee.
one. Yeah, I've played other versions and stuff, but I love the original one. And dude, I just loved dude, I'm like the biggest troll whenever I do play Kirby, because like people will be running at me and I'd like jump off and then like suck them in, and then I'd like shoot them out underneath the platform, and I'd just be laughing. And you were awesome with Kirby. Or Kirby was like your main guy. Yeah. And the funny thing is like
you were awesome with Link.
Yeah, Link was like my main guy, and we almost had this unwritten rule where it's like if you had like a main character and stuff,
you have to have the original.
Then you get the original skin, but everyone else can, you know. So you would play the pink Kirby, and I would play the
green Link,
the blue or that. But I would play like the blue Kirby or something. I see. Because Kirby was not my main, so I wasn't allowed to play the pink one, you know. And I think like Brian would play the yellow Kirby, I think, and Brennan would play the
orange or something.
Yeah, orange Kirby. Yeah, and so. Anyways, and I got really good with Link, and honestly, it was the kind of game where we got pretty good with all the characters. Like, we played all of them. But there's a couple of characters that, like, whatever, you know, but yeah. Okay, so I picked this up recently. This seems pretty freaking cool. This is like, you know, Smash Brothers Remix. They add in a bunch of stages and a bunch of new characters and everything. And you and I have played this a little bit, but it's a game that I would love to play. If we could get together with Brian Brennan and Jake, it'd be fun to play that and try out some of that stuff. You know?
That'd be cool.
Okay. Yeah, these games were pretty sick back in the day. Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Those were
I remember playing Pro Skater at like our friend's house, and like I loved the music playing on it and everything. And we would play like the graffiti mode and everything. And sometimes I'm like, okay, this half pipe or whatever is like freaking yellow. Dude, I just did a bunch of points. How did I not take it? You know, and like I remember doing the graffiti mode in the verses and everything. And yeah, these Tony Hawk Pro Skater games are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pro Skater 2.
Suicidal Tendencies on this.
Yeah, and
Psycho Vision.
And also like Rage Against the Machine was on one of them, I think. And
there's
Wave Race 64. Then we've got WCW NWO Revenge. Okay, this is another.
This is a funny game because we play with Brian and Brandon this game all the time.
Yeah.
And we had this like, so we would play the Brawl version.
Yeah, the Royal Rumble.
And it would be kind of like the people with shirts on were on a team, the people with masks were on a team, and then the people with no shirts were on a team, and then the people in the freaking
we call them the panties.
We call them the panty team. And the panty team was always the lame team because we thought it was really lame to be a wrestler and you're only wearing like a thong or something. So it was just kind of like all these lame guys, and we would like have all 4 of them fight, and then we would just kind of like narrate as we're fighting. Oh no, the panties guys got 3 guys on one. You know, it's like the panty picture, all the backstabbers and the freaking whatever. Yeah, it's just kind of funny.
And the funny thing is like, so we would pick like I forget how many wrestlers it was, but like 48 wrestlers. We do the Royal Rumble mode. And depending on who you get, that's who you work
His team
with.
is on,
So if like me, you, and Brian were all like, Rey Mysterio Jr. or like guys with masks, then like Brandon comes in and he's a panty guy. Then it's like all 3 of us would be beating on this one guy, And until like it got to a point whenever 4 of the same guys are out there, then we'd split up because someone has to.
And then we would be like, just for fun, we would just start attacking another person.
I know, yeah.
And then it would just be kind of like, wait, you're on the same team, and it's just like, oh no, it looks like he's freaking, betraying his team.
Yeah,
or whatever.
like if you're some dude and then you just, straight up club some other guy in the head.
Yeah,
it's just,
it was a fun game though.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun, but I think a lot of the fun was because we were just goofing off and everything, And I don't know crap about wrestling, I don't know. All I know is that like, if you looked cool, you seemed cool. If you looked gay, then you were retarded. It's just Okay, so Win Back Covert Operations. I love this game.
Cool game.
Yeah, this game I've beaten it like 2 or 3 times.
Story's all intense.
Yeah, it's a game that like it's probably my 3rd favorite game on the console. Like maybe like 007 is probably number 2. But that's probably my 3rd favorite on the N64 because I loved going through all these like maze like buildings and whatever, and then you'd like find one of your teammates that got killed and stuff, and you're delving more and more into the story, and the gameplay was really good. Just from what I understand, people say that's one of the first like
3rd-person shooters. Isn't it 3rd person or?
Yeah, but it's like using a duck and cover system where you're hiding behind stuff and lean over and shoot and whatever, and like. And it's pretty cool. I know like Gears of War like is like notorious for using that thing, but that came out like 7 years later or whatever, And I know there's other games that have used it, but Winback, dude, freaking Winback's freaking great,
It is cool.
All right, so this game I did get recently. This is Xenocrisis, and dude, this is old school, just freaking awesome, like similar to like Smash TV. You enter rooms and shoot crap up and everything.
Yeah, that's a great game.
You and I, we beat it on like using the elixir on easy, and then we beat it without using an elixir on easy, and I've beaten it on hard using an elixir because some of the bosses are a little different and everything, but I haven't beaten it on hard with no elixir using. So that's what I want to do next, is beat that game on hard without using an elixir, and it's freaking hard, man. It's hard, but it's so rewarding, Then we've got Yoshi's Story. That's kind of the successor to like Yoshi's Island or whatever, but I've never played it, so I am kind of curious.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the N64 collection. How you holding out, bro?
I am tired.
Yeah.
How long have we been doing this for? You think?
Probably an hour and a half.
Started. Okay.
Yeah, probably an hour and a half. Like I knew it's probably going to be like 3 to 4 hours, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll try to hang on.
So next, I'm going to do Game Boy and Game Boy Color. So this console is another nostalgic one for me because I remember going to a store when we got a Game Boy, and I think the first games we got were like Tetris was one, and then also like Double Dragon. We did get that one, and also like Wario Land 1 was another one we got.
Wario Land 3, the one that we played, or
it's called like Super Mario Land 3.
Oh, is that what it is?
Wario's
Land.
Quest. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So it's kind of weird, but. So that's how we got the Game Boy. And honestly, if I remember right, we might have gotten the Game Boy before we even got the Super Nintendo. I can't remember, but it could have been around the same time or something. I just remember like watching.
We had that gray, big old blocky one.
Yeah, the gray, and I remember Mom would play Tetris and stuff. And I remember like leaning over her shoulder, like watching, and then she'd be like, "Get out of my light! Get out of my light!" You know what I mean? Because she'd be like sitting on the couch with like a light, but it was so hard to see and everything, but we would try and be literally climbing on top of the couch just so that we could watch our mom play, And anyways, so let's go ahead and get into the games. And I guess real quick, we did get a Game Boy Color when Pokemon was released, and I do remember.
Dude, that's one of the best games too.
I remember going to Lancaster, Palmdale in Southern California, and that's where I got like the Pokemon Color, and Pokemon Red was like the first Game Boy Color game like we got or whatever. And so, anyways, so now we'll jump into some games. We've got Battletoads. This is going to be a little bit different because, Battletoads. You and I beat Battletoads literally like a week or two ago, and it's a great game, man. I love it. I will say, Battletoads, dude. When I was a kid, that brain level was so freaking intense as a kid. I remember just
still hard.
Yeah, it is pretty hard, but I remember just thinking like, holy crap, and like, dude, talk about intense gameplay, man. Just have a freaking brain chase you around while you're going through the maze. And there's this one section where you got to jump, then jump on this small little piece of land, and then jump over. I would die all the time as a kid. So that game does have some BS stuff in it, but it's freaking Battletoads. So what do you expect? You know. Then we've got Battletoads and Double Dragon. I've never actually beaten this game, but I think I've gotten pretty far in it. Okay, this game, Double Dragon, I am so nostalgic with this game because this game also kind of rips you off, man. It's old school because like I remember the fourth level, it's like 2D linear, you know, whatever. And there's this section where the ground is falling behind you. And then you have to jump over this fat guy or whatever. He's like this big old buff guy. You got to jump over him and try and kick him or get him over so he falls down. And then you got to hurry and get into the room. And while that floor's all going, you know, he just like grabs you and shakes you. And you're like, this motherfucker. Like, dude, as a kid, I would get so pissed off at that game. But I did beat it as a kid. I haven't beaten it as an adult. But like, same with like, there's this section in the last level where there's these like drawer type things that come out. And it was almost like luck to try and dodge these drawer things coming out, and the game is freaking hard, you know. Yeah. Or that one spot where guys come out and then you try and get sucked into a door that kills you immediately. Oh yeah, it's a brutal freaking game, you know. Yeah. So, anyways, then we've got Double Dragon 2. I don't have as many memories with this one though. F1 Race. This is another early game we got, and this one was pretty fun, but
it's not too fun now.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
At the time, I think it was kind of fun.
Then we've got Final Fantasy Adventure.
That's cool.
Then we've got Final Fantasy Legend. Final Fantasy Legend 2. Final Fantasy Legend 3. Then we've got Gargoyle's Quest. Then we've got Kirby's Block Ball. Kirby's Dream Land. I have played a little bit of the Dream Land games, but I don't think I've actually beaten these. Kirby's Dream Land 2. Kirby's Pinball Land. Is it Pinball Land?
I don't know.
Land. Then we've got Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Then we got Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages. And Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons.
What do you know? Some of these would probably be kind of fun to play because I like these retro type games and stuff, but man, there's just so little time and so many of them.
It is hard to, Then we've got Metroid 2. It's like Return of Samus or whatever. We've got Operation C, like more Contra stuff. Okay, then we've got Pokemon Blue. We did get this.
One of the best games ever.
Yeah, we did get that later. Pokemon Red. This is not like our original Red copy.
But this was like the first one we got.
But like, dude,
back in the day.
I have a lot of nostalgia for Red and Blue because it's like, dude, we would just... I've never played a game like that before at that time, you know, because we were like 10 or whatever when it came out. And it was a new experience and everything. I did like capturing all the Pokemon and also just training them up, leveling them up and everything. But I do remember even back then being like, what, you can't catch all of them? What a bunch of bull crap. You know, like I even at like 10 years old, I felt like the company was a freaking rip. Like they were like, you have to get these and then you got to have this this link and trade whatever.
We even bought that too. We tried so hard to get them all.
And like to this day, I've never gotten all 150 or 151 or whatever, you know. But it's like, I do have a lot of nostalgia for the game, but it's I don't have a lot of memories because it's not a game that you played with people. You know what I mean? So it's like, I do have memories of having a good time playing with myself and stuff, but not necessarily with people, you know? That's true. Yeah. So And then I think you got this sometime. This is Pokemon Brown version.
Brown, some kind of hack game, and it's full of bugs and whatever.
Yeah. Were you kind of pissed?
I was pissed because then it it didn't work, and then I was just like, what a rip.
Yeah. Then we've got Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Silver. Again, we played Silver. I remember playing Silver a lot more than Gold. But same thing, a lot of nostalgia. I liked that when you got the 8 badges here on the Western land, then you go to the, I don't know, Junto, Kanto, whatever. I'm not the hugest Pokemon person, but I do like some of these games. But I do like how you went to the East Land, the original Red and Blue area, and then did those 8 badges and stuff. So that was pretty cool. Then we got this Pokemon trading card game. I did beat that game about 3 years ago, and it's pretty cool to just simple whatever. I was more of like a Magic the Gathering kind of guy. We did play a little bit of Pokemon trading cards.
I remember having some back when we were kids, but
and I will say this is such a cool brother because one time don't mind me bragging about you. One time our mom got us each one booster pack, and I opened my pack and I got some crappy rare or whatever. And then Ian opened up his pack and he got a foil Charizard or whatever, And I remember feeling like, oh man, And then Ian was straight up, he was like, it's okay, bro. It's both of ours, And so, anyways,
good thing I didn't say right.
Charizard, Yeah, but you and I, we were always those twins that we got along well, and we did a lot of things together. We played basketball together.
And
stuff, we both rollerbladed, and we did a lot of stuff together. Because sometimes twins are the opposites, and they want nothing to do with each other.
That's true.
But we were very alike in our interests and everything. So then we've got Pokemon Pinball. This was a fun game. You and I were playing it for a little while. But it's
goofy.
You can't catch them all. It's so...
Yeah.
So, whatever, man. All right, then we've got Rampage World Tour. My wife likes these games, and so that's why I picked them up. I didn't play them that much, so. Then we've got Revenge of the Gator.
Revenge of the Gator.
Then we've got Super Mario Land. I didn't grow up with these games.
I remember playing...
You and I
played those recently.
Yeah, about a year or two ago, and we did beat that one. But then we've got, Super Mario Land 2, the 6 golden coins. And this one we haven't beaten.
I see.
So, we'll see. And then we've got Tetris and Tetris 2, or Tetris and Tetris. Oh. 2 Tetris games. But, the thing with Tetris, going back, is, I will always be nostalgic for Tetris. Because our mom was, the best Tetris player when we were kids.
Yeah.
And I remember at the end of Tetris, you get a rocket that goes up and everything. And I remember oh, Mom, did you get a big rocket? Did you get a big rocket? And then we see, and then it'd be a big one. And I'd be like, oh, man, that's crazy.
High score.
Yeah. And so that was cool. So then we've got, it's weird because it's called Super Mario Land 3 Wario Land. But I just call it Wario Land.
This game is one of those games that I don't know why. Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. I don't know what it is about this game. It was so different from all the other Mario games, but I kind of learned to love it. I was just the fire breathing thing and the hat that could get stuck on and stuff. It just had all these cool mechanics that are different. And I don't know, this, as far as these Game Boy games, this one might be the most nostalgic for me because I remember playing it so many times in the car and just going about and stuff. This might be my favorite Game Boy game out of. Granted, a lot of these I don't know what they are.
I mean, Pokemon is probably...
Okay, that's the second. Pokemon's probably the favorite, but that's probably number 2 for me.
But that game, though, is when you beat it at the end, there's some genie that you beat, and then depending on how many collectibles you get a crappy house that's a freaking log, or you get this awesome castle.
Yeah, if you got a ton of them.
And as a kid, I never found all the collectibles. Yeah. And so I do want to go back to that.
I kind of want to go and get them all.
Cool. Maybe sometime when we're hanging out, we could just take turns
together. That'd be fun, actually.
Yeah, we do have the Super Game Boy, and so that way we could play these games on
Super Nintendo.
The big screen. Yeah. So, and then we've got Wario Land 2 and Wario Land 3. And I haven't played these ones, So
it's cool.
Pretty cool. Yeah. All right. So the Game Boy Advance, honestly, Game Boy Advance is weird because I don't have a whole lot of memory of getting the console. I just remember, I think we did get 2 at the time, but it must have been maybe 2002, maybe 2003. I can't remember exactly when.
Either middle school or early high school or something.
Yeah, it might have been for a Christmas present or a birthday present. Maybe more of a birthday because I remember Christmas is a little bit better, but it's hard to say. Anyways, so let's just go into the games. So we've got Advance Wars. I have beaten that game. It's pretty awesome. But this is the one that I love a lot more. Advance Wars 2, Black Hole Rising. I've beaten that game like 4 or 5 times, and it's just I like the whole strategic, like building your units and whatever,
those are fun.
and having your heroes have like these special abilities and stuff. Like they're just really well done games, you know. These 3 games I've actually beaten recently, like in 2023. But we've got Castlevania Circle of the Moon, awesome game. We've got Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance and Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. One thing that's really freaking annoying about getting like Game Boy games and stuff is like, you know, I would make sure I would open up all my Super Nintendo games and make sure I'd open up all these Game Boy games to make sure I'm not getting like a fake cartridge and stuff. And a lot of Game Boy Advance, there's a lot of fake cartridges out there. So it's just annoying, like having to go online and look up what does a real circuit board look like, and is this a European kind or an American one? Like it's just frustrating, but it's like this day and age you have to, you know what I mean?
Since there's so many rip-offs.
Yeah, and Double Dragon, I think this is a remake from like the first game and stuff. I did beat that game, and you know, pretty cool. Dynasty Warriors Advance. All right, then we've got Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Okay, I do remember playing this game. I got pretty far, but I don't think I ever beat it. I remember playing that game while you were playing like Risk or something on the computer, and we would switch like albums and stuff. And I remember I was playing that game, and you played that Sigur Rós album, you know?
Yeah.
And I was playing this game, and I was like, okay, fine, you know, whatever.
It is your pick. And then it went back to my pick, and I played Sigur Rós again.
Yeah.
And you were like, what the hell, people?
I was so like frustrated because I was like, because that's the thing is we would play games, but we're listening to albums and stuff. And then I picked an album, and then we go back, so what album are you going to pick? And then you pick the same damn album again. And I was
really
like,
hooked.
Oh my gosh.
In high school, I was really like hooked. There's this time period for a few months or whatever where I was just hooked on that album.
Yeah. And it was the Teesbury or whatever. Yeah. And so anyway, so when I think of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, I think about that specific time when you were playing on the computer.
You were driving. Hey man, you played Iced Earth in the car when we were driving down, I think to Brandon's wedding or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was freaking losing it. Yeah. It's funny because those might be the 2 most like potent memories where you and I annoyed the crap out of each other from picking a music. Granted, I liked Iced Earth and you liked Sigur Rós, but for some reason in those moments or whatever, it was just not what we were feeling. And yeah, it was brutal. Yeah. All right, so then we've got Fire Emblem, The Binding Blade. This is like the 6th game. That was a Japan only, but it's like English translation, and I have beaten that game. It's great. Then we've got Fire Emblem. This is the 7th game. I've beaten this game a couple of times. Then Fire Emblem, The Sacred Stones. Okay, this game, there were times that I would get so pissed off because I loved that you'd go into like the Volney Tower, and you'd have to go do the 8 floors and everything. And then as soon as you die, then you have to do it all over again.
As soon as you die, because when one of your characters dies, you know, they're dead forever. So you had to turn the game off. And so I remember playing that game like late at night and stuff and just getting to like the 8th floor. And then like one of my idiot people dies. And then I lost all that progress, you know. And anyways, so yeah, I've beaten that game multiple times. I love Fire Emblem. It's one of my favorite great game series. Yeah. And then these I've never played. These are like ROM hacks where this is like The Last Promise, Fire Emblem. I don't know how good they are, but I'm interested to try. Then Fire Emblem Requiem. Then we've got Golden Sun. I've played a little bit of this, but like the intro is so long, I didn't quite like get into it. Then we've got like Golden Sun, The Lost Age. And then we've got Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Then we've got Mario Kart Super Circuit.
That'd be kind of cool to play.
Yeah.
I like some Mario Kart action.
Yeah. And then we've got Metroid Fusion. Then we've got Metroid Zero Mission. I am the kind of person that like, I do like to 100% games that I enjoy. That I did 100% Metroid Zero Mission recently. Like I just beat that game like a month ago or whatever. I tell you what though, some of the Shine Spark moments, for those of you who know, you know. It would get so frustrating. You have to, because like with you're not really familiar with too much Metroid.
No, not really.
Yeah, but like with Metroid, you get an ability where you can run really fast, and then you hit the down button, and then like Samus is charged, and then she can shoot off into certain directions and stuff. There'd be sections and stuff where it's like I got to get this like rocket or whatever, where it's like you have to run up, become supercharged, run over, duck down again, run over, duck down again, and you're resetting your shine spark over and over again, and you have to do it because you have a time frame. Otherwise, it turns off. And I would get so pissed. I'd be like, "Oh motherfucker!" Trying to 100% get all of the items and everything. And it was fun. It's a cool game. It's a great game.
Just frustrating.
Yeah, trying to 100% it is pretty annoying though, because some of it gets really annoying. Then we've got Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland.
Oh no.
Then we've got Kirby and the Amazing Mirror.
Oh man.
Then we got Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. Then we've got Onimusha Tactics. I love tactical games, like I said.
Yeah, I like strategy games too.
When it comes to RPGs, there's like 3 different types of RPGs. There's like turn-based RPGs. There's like the strategic or tactical RPGs, and then there's like the action RPGs or whatever. I think I do like the strategy RPGs the most. Then probably the action RPGs, then probably the turn-based. But don't get me wrong, man. Breath of Fire is my favorite, RPG of all time. So, and that's a turn-based one, All right, so this right here, Pokemon Emerald version, this is a bootleg. I got this from a friend, and he got cheated by like a game store. Yeah, and that's the thing that pisses me off is sometimes there's game stores and they don't check to make sure their crap is authentic or whatever, So I feel bad that, just anybody getting hosed like that, you know what I mean? And so, anyways, and that game is worth like $200. I don't want to drop $200 on like a 3rd generation because I don't know 3rd generation. I don't know anything past the 2nd generation. So it's like I didn't want to drop $200 on Pokemon Emerald unless I loved the game. So he played through that game. He said he put like 100 hours into it and everything. So if it works and everything, cool. I will try that bootleg version out first, reproduction cart. And then if I love it, then I will get the real one, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time. Rebel Star Tactical Command. Riviera, The Promised Land. All right. Then we've got Shaman King, Master of Spirits. Shaman King, Master of Spirits 2. Then we've got Shining Force, The Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. I did beat this game, and it's a fantastic game. I think it's a remake from like a Sega Genesis Shining Force game. And so, anyways, yeah, sick. Super Robot Tyson, like 1st generation. I did start playing that game like a week ago, so I'm just started. Then we've got Super Robot Tyson, New Generation 2 or whatever. Then we've got Tactics Ogre, The Night of Lotus. We've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, snap. Then we've got Wario Land 4. Man, did you know that there were so many Wario Lands?
I didn't know.
And then we've got Yggdra Union, and it's We'll Never Fight Alone. So that game is supposed to be real, like brutally hard, and I've never played it. And then you got this a long time ago. This is like
it was like 100 games in one, 150 in one. It's some bootleg thing on eBay that they're selling. It had a bunch of like NES or old school games, and I picked it up, and I was like, "Oh, this is like working and it's good." But then after a while, it stops working and it starts getting all janky and stuff. So I don't know. If you want to get ripped off, I guess you could buy one.
Isn't that what you played? Like
that's
Dragon
how I played Dragon Warrior on.
Yeah.
And then I played half of the second one. And then there's other games on there that like just didn't work or were buggy. And
dude, yeah,
jank, man,
jank,
straight up jank. So now we have the PS1 and PS2 left, huh?
Yep. So going into
get
a little bit of a stretch, and for those of you who are still watching, like thanks for watching and everything. Like I said, this is the only video game video we're gonna do. So we're gonna do it all in one fell swoop and
all in one go.
So the PS1, I actually don't have a lot of nostalgia for the PS1 because like we never got a PS1 when we were younger, and we literally only had like 2 PS1 games for like the longest time. It wasn't until the last 4 years that I really built up the PS1 collection.
Yeah.
But honestly, like at the time that I got the PS1 console, it was only like $30 or something. Like, and so, anyways, I'm really enjoying the PS1. Anyway, so we'll go into PS1. So first we've got 007. Was that Tomorrow Never Dies or Tomorrow Never Dies. Then we've got
I'll be loving you always.
And by the way, when it comes to the PS1 and PS2 games, like There's no reproduction. There's no bootleg, no Japan only stuff or whatever. And all of these games have the manual and the game, and so they're like complete in box. But here's the funny thing: I don't know what these games were like sealed and everything. I don't know what it was like buying these games back in the day. And I remember watching an episode of like there's this channel called like the Game Chasers or whatever, and they were talking about a game that like was like I think it was a Sega Genesis game, and they were straight up like, when you got this game back in the day, there was a fruit roll-up in that game. So if you don't have that fruit roll-up, you cannot call your game complete in box because it's not complete without that fruit roll-up. And I remember just laughing when I heard that because it's I don't know, it's funny to me to see the kind of stuff that people are sticklers on because like the gaming community is just big in a lot of ways that is just foreign to me, you know. But it just cracked me up. So some of these games might not be complete in box. I just know that it has the manual, the game disc, and the box. But there might be something missing or whatever, because I have no freaking clue, you know. I'm buying all these like second hand or whatever, you know. Yeah. But I just thought that was kind of funny. Like, if it doesn't have that fruit roll-up, you know. Then we've got Alien Trilogy. Another thing, too, is I don't care whether it's Greatest Hits or regular Black... I don't care. It's all good, you know. Yeah. Then it's got Allied General. Yeah. Then we've got Alundra and Alundra 2. Then, Ian, your favorite, Ape Escape.
Oh, dude, Ape Escape, man.
I've never actually played Ape Escape.
Yeah, me neither. But it's kind of a funny name. Ape Escape.
All right. Then we've got Apocalypse.
Dude, your voice is probably kind of feeling that.
I know. All right. Then we've got Arc the Lad Collection. This... I'm pretty excited about.
Yeah, do you want to open it and do all that? Or
sure. No? I haven't played this, but I know it's up my alley because it's like, dude, it's got Arc the Lad 1, 2, and 3, and then there's this like Arc Arena, and dude, there's like 5 or 6 discs in here, and it's just, yeah. And when I got this, like this also came with it. I don't know if this is legit or whatever, but it's some kind of like, I don't know. Looks like some janky freaking whatever. Like, it doesn't look like anything important. So I don't know if that's authentic or whatever.
Like, oh, you want to go rappelling and you play video games? Here's a freaking little link thing.
I can't help but feel like
keychain the holder.
Yeah, I can't help but think that this is like incomplete or something. Maybe there was something that it hooked onto or something, but I don't know. So it's like I got this straight up little freaking ring little thing. I don't know, man.
That's funny.
So yeah, so that came with it, but
Arc the Lad.
Yeah, we can open this up, you know, and I like all of the care put into this stuff, you know, because it's like, so we've got here's like with like discs and everything, and then there's this thing here which is like, yeah, there's like little. I'll show you first, and then I'll show them. There's like little like things, and
oh, that's cool.
You know, whatever, and also this is like a memory card, or is this a memory card? No, it's not. I thought it was a memory card, but anyways, so it's got like all this stuff inside. You know, I'm not gonna mess with this stuff. I'm not gonna do anything with them, but you know, still pretty cool. But what I like the most is I love manuals like this. Like hardbound, you know, manuals, because it's like, dude, look at all that, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, so I guess the gaming company, like people talk about working designs and whatever, you know, and it does seem like they really put a lot of effort into their stuff. And yeah, man, it looks freaking cool, you know? So, anyways.
It's Arc the Lad.
Yeah. Arc the Lad. So... yeah, I am going to play this sometime in the near future. I just don't know when. But I like strategy RPGs. So,
yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, Arc the Lad collection. Then we've got Area 51. Dude, I remember playing the arcade of this game back, you know, when we were kids and everything.
Yeah, this was fun. We'd always play it at John's Pizza.
Yep, John's Pizza. Like, that was like in our small town, that was kind of the place you would go for like kids' birthday parties or whatever, you know, and shooting a bunch of aliens and freaking, you know, whatever. Like, Area 51 was sweet, man. Yeah. Then we've got Assault Retribution. Then we've got Asteroids. I'll admit, I was a little disappointed with this one because you and we played it together, but it just...
it wasn't the same. We grew up on this like Windows 95 old school asteroids.
Yeah.
And that was kind of what we liked. And that one was like different.
I know that was like really cheap and everything, but I just wanted it to be more like our childhood. Yeah. Then we've got Azure Dreams. Then we've got Beyond the Beyond. Then we've got Board Game Top Shop. Then we've got Brave Fencer Musashi.
I think that board game is something you said I would probably like or something.
Maybe, yeah. I'm kind of curious to try it out myself. Okay, Breath of Fire 3. So this game, dude, I got like 16 hours into the game, and I love like Breath of Fire 1. Breath of Fire 2 is amazing as well. I wanted to play through the whole series, you know what I mean? But I got to a point where, for whatever reason, like the game wouldn't load beyond a certain point. And it was like I finished up the lighthouse and everything, and I was supposed to go into like the fairy world or whatever, you know. And here's the thing is like I had another Breath of Fire 3 disc, and both discs, they would all both stop at that part. And I was looking up stuff, and for some reason it seems like Breath of Fire 3, there's times when just your game would screw up, or times where your memory card would get corrupted. And so I tried to like, oh man, if my memory card got screwed up or whatever, my save data, you know, and it won't let me progress, maybe if I just go fight some random monsters and then put a new save, then maybe it'll work. I tried that and it still wouldn't work. So Breath of Fire 3 kind of pisses me off, because it's like I tried to get into it. And so if I do play it again, I don't want to go through 16 hours again just to have it fudge up on me. So that's one that like, I'm glad I own it. Sure, but I might just like emulate it if I'm really feeling like I want to play it, because I don't want to run that risk, you know. And that's one downside to having physical media, is like, yeah, sometimes the crap messes up or whatever, you know what I mean? So anyways, so yeah, Breath of Fire 3 kind of pissed me off. Breath of Fire 4, I haven't played that one. Okay, Brigandine, The Legend of Forsena. This game
was pretty fun.
Yeah, dude, this game, okay, out of PS1 games, this is my favorite game for the PS1 console. So there's like 6 different kingdoms, and I've beaten the game on like the hardest mode. And honestly, it's not a very hard game. Like I was playing it on hard, and I beat it with all 6 different kingdoms, including the bad guys like in the middle or whatever, you know. And playing it, it just reminds me of like strategy games from like computer games and stuff, you know. And I loved just like, oh, I've got this dragon, now he becomes a fire dragon.
Yeah.
I loved like, you know,
making leveling up the creatures.
Yep, leveling them up.
It was a fun game.
And it just, you know, I don't need to be running around and going from house to house and whatever. I'm okay with there just being a map, and then like, okay, now my army's going to go here and this other army's going to... I like board game like strategy type games. So yeah, Brigandine is my favorite game on the PS1 right now.
It's kind of Romance of the Three Kingdoms little vibe to it a little bit.
Yeah. Then we got C12 Final Resistance. Then we've got Capcom versus SNK Pro. Again, fighting games I want to get more into. But yeah, anyways, we'll see. Then we've got Castlevania Chronicles. Then we've got Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I did beat this game maybe like 1 or 2 years ago, and it is an awesome game. I played the Game Boy Advance games first, you know, but that game, I did the whole 200.6% finding everything, you know, whatever. And yeah, dude, just the boss fights and everything. It's such a sick game. Like, and I loved whenever you get the inverted castle and go through everything again. Like, it's a sick game, and I can see myself playing it again, you know, like, just awesome. And that's the thing, the fact that like there's so many games that are considered classics, like Chrono Trigger and whatever, that like, dude, I didn't grow up playing all these classics, and now it's like for the rest of my life I'll be working on all these games and also playing these games with my kids and stuff, and I'll get to some of those classics eventually. But I'm glad I did, you know, play Symphony of the Night. Awesome game. Then we've got Chrono Cross. This game, I actually borrowed this game from Ryan Donahue back when I was like in middle school and everything. I don't remember how far I got, not very far, maybe only 4 hours into it or whatever. But the weird thing is it's like, I don't know, Ryan would just let me borrow games and stuff. And I really appreciate that from him, because, you know, nobody really played PlayStation or PS2 that much. But Ryan was into the PS1 and everything. And so I do remember like traveling around, and there was some music that had like an acoustic guitar, and it just sounded freaking awesome. I loved it. So I do want to play Chrono Trigger first, and then probably play Chrono Cross, because it's been like more than 20 years or whatever since I played some of Chrono Cross. But I do remember feeling a bit like not really knowing what to do, you know. So then we've got Civilization 2. A game that I played a lot on the computer.
Yeah.
But
I still play Civilization 3 a lot on the computer.
Yeah.
Like, I just turn on some music and I just freaking play that game over and over and over again.
Yep. You don't need no game music. You just listen to albums.
Just listen to albums, yeah.
These games are sick, man. So Command and Conquer, I loved playing like GDI and NOD. And the thing that I love with, so I don't know how good the PlayStation versions are. I've played them a little bit. They seem pretty good. But we did play more of like the computer versions,
bonus missions,
you know, and it's like I loved like all the what do you call it, like
the cut screens, like scenes and stuff.
Yeah, the what they call it, FMV? No, I forget
live
what
actions.
Yeah, it's like these live action scenes and crap. And I loved how one guy would be like, "You seem tested," you know, and whatever, and like, you know, and it's just like,
there's an important mission for you. We know where he's hiding. The enemy of Nod is within our grasp.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like,
just very. It's awesome.
I'm a lot more nostalgic for Red Alert.
Dude, Red Alert. This is freaking OG, man. I'm glad you have these, because these are sick.
Dude, Red Alert. Okay, dude, the one cutscene when Tanya gets captured and everything, dude, gives me chills.
That was so crazy for my 11-year-old mind.
I know when we're dude, because she gets captured and this guy is all like being all sleazy and crap. He's got this like needle, and he's like such a pretty face, you know. And he's sitting here, and he's like,
she like spits at him, and he's like, I was hoping you'd say that.
Yeah,
he's like straight up like,
he's such a like dirtbag, you know. And he's sitting here and he's all like, he's got this needle and like she's like looking scared. And he's all like putting it all like closer to her tits and everything, you know. And she like hits him and crap, and the needle gets inside him, and then he slaps her, and then it's just like mission started, and you just
play the music, and you're like, dude, I gotta save her before this freaking reptile of a human gets to her. Or whatever.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, like. And like then when you beat the mission, because you have a spy go in to get her out, and then she comes out and she's like, you know, ha ha ha, she's blowing everything up.
I don't know why she's laughing when this is pretty cutscenes. A little different story, but
right. But it's like, dude, I'm so nostalgic for Red Alert and Command and Conquer in general, because like all the you know, like, you know, building and counting, and you know, like go ahead.
That cutscene though, whenever he like rescues her, he gets shot, and then she like moves the chair over on the bad guy. And he's like reaching for his gun, and the guy's like tosses her the gun, and then she catches it and starts shooting the fool. Yeah, holy crap! For my little kid mind, I was just like, dude, this is like freaking crazy. Like I was just like, man, this is like intense.
Yeah, some people would call those like cutscenes like cheesy and whatever, but to me, when I was younger, I was like,
it was so immersive.
This is so immersive.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
for me too.
Same thing with like when that guy's like, you know, Hell Hitler, and then you know Hitler's like, aber Dios. Then he's like Ickersten or whatever, and he shakes his hand and teleports.
Hitler out of the way.
Gets Hitler out of the way, and he's like, Professor, did you find him? And he's like rubbing his glasses, and he's just like, Hitler is out of the way. You know, it just.
Man. And then the whole time you're fighting like the Russians.
The Russians, it's like the Soviets, And so, and I
for StarCraft had great cutscenes too, like with aliens freaking eating people and stuff. Like those were awesome.
Cold, thank God for cold fusion, and like all that, and like aliens are grabbing people and crap.
The dude just like hits the bomb.
What is it, Lester? It's a Zerglin or whatever. like all of those.
You killed someone's poor dog, sir.
And like the Protoss are always like, you know, Intaro Adun and whatever. Like, dude, StarCraft was freaking sick, you know. And the '90s had a lot of those real time, you know, strategy games, you know, RTSs.
Yeah, I like RTSs. But they're fun.
The last thing with like Command and Conquer and Red Alert that I'll say is like, dude, the music and stuff was so freaking sick, dude. I remember just listening, and the dude's like, you know, I'm the mechanical man. And like, also like, you know, we must act before we can have a better world.
Yeah, it was a great. Frank Klepacki did a good job on the soundtrack.
Yeah, and again, like, I feel like listening to some of this stuff got me into metal music as well, because like the Warfare song, and then there's that part when it's like, you know.
Yeah, that's
like,
awesome.
And I'm a metal drummer because I do like the double bass stuff and everything, and I can't help but think that stuff like Double Dragon, Command and Conquer, all this stuff played into me wanting to be doing, you know, all this stuff, you know. So freaking sick. Anyways,
roll, man.
Anything you want to add with Red Alert?
No, just I love those games. They're nostalgia. They're sick. Just really fun.
And then we've got Red Alert, you know, Retaliation. I guess this is like on the computer. It's called Aftermath for the computer. So
it's the add-on.
It's like the expansion kind of thing. Okay. From what I understand. Then we've got Covert Ops, Nuclear Dawn.
Cool.
I know now I'm a little revved up since talking about Command and
Red
Conquer.
Alert and Command and Conquer definitely got me a little boosted.
Yeah.
It's like, a bunch of games I don't know. Oh, yeah, Red Alert's sick.
Yeah. Okay, Crash Bandicoot. So this game I am playing right now. And again, here's one of the downsides to physical media. Okay, so that game that I got, it looked fine, it played fine. And then when I got to this area where there's like this bridge, it's like bridge to nowhere level or whatever, the game would cut out. And if any of you have played Crash Bandicoot, the saving is weird. So what I had to do is like I tried cleaning the disc and everything, and I would play it on the PS1 to try and get to a save. But then if the game cuts out and freaks out, then I would play it on my PS2 Slim, and then that game would read it a little differently. So then I would get a little bit further, and then I'd have to switch back
to the other one.
Exactly.
That's
it
ridiculous.
was so annoying because there's just this part in the game, in the middle of the game, where it would just screw up, and I kept having to, you know, try and get to the save point, and then it was frustrating because if I freaking died or whatever, and I got a game over and I didn't get the right save and stuff, and then I went before and I had to switch back to the PS1. It's such a freaking nightmare. Now I got past it all and it's working fine or whatever, but that's one downside to physical media is like when your disc gets scratched and it's fudging up, you know.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, that Crash Bandicoot game is freaking hard. I'm about 88% through the game, so I'm close to beating it. But some of these last levels are freaking hard because I want 100% the game, you know? So I've never played Crash Bandicoot when I was a kid or anything. And here I am just trying to beat it all 100%. So anyways, then here's like Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back. Haven't played. Crash Bandicoot Warped, I guess this is like the third one. Then we've got Crash Team Racing. Then we've got Crypt Killer. I do like these sort of like gun con shoot 'em up games. I don't have gun cons or whatever, so I just play with the controller. But it's just hard to like find like a CRT TV or whatever. And okay. So these games are great. I love
DDR.
So we've got
this is our childhood for sure.
Dance Dance Revolution, Dance Dance Revolution Konomics, and I'll stop there for now. Let me explain something. When it comes to Dance Dance Revolution, Gabriel's the one that got me into it first. Yeah. I would go to his house, and he had Konomics, and he also had Dance Dance Revolution. But at the time, he only had a soft pad. And I remember playing songs like Dynamite Rave and you know some other stuff from those two. And it got me into Dance Dance Revolution. And then you and I, we got like hardcore into it when we got the PS2 and everything. Yeah. When we get to those games, then we'll talk a little bit more about it. But I do want to say, like, thanks, Gabe, you know, for freaking getting me into Dance Dance Revolution, because I love Dance Dance Revolution, and it kept us healthy.
Gabe is the one that got me into like electronic music too, because he gave me a mix of just like electronic music, techno, trance kind of stuff, and these DDR games too. Like that definitely like I could see how my taste in music and stuff was definitely like shaped because of those games and stuff. You know,
I agree. Yeah,
awesome.
Then we've got like DDR, like Disney mix. Then we've got Darkstalkers 3. Then we've got Darkstone. And then we've got Dino Crisis. I do want to play these Dino Crisis games. Then we've got Dino Crisis 2. I guess it's like Resident Evil, but with dinosaurs and stuff.
Oh, really?
So that's kind of cool, you know. Wild. Then we've got Disruptor.
Dino Crisis.
Yeah. All right. Then we've got Doom. I've played a little bit of Doom from here and there, like on the computer and stuff, but I've never been like a huge Doom guy. Yeah. I remember playing more like Wolfenstein Castle and stuff. You know what I mean?
Wolfenstein Castle, we played that at Brian Brendan's house a lot.
Then we've got Dragon Valor. Then we've got Dragon Warrior 7. It's pretty much Dragon Quest, you know? Okay, Einhander. This game is freaking sick, man. I have beaten this game. I beat this game about a year or two ago, but this is one of those like shooter games that it's brutally difficult. And just like you're saying, I like brutal games. And I like all the boss fights are freaking fantastic. And the fact that you've got like 3 different ships, you know, like I beat it with the one where you can hold like 2 pods or whatever. I do kind of want to beat the game though with the other ships as well, you know, because it's just a different way to play the game, you know. But yeah, Einhander is freaking fantastic. And dude, that last bit when you're trying to stop that rocket from leaving is just freaking great, man. So yeah, Einhander is freaking awesome. Then we've got Elemental Gearbolt. Then we've got Eternal Eyes.
Eternal Eyes.
Then we've got Fear Effect. And Fear Effect 2 Retro Helix. Then we've got Final Doom. Then we've got Final Fantasy VII. Okay, so again, I've never played any of these PS1 Final Fantasy games. I know that a lot of people love them and everything.
Ryan Downey had these.
Yeah, I remember too. Like, it's kind of funny because I felt like, because I like the way that I grew up, you know, because it's like I would hang out with some jock kids, but then I'd hang out with like the druggy kids, but then we'd hang out with like some nerdy kids. Like, I liked hanging out with everybody. But I do remember times like in middle school, going to school, and like Thomas, Aaron Worley, and Ryan would be like talking about Final Fantasy, or, you know, Tifa or some chick or Cloud, you know, and I'd like, oh, hey, how's it going, guys? And then they're almost like, pretty good, how's it going? And I couldn't help but feel like they were more like gamer people, you know, and they knew when stuff was being released. They knew about like magazines and whatever, you know, and me, like, when we would play games, it's just like, I don't know, I guess this exists now, you know, and we would only get into whatever we were shown, you know?
Yeah.
So I do want to play these Final Fantasy games sometime, but I'll start with the, you know, old, like,
Super Nintendos. And
start with the first stuff, yeah. I will play, like, we'll get to it, but there's Final Fantasy VIII, and then this one here is a little bit messed up, so be careful, bro. Final Fantasy IX, it's like, that. I did have a rubber band to keep it together, so anyways, yeah. All right. Then we've got Final Fantasy Anthology. This one, I think it's got, Final Fantasy 5 and 6. 5, at the time, 5 was only in Japan only. And so this is the only way that I can play 5. Then we've got Final Fantasy Chronicles. This one here is a little obsolete because at the time that I got it, you know, it had Chrono Trigger and it was cheaper because I wasn't sure if I was going to get Chrono Trigger for real. But I do want to play it on Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Know?
Whew. Hey there, guys.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're
having
having a good time. Hello, fellow gamers.
Yeah. All right, so this is the one that I will probably play first because this is Final Fantasy Origins, and this has Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2 on it.
Cool.
And these were like NES games or whatever back in the day. So I will probably start with those. And I can't play Final Fantasy 3 because like it was never like released officially until like, I don't know, Nintendo DS or whatever, some future console or whatever. So it's like I don't have Final Fantasy 3. I've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2, and 12. That's as far as I go in terms of like the Final Fantasies. But anyways, so spoiler, you know, when we get to PS2 games. But okay, Final Fantasy Tactics. I do remember playing this game a bit. I think I borrowed it from Ryan Donahue or something. But the thing is I didn't really understand what I was doing. I had no walkthrough or anything. And I remember getting to some part that like I couldn't beat, and I couldn't go back and like level up more or whatever, like do random battles or whatever. And so I remember just being stuck and thinking like, what am I doing wrong? And so I do want to play Final Fantasy Tactics again because I'm better at tactical games now versus middle school or whatever, you know. But anyways, yeah. So Frogger 2.
Frogger 2. Yeah. We'll have to play that shit.
Then we got From Mission 3. Then we got.
It's funny that the most basic whatever game is like what gets me going. I see Future Cop and whatever, and then I see Frogger. I'm like, let's do some Frogger.
Yeah. Then we've got Gekido.
It's funny.
And then we've got Gekkaio. Then we've got Grandia. And the Grand Stream Saga. Then we've got Guardians Crusade. Then we've got Guilty Gear.
Guilty Gear.
That's one thing that is cool with the Guilty Gear series is like, I guess those people are like into metal and stuff.
Oh,
so
really?
like different characters are named after like, you know, Kai Hansen and,
that's
and
cool.
Michael Kiske or whatever. Like, so Yeah, there's certain people. I can't remember all the characters or whatever because I haven't played much of the Guilty Gear games.
That's pretty cool.
But that's one thing that did kind of nudge me to be like, I can see myself getting into these fighting games, you know?
Yeah, that's fun.
All right, so then we've got Gundam Battle Assault and Gundam Battle Assault 2. These were games that we borrowed from Ryan Donahue, and I remember playing.
They were pretty fun.
Yeah, playing this with you. I don't know a whole lot about Gundam stuff or whatever,
yeah.
but I do remember that tall geese guy being a prick.
I know Gundam is like Gundam style.
Yeah.
No,
and like I do remember that dude with like he had like a big old scythe.
Yeah,
you know,
that was cool.
But I liked doing the special moves and everything.
I remember as a kid watching, because we still got a tiny bit of anime in America, and I remember the 2 shows I watched on like Cartoon Network or something as a kid. It was Outlaw Star, and then it was '08 The Mess Team, which was like an offshoot of like Gundam or something.
Yep.
And I remember those being really cool, but I didn't fully know what was going on because I'd just see a random episode and whatever.
Right.
That kind of like piqued my curiosity as a kid.
Yeah.
You know?
Like I have nothing against anime and stuff. I like some of it, but I'm the kind of person where it's like I just want to find the stuff that I'll really like.
Yeah.
I don't have to be super steeped in it.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about it, but it's kind of like
there's some pretty cool stuff
like the stuff that we saw, like Attack on Titan and Brotherhood, Full Metal Alchemist. Like some of that stuff was like pretty cool, and it's definitely something that I wouldn't mind checking more out. But I don't know, sometime.
But yeah, those fighting games are pretty cool though. Those Gundam Battle Assaults.
Yeah.
Then we've got The Legend of Jesse James, Gunfighter. Then we've got Harvest Moon, Back to Nature.
Jesse James.
Then we've got Hexen. I know, right? What?
I thought I was acting so good.
Yeah, dude. And you fell off and fell onto the
blankets,
dude.
Yeah. We did Jesse James movie. That's on YouTube somewhere on one of the old accounts. But yeah, kind of funny.
Yeah.
That was for middle school.
You were Jesse James and I was Frank James. Yeah.
And you're like, hold your pants, Frank, and then he stole all the pennies or whatever.
Yeah.
All pair of clubs or whatever.
No, Gabriel stole them all because he was like, hold your pants, Frank.
Gabriel,
I've got a royal flush.
And then we're all like throwing our cards down. I fold.
Then we've got Hoshigami Ruining Blue Earth. Then we've got Jade Cocoon, like Legend of the Tamamayo. Then we've got Legend of Mana.
Is that part of Suka Mana?
Yeah. Some of these are out of order.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know who could have done that.
Yeah.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah. So these Ks, we got to do these Ks first. So, yeah, they're a little out of order, but here's Cardia.
Cardia.
Then we've got Klonoa, Door to Phantom Mile. Then we've got Kodelka. Those are some heavy hitter games, but okay.
Hitters.
So then we've got like Legend of Legaia. Then we've got Legend of Dragoon.
A lot of Legend games.
Then we've got Legacy, or we'll do this one first. Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, and Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. All right, now we go over here. We've got Lethal Enforcers 1 and 2, and we've got Loaded. Yeah, that's my bad.
Oh, no worry. No, it's my bad. I got a battle order, but I didn't know what I was doing.
And then I forgot to add...
bag not included.
I forgot to add this as well. We've got In the Hunt. This is a really awesome shoot 'em up game.
Metallica's Load and Reload.
In the Hunt, it's like a submarine shooter because we have so many like space shooters.
Yeah,
and
this one was kind of fun.
Yeah, I like In the Hunt. We have beaten it too, so
yeah, In the Hunt was
okay.
Cool.
All right, so then we've got Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. So yeah, these are pretty sweet as well. It's similar to like Arc the Lad and everything, where it's just
same company.
Yeah, same company, and it's just everything looks great. There's also like a disc that's like a making of disc or whatever.
Oh,
so
cool.
It's kind of a documentary type thing, and
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then like I said, like
what is this?
Oh yeah. There's a little map. Yeah, it's like some kind of cloth map or whatever.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then also, like I said, man, these like hardbound, like, strategy guides or books or whatever, manuals, whatever you want to call them, man, are freaking sick, So again, I haven't gone through the Lunar games, but I am kind of curious to try them out, and just from what I've read online, it does sound like they'd be up my alley because I like old school. You know, I like old school type stuff, and
yeah,
you know, all that. So, anyway, so that's Lunar. Then we've got Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, complete. This one's a lot fatter, man.
That is
like it's a pretty fat mother, dude. And yeah, we'll open this up. This will be the last one that we open up, and then the rest should be But yeah, same thing, man. Like Lunar games, and then I guess it came with some of this stuff too, like
cool art and stuff.
Yeah, I think this is like a music disc.
Oh, cool.
You know, so a little soundtrack here.
That's cool.
You can look at it too if you'd like, and
I should put this on the music hard drive.
And then we've got like here's a map, and then here's some more of all this stuff here. Oh, I think there's a pendant too in here. So here's like this little pendant or whatever. I guess it belongs to a chick in the game or something like that. So
at least it's not just like a keychain that you don't know.
I know, right? It's just some random keychain. Like, so anyways, yeah, so that's Lunar 2, and yeah, not too shabby.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there we go. Let's put all this back.
Where's the Lost Vikings 3?
I know, dude. I would love like a Lost Vikings 3.
That'd be awesome.
Be sick. I think if I remember right, I think the company that did that also did like StarCraft or something.
I think so, yeah.
Like
like it became Blizzard.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Kind of cool.
Alrighty, now move on, you big stupid idiot. All right, so then we've got Machine Hunter. Yo, Mad World.
Mad World.
It sure is.
Goofy. It sure is. Mad Man's goofy too.
Then we've got Marvel Superheroes. Some of these fighting games. Then we've got Marvel vs. Capcom.
Cool.
We've got Marvel vs. Street Fighter.
Dang, Marvel fighting everybody.
I know, right?
Where's Marvel versus DC?
Then we've got Master of Monsters. It's like Disciple of Gaia or something. Then we've got Maximum Force. Similar to Area 51, dude.
Played this at John's Pizza too.
Yeah, I
Great
played
game.
this one a lot. Yeah.
Pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Like you bet I will.
Yeah. It just I like some of these like light gun con games and all that, you know.
That's cool.
All right, so then we've got Medal of Honor and Medal of Honor Underground. I played a bit of Medal of Honor, but I did beat Medal of Honor Underground when I was a kid. Where we got these games, we got. I bought those like about 4 years ago, but I do remember
PS2 ones in high school.
Well, that too, but we have played those, and I beat Underground when I was a kid because I remember our older brother brought those games home one time. I don't know where he got them or whatever because we didn't have a PS1, so it's like they were there and they're like our older brothers, but like he either didn't want them or something. Because then when we got a PS2, then I was able to play those, so they kind of just were at our house, and like sometimes like PlayStation games would just be with CDs and stuff. You know what I mean? And so, anyways, yeah. So I do want to play those again and beat them. Like, you know, like I said, I've beaten Underground, but yeah, pretty good games though. Medieval, you know, and Medieval 2. Then we've got Metal Gear Solid.
I've watched one pretty solid.
I know, right? I've watched people play Metal Gear Solid, but I've never played it myself. You know, so
I know they got Snake in there.
Yeah.
Snake.
Then we've got Micro Machines. I think V3. And we've got Mobile Light Force. I have beaten this game, just a shooter game. It's pretty good. Okay, Moto Racer. Now this game, dude, we played this a lot on the computer, and like the PS1 game is also pretty good. But like they arranged the levels like differently and everything. Like the level 2 was supposed to be that snow level, you know, and it wasn't. But I do like Motor Racer. I do remember playing it on hard and just being like.
Didn't you have Jungle Strike and Desert Strike or no?
No, I never got those. Huh. Yeah, we did play them when we were younger and stuff, but I never really cared for them.
Oh, really?
Do you like those games?
I thought they were kind of cool, but it's been so long I don't really remember them.
Yeah. Then there's Motor Racer 2 and Motor Racer World Tour.
A lot of motorists. I remember going on like the Great Wall of China.
Yeah, Great Wall of China. Yeah. Then we've got Mr. Driller. Then we've got like Miss Pac-Man, Maze Madness. Then we've got Nectaris, Military Madness. I don't know. Everyone's mad about something.
Military Madness.
Alrighty. All right, then we've got Ogre Battle. This is actually like a remake from March of the Black Queen, like the Super Nintendo game. And so I didn't feel a reason to get the Super Nintendo if I have that version, you know?
That makes sense.
So then we've got Omega Boost. Then we've
Omega Boost.
I know.
F65.
Yeah.
X5.
Then we've got One. Oh, what are you doing, man?
I was opening it up, but then it just fell apart.
Yeah, sorry. It's a little
Oh, that's okay.
messed up.
Static X and Loudmouth.
Yeah.
You get back in there. Do you not make me look like a fool on the video? Stupid game.
So we got One. Then we've got Pac-Man World. This game I did play for a bit, and then I stopped playing for like a month, and then I tried to play it again, and then I had to learn how to play again, so then I just stopped playing. So one of these days I do want to play it and beat it, but I didn't get very far. Then we've got Panzer General. Then we've got Parasite Eve and Parasite Eve 2. These games I do want to play sometime. They seem pretty sick.
Parasite Eve.
All right. Then we got Point Blank. I do remember playing these in the arcade as well. There'd be like these 10-second long, like, oh, shoot all the cows or shoot all the chickens and like random crap popping up. They're really like goofy, you know? And so, yeah, these seem pretty cool. Point Blank 2 and Point Blank 3. Then we've got Power Slave, you know, Iron Maiden, you know?
That's cool.
Then we've got Project Horned Owl. Then we've got Project Overkill.
Dang.
Then we've got Puzzle Star Sweeper.
Dang, more metal.
I know, right? Then we've got Quake 2. Then we've got R-Types. This game seems pretty cool because it's got like the first R-Type and the second R-Type game on
cool.
it. So
I like mind checking this out.
Yeah,
R-Types.
I like compilation type stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Then
Are you an R-Type of fighter?
Yeah. I think so.
I think so.
Then we got R-Type Delta.
I like these R-Type games.
Then we've got Rayman. Then we've got Reloaded.
Dang, still better than Metallica almost, huh?
Yeah.
The hardcore sequel.
And then before I forget, we also have Raiden Project.
Dang.
And I think this also has 2 games on it. So like 2 little shooter games or whatever.
So, really 2 great arcade
2
games.
games. Yeah.
That's cool.
So pretty sick.
Yeah, I like shoot 'em ups. Those are kind of fun.
Then we've got Resident Evil Director's Cut. So here's the funny thing with Resident Evil. I haven't played any of the Resident Evil games, but I did play Resident Evil 5 because like my friend had it. And this was like back in 2008 or 2009 or something like that. But I remember on Resident Evil 5, like I would go over to my friend Billy's house and then we would just play the survival mode where it's just trying to survive as long as we can, you know. So I didn't play the story. I didn't, you know, whatever. But I know people love Resident Evil. I'm looking forward to playing these. Got Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 3, Nemesis.
I've heard good things about it.
Yeah.
No much, but...
Yo, I know about that.
I heard about Resident Evil.
Then we got like Rhapsody.
You think they're going to have to change their name too?
I know.
Little Rhapsody game.
Little freaking Rhapsody of Fire, man.
Jeez Louise.
All right, then we've got Risk. Dude, you and I played the computer game a lot. And we would always do like Jink Radio or Sick Radio.
We have to play this today.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. And, you know, and it was cool because, you know, we would play Risk.
Games.
But we would do like a sort of like, we would call it Jink Radio or Sick Radio, where it's like,
Jake, Ian, and
Kevin, or like Chad. Sick would be Chad, Ian, and Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm always last, you know. No, but it's like I would pick a song, and then Ian would pick a song, and then Jake would pick a song, and we would play. And we would pretend like we're almost like our own radio station. Yeah, and like we would just play different music while we're playing Risk or whatever.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was cool. That. Yeah. So then we got Saga Frontier, and Saga Frontier 2. Real quick, bro, are you kind of surprised with how much games?
You got a lot of games. Yeah, I don't know what most of them are, but some of them look pretty cool.
Then Sayuki Journey West. Then we've got Shadow Master.
It's kind of like when I'm going on about some genre or like some band or something, I'll be like talking about them and stuff, and you're kind of like, I don't know, I don't care about that band, I'm like, whatever.
Right.
This is like how I am with these video, or I guess comic books or something.
Yeah, because I'm not a big comic book guy, but you're more of the comic book guy.
Yeah.
Right. Then we got Shooter.
You have a lot of
Starfighter.
You have some impressive games, bro.
Yeah. Then we got Shooter Space Shot or whatever. I guess these are some low budget games, but they seem pretty cool to me. I don't know. Then we got Silent Hill. Again, another franchise that I do want to play sometime, you know. I think that will be pretty sweet. So, never played no Silent Hill. Then we've got Soul Divide. That game seems pretty cool too. I want to play that one also. Then we've got Soul Blade. Now here's the first 3 like Spyro games. So it's like a collector's edition or whatever.
That's cool.
So that's pretty cool.
Spyro.
Yeah.
I remember seeing ads for this back in like when we were kids and stuff.
Yeah. I never really like got into Spyro as a kid or whatever, you know. Then we've got Star Ocean, the second story. Then we've got Star Wars Dark Forces. We've got Strikers 1945. Then we've got Sweet Coden and Sweet Coden 2.
Sweet Coden.
Then we've got Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. Then we've got Siphon Filter. Siphon Filter 2. Siphon Filter 3. Then we've got Tactics Ogre. And Tales of Destiny. And Tales of Destiny 2. Alright. Then we've got Tekken 2 and Tekken 3.
I remember playing these in middle school.
Yeah, I liked these games back in the day, you know. But I just remember like they are so goofy, you know. They're such a goofy, like, you know, you'd have like a panda bear fighting and whatever. Like there's just a lot of goofy stuff with the Tekken series, you know. I think I did like 3 more because I remember there was this part in the game where you could just do like a beat 'em up and fight regular guys as you go across, and you know. But yeah, I think like if I remember right, was the guy named Kazuya or something? I remember playing him and Hihachi the most.
Wasn't it like the old guy with the hair, like in the bad guy?
I think so. Like seemed pretty
like
bad to me.
Merciless father or something.
Yeah, because he like chucked his son off the cliff or whatever. Like
something.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I liked playing all the characters with Tekken to see what the animation story thing would be at the end. You know, and there'd always be this cut scene when you beat it with a character and see what they're all about or whatever. You know. So yeah, Tekken's pretty cool. Then we've got Tetris Plus. Oh man. Then we've got
your voice. For
I know, right?
PS2 is coming up.
Yeah. Then we got Thousand Arms. Threads of Fate. Thunder Force 5. Time Crisis.
Yeah, Time Crisis was so funny, dude. It was just straight up madness. Like a guy would be laughing while he's shooting you, and you're falling off a cliff together. Yeah, like it was just so wild.
We played Time Crisis 3, and like when we're like fighting those bad guys, and they're literally kicking a freaking forklift. Yeah, and a forklift is flying at us and crap. Like,
yeah, it was freaking wild.
Yeah, Time Crisis is cool, man. Then we've got Time Crisis Project Titan. So these are like the original ones or whatever, you know, PS1 ones. Then we've got Tiny Tank. Then we've got Tomb Raider. I never really played Tomb Raider back in the day.
I played a bit on the computer because we had like a game. It was like free on the computer.
Maybe a demo.
It was like a demo of Tomb Raider. I played it like a little bit on that, and that was it.
Yeah. Then we've got Tomb Raider 2. And we've got Tomb Raider 3. Tomb Raider The Last Revelation. And then Tomb Raider Chronicles. Dude, a lot of freaking Tomb Raider, dude. Wow. Tomb Raider. Then we've got Tomba. And Tomba 2. Then we've got TRAG. It's like Tactical Rescue Assault Group.
Huh. Yeah. Mission of Mercy.
Then we've got Trap Gunner.
I'm on a mission of mercy.
Yeah. And I said fire 'em. Then we got Vagrant Story.
Oh, dude, that's my name. My name is You drove a Chevy or whatever. Whatever he said.
Who are you anyway? Yeah. My watch is worth more than your car or whatever. Like, all right, Valkyrie Profile. That's a game that I really want to play because I guess the story is pretty intense and everything. And like,
I'm down for intense, immersive gameplay.
Yeah, and it looks like just a beautiful RPG. Vandal Hearts. Yep, these seem like up my alley. I love strategic RPGs, man. Vandal Hearts 2. And then Vanguard Bandits. Then Warcraft 2. You know, I've played a little bit of Warcraft like on the computer, and it's pretty cool. But
yeah, kind of similar to Red Alert, but then World of Warcraft happened, and then everyone got crazy about it, and I didn't really care.
Yeah, I never played no Warcraft, but
me neither.
Then we've got War Games, DEF CON 1. Then we've got Wild Arms.
I remember the soundtrack for Warcraft 3 was really cool though. Because
Yeah.
I remember borrowing the soundtrack from like Ryan Donahue, I think.
I think you're right. Yeah.
And I was just like, man, I love these orchestral type songs.
And we've got Wild Arms 2, and then we've got Worms Armageddon.
This game was fun.
Yeah.
I liked Worms.
And like Worms, what is it, World Party or whatever? Like, yeah, the Worm games were funny because, like, I remember, like, there's this item called, like, the Holy Hand Grenade.
Yeah.
And, like, you would launch the Holy Hand Grenade at, like, 3 other worms just chilling there. And then it'd just be like, oh,
yeah.
and blow. All these worms are all drowning. It felt like,
that was fun.
Worms is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, so then we've got X-Men Children of the Atom. I did play that game a bit,
Arcade Smash.
but I was trying to figure out how to do the secret moves, and I was having a hard time. So here's the thing with, like, fighting games for me. Instead of trying to win, I just sit there trying to do my own thing, trying to figure out the secret moves. That's like how I play the games, and then I never get anywhere because I'm sitting there dinking around trying to figure it out. And even when I look up like how to do it or whatever, it's
like too hard to do it.
Yeah, some reason it's just, I don't know. I'm doing something wrong a lot of times with these. So we've got X-Men versus Street Fighter. Then we've got Xenogears. And that's it for the PS1 games. There are some like great games that like eventually I will get to it, you know, and so yeah. All right.
Whew. So you guys still with us?
Yeah.
Are you with us?
So now we're gonna jump into the PS2, and so when we got the PS2, we did get it for Christmas, but it was probably like 02, 03 area or something like that. But I remember when we did get it, we got like these 2 hard pads, you know, so that we could do DDR. And I remember DDR Max was one of the games that we got. And I think, I can't remember the other games we got, but I think we got stuff like Dynasty Warriors 2.
Yeah.
We got like,
Great franchises.
maybe Medal of Honor Frontline might have been an early one as well. But I just remember on Christmas Day when we got our PS2, dude, for like 8 hours straight, we were
playing on the hard pads.
On the hard pads.
Yeah, that was so fun.
We were like working, because we'd played a bit, but like we got really good with those hard pads and stuff. Because like, you know, you could do like light and medium, but you can't do heavy songs on a freaking soft pad. It's just not possible, you know?
So it's gonna slip and slide too much.
Exactly. So I love, that's one of my, the Super Nintendo Christmas was really nostalgic for me, but then I also love the PS2 Christmas because, you know, just playing DDR with you and stuff all day. That was so great.
Yeah.
You know?
It was fun to just play the song because we loved the music, but it was also cool to be like, oh, let's get AA on all these easy songs, try to get AA on all these like medium ones, and then try to get AAs on all the hard ones, you know, and we never did get all the hard ones, but I think we got AAs on all the easy
everything
and medium.
else. Yeah. Unlocking all the songs and everything.
Yeah,
like,
it was fun.
When we get to the DRs, we'll definitely like share stories and talk about it because we've got some stories with that. So, but yeah, so now let's jump into the PS2 collection. And thanks again, everybody, for watching. Like I said, this is a thank you video for those of you who enjoy this type of stuff. And yeah, I've watched a lot of like video game content, and I appreciate everything that they've done for me. So, yeah, let's jump into it. Okay, so we've got Dot Hack Infection. This game, I remember Jake was playing this game, and I've talked to him about it from time to time over the years, and it's the kind of game that's like kind of weird because it's like a game within a game. It's an RPG about you being a kid who gets sucked into a video game, and you're playing a game inside the game kind of thing, you know? And yeah, so I don't know what kind of reputation these have, whether people love them or not. I don't know. I just remember Jake, like, he had like some people that he knew that were much bigger RPG people and stuff, because we didn't grow up with a ton of RPG like people and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But as I get older, I'm like, I don't mind getting into something with story, and like I don't have to always have Twitch fast gameplay, you know. I can't do that Frogger stuff. No, I'm not
I can't do the Frogger stuff either.
And then here's the second game, Dot Hack Mutation. Then we've got Dot Hack Outbreak. And then we've got Dot Hack Quarantine. And then we've got, this is a soundtrack for the Dot Hack GU series. So we've got Dot Hack GU
That's
Volume
cool.
1 Rebirth.
Soundtrack.
Then we've got Volume 2 Reminisce. And then we've got Volume 3 Redemption. Like I said, all these games have the manual and everything. It's just, I'm the kind of person that's like, if I get one game like one way, I want the rest of them to be like that. Like with the cartridges, I don't care about getting boxes and manuals as long as I like uniformity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like whenever we did have like manuals and stuff, I wanted to make sure that all of the games had manuals. So then we've got 007 Agent Under Fire. 007 Nightfire. Some of these 007 games I do want to try out. I'm mostly familiar with like World Is Not Enough and GoldenEye, but I've heard some pretty good things about some of these. Then we got 007 Everything or Nothing, 007 GoldenEye Rogue Agent, 007 From Russia with Love. A lot of 007 games.
There's a lot of these.
007 Quantum of Solace. Then we've got 13. Then we've got Adventures of Cookies and Cream. Okay, this is a game that, dude, I want to beat this game because you and I played it, and I don't know if I just didn't know how the save feature worked or what, but we like beat like 1 or 2 bosses and stuff, and then like we turned it off and we lost all of our progress.
That's right, yeah.
You know, so I want to play that game, and honestly, I want to play that with my wife too. See,
she would like it. Yeah,
because it's kind of funny, like one freaking bunny like pulling something to open something for the other bunny to get through, and I like those cooperative type games.
Yeah,
you know?
I think they're kind of fun.
Yeah,
little puzzle kind of action games.
Then we've got Eon Flux. Then we've got Aggressive Inline. Okay, I do remember getting this game back in the day because we were
cool music on this one.
Yeah, because we were really into aggressive blading and stuff, and it's funny because like you and I, we were like really into the the Yasutoko brothers or whatever.
Yeah,
you know,
Ido and Takahashi.
I can't remember, like but it's like again because they were brothers and they were doing flips and whatever, so we were like
rollerblading and doing flips too. Not as hardcore as them.
Yeah, but I do like remember that game being pretty good, but I don't remember all of it. I just remember
definitely not as fun as the
Tony
Hawk games. Yeah. Those are more fun, but it's still cool.
Then we've got Alien Hominid. I wouldn't mind playing that. That's like
I like this this type of If a game is kind of goofy like this, I don't know. There is something that's appealing about it to me.
Yeah, it's like a shoot 'em up, like 2D running around, like
Invader Zim kind of animation.
Then we've got Ape Escape 2 and Ape Escape 3.
Dude, Ape Escape.
Then we've got snap! No, it's fine. Artonelico, Melody of Alemia, and Artonelico 2, Melody of Metaphalica.
Are these those games with music in it or something?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. But I don't know exactly how it works. They're an RPG, but I don't know exactly how it works.
I remember you were telling me some game with music in it that was like kind of cool or something.
Yeah, it might have been. I can't remember. Then we've got Ark the Lad, Twilight of the Spirits. Ark the Lad, End of Darkness. Then we've got Area 51. Some of these like first-person shooter games that are like cooperative 2-player, I wouldn't mind playing with you as well.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Because then we've got Army Men Green Rogue. I will say it's like we did grow up playing Halo and stuff, but that was because another friend had an Xbox and stuff.
Yeah,
for
Chad had Xbox. Yeah. We played Halo 1 with him, and then in high school we played number 2 a lot because like I think Spencer had it. Yeah,
he had an Xbox.
Yeah, that was fun.
And the thing is like for me, I'm not planning on getting any more games. I'm done. I'm not planning on getting any other consoles.
You have a ton to play.
I have enough to last me my life. You know what I mean? And then whenever I die and everything, whatever my kids decide to do, they can do whatever they want to do. But it's like I like being disconnected from the internet. I like being able to just couch co-op. Hey, let's play together and sit down and have a good time together. I'm so tired of everything being online and whatever. Dude, if you said that you had a friend online back in the day, they would make fun of you. They'd be like, oh, you're gonna go home and play with your friend online, like. But now that's the norm. Like people don't even like have like real physical friends anymore.
That they go to their house,
right?
Or, let me skate to your house and we can hang out.
And I miss those days of like, oh, if my friend like, if they can hang out, let me just rollerblade to his house, knock on his door, and ask, hey, can Aaron play today? And like I miss those kind of just simple times or whatever.
Now it's like you send a text or
Yeah. Then we've got Art of Fighting Anthology, just a compilation. Then we've got Atelier Iris, Eternal Mana. Then we've got Atelier Iris 2, The Azoth of Destiny. Atelier Iris 3, The Grand Phantasm. Then we got Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance. I did beat this game.
Didn't people say this is like one of the hardest games ever made or something?
I don't think so.
I'm thinking there's some other game that's like notorious for being one of the hardest games ever. I don't remember.
Yeah, it could be, but I did beat that game like 3 years ago, and it's a fun game. I never really grew up playing like Diablo and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like that kind of style game, you know. And I know Jake is a huge Diablo fan, but anyways,
Sean too.
Sean, Sean loves, you know. Shout out to Sean, you know. And we've got Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance.
Actually, Sean will probably like this video the most because he's a huge gamer.
Oh yeah.
You know?
He plays a lot of games and stuff, and he knows a lot more, I'm sure, about a lot of this stuff. But one thing though is he might be more of a PC kind of gamer, so I don't know how much into consoles he is or isn't or whatever. I don't know, but anyways, then we've got Bard's Tale, then we've got Baroque, then we've got Batman Begins and Batman Rise of Sin 2. I do remember having this game when we were teenagers and playing. I remember playing the survival mode, like trying to last as long as we could, like while beating up bad guys or whatever. But I've never beaten the campaign or whatever, you know. Then we've got Batman Vengeance and Beyond Good and Evil.
Oh, goodness.
You know, the Buddhist mantra is not every man for himself.
It's so funny, dude. I love a fish called Wanda. That movie is awesome.
Beyond Good and Evil. What did Nietzsche say about... Then we've got Black.
Down the gullet.
Then we've got Blood Rain. And Blood Rain 2.
Movie's so funny.
Yeah. Then the Bouncer. Okay. Breath of Fire 5 Dragon Quarter. This game was so confusing. Back in the day, like, see, there's like almost like a timer, like you're being poisoned by the air or something like that. And then you would die and redo everything all over again.
But if you save it at a certain point, then you're kind of screwed.
But that game is supposed to be like a roguelike kind of thing. You're supposed to die, and certain things that you unlock and do, you play through it again and get further and further.
Really?
That game is like supposed to be like that. That's the style of that game. But at the time, I was so frustrated because I was like, what the fudge am I doing wrong? And I couldn't use the dragon powers because then I was just like, it'll use up more of my air or whatever, you know? So every time I die and stuff, I would be like, start over, you know, because I obviously did something wrong, you know. So that's a game that I do want to try again now that I understand what
so that's what we're doing wrong.
Exactly.
I thought it was just a stupid game.
Right, exactly. I thought it was just a stupid game too, you know, but it's supposed to be that way. You're supposed to
die and then
redo. And so I got to do it with like a walkthrough so that I know what the hell's going on, because you know, I don't want to get Breath of Fire be freaking bothering me, you know. All right, then we got Bojingai, The Forsaken City. Then we've got Bully. Then we've got Burnout 3 Takedown.
Bully.
Then we've got Call of Duty Finest Hour. I did beat this game as a teenager.
He's had some cool music.
Yeah.
It's like Medal of Honor and stuff.
That one, I love that game because it's funny because so many of these games were just kind of like, oh, here's a video game version of a movie. So you get to play the Russians first, and then you play, I think, the British and then the Americans. And so when you start off, they literally just copy Enemy at the Gates, where it's like, you know, here's your ammo, follow him around, you know, and so this other guy has the gun, and you have to follow him around with
like
just
what
ammo.
they did in the freaking Russian army.
Right.
They had more men, but not enough, like, freaking guns,
weapons and stuff. Yeah. So you follow this guy around, and then he gets killed, and then you take his gun and start shooting and whatever. But I like the way they split it up with having like almost like 3 different angles of the whole World War II. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
So then we've got Call of Duty 2, big red one, Call of Duty 3, and we've got Call of Duty World at War or whatever. Was it Final Fronts? World at War?
Final Fronts.
Then we got Capcom Classics Collection Volume 1 and Capcom Classics Volume 2. Okay.
Yeah, I like these. Dude, I straight up, man. These old school games are just like really cool. Hey, the first Ghouls and Ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I like these.
And one of these had the Black Tiger game on it.
Yeah, dude, that Black Tiger game blew me away. I was like, dude, this is like an old school game that I would have loved as a kid, and I still loved it. Like, it was sick. It
was cool. And there's some games on some of these that, like, for instance, like Captain Commando on Super Nintendo. I don't have that Super Nintendo game, but it's like I have it on here, and I'm okay with that. But then there's some games like Knights of the Round. I have it on here, but I was like, no, I want to play that on Super Nintendo hardware because I'm attached to Knights of the Round versus Captain Commando or whatever. You know?
Yeah, true.
And the other thing too is like some of these are cool because like there's Final Fight on one of these, and then you can play 2-player on the first Final Fight game, and that's pretty cool because on the Super Nintendo it's only a 1-player game. So yeah, I that's the thing that I love about the PS2 is how many compilations there are and everything. And also same thing with like I didn't play a lot of Sega Genesis or something, but being able to play some Sega type stuff is kind of cool. So then we've got Capcom versus SNK 2. We've got Castlevania Lament of Innocence, Castlevania Curse of Darkness, Castle Shikigami 2. I did play this one a bit too. Champions of Norath, then Champions Return to Arms, and then Chaos Legion. Okay, Chaos Legion, this is a game that I did borrow from Spencer at one point. I played it a bit, but I didn't get very far. But, you know, hack and slash seems pretty cool. Then we've got Chaos Wars, Cold Winter, Contra Shattered Soldier, Crash Bandicoot and the Wrath of Cortex, Crash Bandicoot Twinsanity, Crazy Taxi,
Crazy Taxi,
Crimson Sea 2, Crimson Tears, Cold Sept. I want to try this game out. This is kind of like a board game, like card-like game and stuff, and it's got strategy and everything. Cool. And so that's a game that I do want to try out. That would be interesting. All right. Then we got Daisen Raikou, like modern military tactics or whatever. Another strategy, tactical kind of game. So we'll see. Okay. Now here's where some major memories. And these are like our original copies that we got.
Dude, I love this
like
game.
On Christmas and stuff. We got DDR Max and we've got DDR Max 2. I love the Max ones the most. I've played them more versus the other DDR games. And like, dude, okay, we got pretty good. And I do want to share one story of like when we embarrassed ourselves. Like, dude,
Edge of what was it?
End of the Century.
End of the Century. Yeah.
So there's a song, End of the Century, and like we would like to go places and play on machines and try and attract people to watch, you know. And dude, we had like something like 30 people watching us, like because it was outside of a movie theater.
Yeah,
and
it was in Lancaster, right?
Yeah, it was in Southern California, and we were sitting here. And the thing with End of the Century is there's a part where it's like. Dun, 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 and then there's like a pause, and then a dun 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 dun, and so when the cool thing about when the song starts is like we would face backwards, and then we'd go dun 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 dun, dun and then we start doing our thing, so there's like little moments where you can do spins because you just hit both sides,
both sides and front. So you just do that and spin around,
and you spin around in a circle. But there's this part where it's like dun 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 dun, and we didn't strategize this before. But basically, there's a pause in the song where I get to move on to Ian's pad.
I mean, we planned it, but we didn't practice it enough to get it perfectly down. Yeah.
What we should have said is like, okay, when we switch pads, I move up top, you move bottom, like and then when we go back, I stay top, you stay bottom. We didn't say who was gonna go top and who was gonna go bottom. So during this pause part, like we're like doing our thing, and then we go and we both choose like top or whatever. So we run into each other. Yeah. And then we're both like, oh crap. And
then we just die. Our life just goes all the way down.
Our life just going down.
Because we were trying to do the whole, like, because we'd practiced it before and we got it down, but then when we actually did it in front of people, we just effed it up.
Because we didn't think about screwing up like that. Right? Like, because, we practiced that song at home and everything, but we just didn't think to strategize about that. So anyways, we ran into each other. We freaking died and everything. And now the crowd didn't like laugh or anything, like
we were laughing.
But we were laughing because, and then we got out of there. We left because we were like, how embarrassing, man. We just fudged up so bad, and there are 30 people watching, And so that's just a fun freaking memory.
Southern California Mall.
Yeah, but like, and then the other thing too is like, I remember like getting into songs like Healing Vision and like So Deep and stuff, and like. Dude, Burning Heat was great. I Feel was awesome. Like, there was just so many good songs.
Look to the Sky is an amazing track.
Yeah, and it's just... So I have a lot of nostalgia for the DDRs. And honestly, when we met Jake, like Jake played DDR too. Yeah. So then in Florida, we would go to the theme park.
Busch Gardens.
Busch Gardens. We'd go to Busch Gardens and we would play on the DDR machine at Busch Gardens. And again, try and get people to watch.
We played with Brian Brendan too. Like Brian Brendan got into it and it was fun. It was just awesome.
Because we got Brian Brendan into it, and then like on I think a different Christmas, maybe the following Christmas, they got 2 hard pads also. Yeah. So like, our friend group, all of us were really getting into DDR. it's
and
just,
Amy, freaking Jake's wife, also freaking is like big into DDR.
Big into
so
DDR,
it's
yeah.
It was just cool.
So as it is right now, I do want to get a hard pad, but I want to get one that's really good eventually. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what's like a good or bad one right now. Here, hold on one sec. Baby monitor.
Yeah.
Whoops, the baby monitor was on. So,
I was all like,
yeah, my son was making noises, but anyways, so yeah, DDR is great, and it's something that like
good exercise.
I'm not as in shape, and I would love to do this stuff. Like I don't care about like Guitar Hero and stuff, but DDR is something that I do want to have, like a hard pad, and yeah.
Me too. I'd love to get in shape and play DDR again. That'd be fun.
We've got DDR Extreme and DDR Extreme
Maybe
2.
that could be our goal for the next year or two. I don't know.
Yeah, DDR Supernova.
Yeah,
And
DDR
Supernova 2.
I would love to play through like the first games, try to do good scores on all that, like do that together or something.
Get double A on all of it.
on all of it or something, or
go
even
into another
A's.
game.
I don't know. Double A seems kind of hard on some of those.
Right.
But
we're getting old.
And then to go to the next game and try to do it as
do the
best,
same thing. I'd be down.
That'd be so fun.
And DDR-X and DDR-X2. But yeah, I've pretty much gotten all of the DDR games for PS2, or at least the North American ones,
Yeah.
Okay, then we've got Dark Cloud. I did start playing this, and I was having a hard time getting into it because it's kind of an action RPG kind of thing, but it has like this sort of system where you get thirsty and stuff. You like lose energy, so you have to like use items like eat food and drink water, whatever, to keep your thirst up. And it just kind of got really annoying having to go back and get more stuff. So it's, some people really love it, and maybe I could get into it sometime, but maybe another time I'll try again. But anyways, and it also has like a town building thing as well. Dark Cloud 2. So anyways, interesting. Then we've got Dark Watch, Dawn of Mana. Then we've got Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore. Then we've got Def Jam Vendetta.
Def Jam.
Then we've got Demon Stone. Then we've got Destroy All Humans. Okay, so this game is like one of the very last games I ever like rented from a store. It was somewhere in like 2004 or 5 or whatever it was. And it's funny because it's like I don't recall really renting a lot of PS2 games at all, you know? But I do remember like we were inside this like movie store place that we'd never been to before. It was like a little south of where we lived. And I remember our mom was kind of like, if you guys want to rent something, and we're like, okay, Destroy All Humans, I guess, So I have played a little Destroy All Humans. It is funny, because you're freaking like anal probing everybody, because you're an alien. And like, here's Destroy All Humans too. But I don't think I've beaten them, so just goofy stuff. Then we've got Deus Ex Conspiracy. And we've got Devil Kings. We've got Devil May Cry. These Devil May Cry games I also want to play sometime soon.
Yeah, I've heard them a lot, but I don't really know what they are.
Yeah, Devil May Cry 2 and Devil May Cry 3. Then we've got Dino Stalker, Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy 7. And we've got Disgaea. Dude, Jake loves Disgaea. He put in a lot of hours, and I guess there's like branching paths and everything. So he wanted to get all like different endings and whatever. And so yeah, Jake's a big Disgaea guy. I do want to play them sometime because they're strategy RPGs. Disgaea 2, Cursed Memories.
Yeah, Jake's pretty big into gaming and stuff too.
Dokapon Kingdom. Then we've got Dragon Quest 8. What is it? Like Journey of the Cursed King.
Dragon Quest.
And I will say, like, we don't have as much nostalgia for the PS2 just because we were in high school during this time and stuff. Like, not as strong as, like, that Super Nintendo era.
Now, when did we get the PS2? Was it in middle school or high school when we got it?
If I had to guess, it was either end of middle school or beginning of high school.
That probably sounds about right.
I think we only had it for maybe roughly a year, and then we moved away. You know what I mean? So, because we moved away in the middle of our freshman year or something.
Yeah.
So, that's how I remember, at least. So it was sometime in 2002 or 2003, I think, that we got it, if I remember right. Drakengard and Drakengard 2. Okay. So we've got Dynasty Tactics. Dude, I've played a lot of Dynasty Tactics. This is a strategic RPG game that, dude, people don't talk about. It really flies on the radar, and I just don't get it, man. That's one of my favorite tactical kind of games, and like, as you go through the game and stuff, there's like branching paths for like different potential stories and everything. Dude, I like 100% got all of the tangent stories and everything for like, you know, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and also Sun Jian or whatever, like Wu, Shu, and Wei. Like I did it all, and I love Dynasty Tactics, man. That was the game that like, okay, I did rent that game like I think in like 8th grade or something. So we had to have had the PS2 probably in like 8th grade or something because I do remember renting that game. And I do remember I was playing that game a lot. I was addicted. And the next day I had to go to school, and I remember like fibbing. I was kind of sick because I was not eating and not, you know, whatever. But I was like, oh, I'm sick, you know. But really what I wanted to do was stay home and play Dynasty Tactics, you know. And so I stayed home and just played a crap ton of Dynasty Tactics. And like, I just loved, you know, recruiting all the different like heroes and everything and like setting them up in a lot of combinations and everything. So anyways, for those of you who like Final Fantasy Tactics or whatever, like, dude, give Dynasty Tactics a chance. Like, it's, for some people they say it's hard, but I played the game so much that I knew how to not screw up or whatever, you know. But anyways, Dynasty Tactics 2, I have played a little bit, but I haven't beaten it. Okay, Dynasty Warriors 2. Dynasty Warriors 2, this is the game that got me into the PS2. So I remember walking inside of like a Circuit City or whatever, and sometimes they would have these little, you know, controllers that you could play and stuff.
And that was number 2 that we were playing on there.
It was number 2, and I remember, awesome. Dude, I was blown away. Here's the reason why Dynasty Warriors 2 blew me away. I'm playing it, and I'm like, I was playing like Dion Way or whatever, and I'm like hacking and slashing guys with my axe and everything. And there's this map going on where everyone else is fighting and everything, and it's like constantly announcing like, oh, this person took out this gate and this person killed this guy and, you know, whatever. And I remember as a, you know, I don't know, maybe I was like 12 or 13 or whatever. I remember thinking at the time, holy crap, the game is playing without me. The game is doing its own thing, and there's stuff happening, and it's not, and I'm not doing anything. And I loved killing like hundreds of guys and like leading your armies, and then like, oh no, I got to run over here to help out this area and stuff. Like, I never
just more immersive in a way.
Yeah, it was so immersive, and I'd never seen a game be on such a huge like scale. You know, it just seemed like so much was going on, and people were fighting everywhere. I mean, it's just the game doing whatever. But you know, in my mind, I'm like, whoa, dude, this game is playing. Like, I'm only playing like 10 to 20% of this small area, and I remember liking playing like certain missions and certain maps with different like heroes and stuff, because I wanted to try and beat it this way or go this way. And, you know, and like, dude, there were times where it was like when you're like low on health and everything and you're fighting like tooth and nail against some guy and you're blocking and crap, like it gets really intense, you know? And I do like Dynasty Warriors 2 and 3 more so than like 4 and 5 or whatever. But it's because I think that they were like harder. And I liked it being hard. I liked it feeling like it's a struggle, because then they started being like, you just flash and 6 guys fly away. And I'm like, I liked when it was just very methodical, you know? So you know,
they're fun games. I liked them too.
Dynasty Warriors 3, I did beat this game recently, like 3 years ago. But when I was younger, I literally beat the game with every character. I got the 4th weapon, the special weapon, with every character, and I got all of them max stats. So the health, I would play certain missions over and over again to get the, you know, Musou up, and also get the health, HP plus 10. I would get all of the characters up all the way. I didn't do that this time when I beat it like 3 years ago, but I did beat it with every general again, you know, and like, man, I love Dynasty Warriors 3. I will say, out of the PS2, Dynasty Warriors 3 is probably my favorite game for the PS2, you know, because I put in so many hours into that game, and there's just so much to do and so much to unlock, and, you know, and I still really like that memory that you and I had maybe 3 years ago. Like, we were playing like
all these like hard levels or whatever.
That's the thing. I always play it on like the hardest difficulty. That's the only way that I like to play it, because I like it being challenging, even though sometimes some BS freaking archer comes out of nowhere and you're going, and then boom, you die.
Some guy, some general you need to stay alive. It's like, oh, he died and you lost, and you're just kind of like freaking like, come on, bro, you're like in the safest part of the freaking, you know.
But how many times like I've been playing where I'm like fighting guys and I know that there's an archer, and then I just hit like block real quick, and then I block some arrows, and then get hit twice with 2 more arrows, and then I'm running. Like, the game is insane, you know. The game is insane, and it's just I think it was the Siege of Hefei Castle or something like that. You were playing, I think, like Zhu Hong, the guy with the axe maybe or something. I don't remember who I was playing, but like, dude, all these bad guys.
Zhao guy a lot, the dude with the spear. I remember playing him a good bit. Yeah, I can't remember.
I think like my favorite character for the Wei or the Blue Forces is probably like Zheng Liao. I loved him with that giant spear. Shu. I used to really love Zhang Fei, but as time has gone on, I think I do like Ma Chao more. And then like for the Wu guys, man, I remember really loving Lu Zhan, the guy with the two swords and stuff, But it's just, I like the fact that every other character had a different weapon and a different play style, Although all those guys with the fans, like Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi, screw all that fan crap, I'm like, you fighting with a fan? Nah, screw that, But like Dynasty Warriors 3, dude, I will always love that game, and just freaking awesome. So then we've got Dynasty Warriors 3 Extreme Legends. I was disappointed with this game because I wanted there to be more maps, but really it's just you could play the story mode of like Lu Bu and all the other people because there wasn't a story mode for them in the regular game. But if you're only going to just do the same maps, and there was like some new cutscenes, but it wasn't that much. It just felt like I wanted more maps and more, instead of just like, oh, let's just kind of splice this character into the same maps. And this, I was disappointed. So then we've got Dynasty Warriors 4. I did think it was cool that you could like accept duels from people. And if you win the duel, then their whole army's defeated and crap. Like, but if you die, then it's game over. So then we got Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme Legends, Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires. Then we've got Dynasty Warriors 5, Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme Legends, and Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires. I liked the Empires games. I did beat this game.
I remember we were playing these together a little bit.
Because it kind of blended the Romance of the Three Kingdoms game with the Dynasty Warriors, so you had the sort of management of like
trying to recruit people and all that,
But then you go into a fight, and then it's like Dynasty Warriors kind of thing. So that was pretty cool. Then we've got Dynasty Warriors 6. Dude, there's so many of these Dynasty Warriors games. And then we've got Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2.
Dynasty Warriors Gundam.
Yeah.
Wow, jeez Louise.
Yeah. Dynasty Warriors is like, they call them like Musou games, I guess. And like there's like one for Fire Emblem games. There's like stuff. Yeah, there's a bunch of different types of whatever, All right, then we've got Endgame, Enter the Matrix, Eternal Poison, Eve of Extinction, Extermination. Okay, these. Oh, no, you're good, man. All right, these games I do want to play relatively soon. Also, Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame 2 and Fatal Frame 3.
Ghost games.
Yeah, they're like creepy games where it's kind of like the way that you beat the ghosts and stuff is like you're a girl and you're equipped with a camera, so you have to like take pictures or whatever. Like, sounds crazy, but it seems pretty cool. So then we've got Fatal Fury Battle Archives Volume 1, Fatal Fury Battle Archives Volume 2. Then we've got Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X-2, and Final Fantasy 12. Yep, haven't really played the Final Fantasy stuff. Final Fight Streetwise and Freedom Fighters. And a lot of these were pretty cheap. Like whenever I picked them up, like some of them would be like $3 to $5. Some of them, 10 to 20. Like, because it's just, I think like maybe the PS2 is just not that difficult to collect for or whatever, But looking at footage and stuff, a lot of these seem like cool games. Front Mission 4, Full Metal Alchemist, and The Broken Angel. Full Metal Alchemist 2, Curse of the Crimson Elixir, Future Tactics. Oh, sorry, a lot of crazy things going on. Then we got Gauntlet Dark Legacy. I do want to play these Gauntlet games because, I played the N64 one, And we've got Gauntlet 7 Sorrows. And we've got Genji Dawn of the Samurai. And we've got The Getaway. And The Getaway Black Monday. Ghost Hunter. Then we've got Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Then we've got Ghost Recon, Ghost Recon 2, Ghost Recon Jungle Storm, Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, Gladius, Goblin Commander, and The Godfather, the game. I know, there's a lot of games, man.
I'll give them off if you can't refuse. When are you going to say that on the back?
I know.
Like a little fan.
I'll give... Yeah.
I'll give them off if you can't refuse.
Can't refuse, yeah. Then we've got God of War. Here's the weird thing with God of War. I started playing this, and I got to like level 3 or 4 or something, and then I just stopped playing, and then I didn't get back to it. So I do want to play the God of War games sometime, and I've played them a little bit, but...
Yeah, didn't Chad like them a lot?
He did, yeah. And then God of War 2. I mean, they're perfectly fine games, But that's the thing, too, is it's kind of like... Sometimes if you get into a game, like... If you're playing a bunch of hack and slash games, and then you come across a game, and it's like the 8th hack and slash game you're playing, you kind of...
diminishing returns.
Exactly. There's a diminishing returns where you kind of feel a little bit like, oh, I've done this before and everything, I'm sure it's the same thing with, turn-based RPGs, same thing with beat-em-ups.
Same thing with music.
Same thing with everything, because that...
Where you're exposed to first really is the best to you.
Because you're not surprised anymore. And so when I was playing God of War... I just wasn't really like, I was like, oh yeah, this is good, but I didn't feel like this is as groundbreaking as people were making it out. But at the same time, I mean, it was kind of, the boss fights were pretty cool. So I do got to take the time and play the God of War games, but just sometime, Yeah. Then we've got Gradius 3 and 4. Then we've got Gradius 5. Then Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec. Then Gran Turismo 4. Then we've got Grand Theft Auto 3. Grand Theft Auto
Eiffel 65,
Vice City.
Keeps popping in my head.
Then Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Okay, the Grand Theft Auto games, dude, everyone loved these games and played them and everything. I've played a little bit of like Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2, like on the PS1, because I borrowed those games from Ryan Donahue. Yeah. But like in terms of the PS2 games and stuff, I've played it a little bit, but it was always just to dink around. It was always just to shoot people and to act whatever. And everyone that I knew just did the same crap. They just blew stuff up and everything. Yeah. And so it kind of rubbed me the wrong way to where I'm kind of like, these games are just kind of these sandbox, do whatever games, but there's no purpose, So I'd like to play the Grand Theft Auto games, but actually go through the story so that then I understand.
A different perspective.
Yeah. Because right now it's just, that game where you run around and do whatever, And we've got Grandia 2, Grandia 3, Grandia Extreme, Grimoire, Growlancer Generations. Okay, this game is freaking awesome, man. So there's 2 games in this. It's like Growlancer 2, and then there's Growlancer 3 in it. And dude, okay, sometimes when you play a game and you screw something up, you're demotivated. You don't want to play it again. You're like, oh, fudge, man, I'm done. I had to restart Growlancer 2. I had to restart that game like 3 or 4 times because throughout the story, I screwed something up. And I wanted to save the one chick or whatever in like chapter 18 or whatever. And so, but I've never been more happy to start a game over. Like, I kept starting from the beginning because I screwed something up. And I was trying to use a walkthrough to make sure I did everything right and everything. But Growlancer is freaking awesome, man. I love the Growlancer games. I like number 2 more than number 3, but just the way that the combat plays and everything is just really freaking cool. And I actually let Brandon borrow that game, for a year, and he played both games and everything, and he agreed. He was like, yeah, it was pretty unique, pretty different. And so Growlancer, definitely check it out, man. I thought it was awesome. And then we've got Growlancer Heritage of War. This is actually the 5th game. So it's like here in America, we got the 2nd game, the 3rd game, and the 5th game, If there was some way to get like the 4th game, the Japanese one, like someone released an English translation bootleg for the PS2. I know they've released it for like the PSP or whatever,
Where's the first one?
First one, I think it's on the PS1, but again, Japan only. Any game in the PS1 or PS2, like the Tearing Saga and stuff, that could be physically released with like English patch, I would totally be down with picking that up. You know what I mean? Because there's certain Japan only games that would be awesome, but I don't know if it's just too difficult with the disc or whatever. Like I don't really know. And so, but yeah, dude, Growlancer is great, and not much more to add, but yeah. Now we got Guilty Gear X, same as the PS1, and Guilty Gear X2. Then we've got Guilty Gear Isuka, and then Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus. A mouthful. Then we've got Gun.
Gun. That's not a game. Gun.
But then why not just have gun when you can have Gungrave?
Oh man, Gungrave.
And we've got Gungrave Overdose.
Dude.
Then we've got Half-Life. I know there's some games that I know that the PS2 port is probably not as good as the computer and everything. Like I know like the Half-Life people that love Half-Life, they're probably just dude, whatever. But I still want to see what the PS2 version can do and you know all that. So anyways, then we've got Harvest Moon, Save the Homeland, Harvest Moon, A Wonderful Life. It sure is. Then we got Heavenly Guardian. Then Heroes of Might and Magic. It's like Legend of the Quest for the Dragon Bone Staff. Yeah. Then we've got Hitman 2, Silent Assassin, Hitman Contracts.
Hitman was like a comic book in the 90s.
Yeah, Hitman Blood Money. I played a little bit of one of these games with Chad, and it does seem interesting and stuff, but I gotta be ready to be more immersed in everything, you know? So, yeah. Then we've got Hunter, The Reckoning Wayward. Then we've got iNinja. Then we've got Ico. We've got In the Groove. That's just more DDR type stuff.
Cool.
You know, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. Then we've got Innocent Life, A Futuristic Harvest Moon, and Jade Cocoon 2. Yeah, I'll try and go quick with some of these.
Yeah, it's been a couple hours already.
Oh yeah, probably like 3 by now. Yeah. Yeah. Feel free if you have anything you want to add. I know that the PS2 you don't know as much of these games, but
no.
Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, I have beaten this game and that's a great game. I love the Jak and Daxter game. Jak and Daxter or Jak 2, I played this for a bit and I don't know, it wasn't really clicking for me. It was just I didn't like the whole hub world thing, like going from place to place. I felt like I was traveling more than actually playing the game, if that makes sense. And it's like, dude, like where's the gameplay? You know, so maybe I just need to get further on. But
man.
Yeah. Then we got Jak 3. Then we got Jak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier. Then we got Jak X Combat Racing, Justice League Heroes, Katamari Damacy, Kessen 2, and Kessen 3. I know Jake's younger brother like played the Kessen games and liked them and stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't mind trying those out for sure. Kill Switch, Kill Zone, Kim Possible, What's the Switch? Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so Kingdom Hearts kind of pissed me off because I did play that game when I was in high school. And it's interesting. I liked it, but then it got to some point in the game where I thought I was about to beat the game. And then it was like, oh, you have to go back because, I don't know, the shadows or whatever causing issues. And you got to go back to World 1 and redo everything over again. And when that happened, I was like, no, I'm done with this game. I beat it, you know. And so maybe I only got like halfway through. I don't know. That's how I remember it. Like, I just remember having to go back to like the previous levels and feeling like, I don't want to do this all over again, you know. So I do want to play Kingdom Hearts again to see, because last time I played it was like 20 years ago. You know what I mean? So, anyway, and I know people love these games, but yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2, then Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Then we got King of Fighters 11. Then we've got King Kong. Then we've got Klonoa 2, Lunatea's Veil. Then we got Kaya Dark Lineage. All right, then we've got La Pucelle Tactics. This is a game that Jake owned back when we were teenagers, and I remember borrowing it from him and getting, I think I got maybe like a quarter of the way or halfway through the game. It's a strategy RPG that I liked, but it was kind of goofy too, and I feel like I maybe wasn't doing anything correctly or something, you know? But that's another game, La Pucelle Tactics, that I do want to play again to see, get the full effect or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Then we've got Legaia 2, Dual Saga. Then we got Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen 2, Legacy of Kain, Defiance, Legend of K. Then we've got these Lego games. Lego Batman video game. A lot of people love the Lego games, but I've never played them, so I don't know. Then we've got like Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventure. Whoa. Then we've got Lego Star Wars, the video game. Then we've got Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. Then we've got Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. I did like this game whenever I was like a teenager. I did play it, And I did think it was kind of crazy because they would use sections of the movie and everything, and then it would kind of bleed into the game and everything. And at the time, I remember being kind of blown away, like, oh snap, now I'm Legolas or whatever. But you had to almost like replay a bunch of levels and stuff to get like a perfect score and everything. But I liked the whole use my points to learn a new move, and now I can do extra stuff, gain more stats, gain more health, whatever. Like, yeah, that game was sick. And then Lord of the Rings Return of the King, this game was also really good, but I didn't beat this one. Not like the Two Towers, but I remember playing that game with Chad. And Chad and I, we got pretty far.
Is there a Fellowship one or no?
No, not in the style of that. There is a Fellowship game, but it looks different. And it seems like people don't like it or whatever, and it didn't look all that great to me either when I was looking at footage. So, because it is kind of weird not having the full trilogy. You'd think that,
kind of weird.
Okay, Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. This is a game that I remember as a teenager being like, that's cool that they're taking the Lord of the Rings and making it like an RPG. And so this is one game that like 4 years ago when I was like, I want to get back into video games, that was one game that I wanted to get, because I remember as a teenager thinking like, that would be cool to play that. And now I did play it. I played it about 4 years ago. I beat it and everything. It's okay. I feel like the first half of the game is a lot better than the second half, because there's some stuff that kind of just drags on. And you play like this kind of ragtag team trying to catch up with the Fellowship and everything. So it's a cool idea, but I feel like it could have been executed a lot better. So then we've got Luxor, Pharaoh's Challenge. Then we've got Makai Kingdom, Chronicles of the Sacred Tome. Then we've got Manakemia, Alchemist of Al Revis, and Manakemia 2, Fall of Alchemy, and the Mark of Kree.
Mark of Kree?
What is that? What is that? Yeah, thanks, bro, for doing this. I know it's freaking long. Okay. Then we've got Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
If the camera wasn't working, we have to do it again. I would be like, no, we ain't doing that.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. I wouldn't mind playing some of these games with you too.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That'd be pretty cool.
I like comic book stuff.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX 2. Maximo Ghost of Glory. Maximo versus Army of Zin. I do want to try these ones out too. But Max Payne and Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne. Okay, Medal of Honor Frontline. When I first saw this game, dude, I was freaking blown away, because like the first stage is like that whole D-Day thing, and you're like riding on those like pod things or whatever, those transports, and you look back and there's like a guy like throwing up or whatever, and when you get on and everything, those machine gun nests just shooting down on you. Like we were at it was some kind of pool party or whatever. There were some people like playing in the pool, some people just hanging out. And I remember this guy had this like big screen TV, and they were it was the Dirchies, and they were playing.
I almost drowned there in the pool.
Yeah, because you were upside down from the
floating thing, and they were all wrestling, and it pinned me in a way that kept me underwater.
Yeah, that's scary, man.
That's scary.
I'm glad you didn't die.
I'm glad I didn't too.
But I remember because they had a PS2, and this was the first. This might have been one of the first times I saw a PS2, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I remember looking at the graphics and everything and seeing the whole coming up out of the water and everything on that first stage and being like, holy crap. But honestly, I remember everyone just kind of taking turns, because no one could really beat the first stage, And it just... Anyway, so I will always remember that moment on Frontline, that pool party, and seeing Frontline for the first time and being like, holy crap, this is crazy. And again, the music in the Medal of Honor games are so freaking good. I like in like the second or maybe the third mission or whatever, when you're like traveling around and you hear this guy being interrogated, and he's like, what is your name? And he's like, oh, Sergeant blah, 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 and whatever. And then he's like, what is your name? Then you just hear, whatever. And then the guy like shoots him, and then you come in there and then shoot the guys, and, stuff to make you feel more immersed. I've beaten Frontline probably like 2 times or so, and it's a great game. I think it's awesome, but I don't know, I'm the guy who doesn't know much about video games, right? So what do I know? I don't know. Then we've got Medal of Honor Rising Sun. I haven't played that. Medal of Honor European Assault and Medal of Honor Vanguard. Then we've got Mega Man X7, Mega Man X8, Mega Man X Command Mission. That's kind of like an RPG for Mega Man, so that's kind of interesting.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, then we've got Mega Man Anniversary Collection. Okay, so I did beat the first 6. I was playing this game a lot, like 2 years ago. And I beat the first 6 Mega Man games. You know, I didn't beat it legit like on the original NES or whatever. You know, like they do make things easier on that because you can save and you can you know what I mean. Like you don't have to do it in one sitting.
One go. Yeah.
But I do remember playing it with you, and like there's that orange. It's like the orange demon guy, and he like moves over to the other side, and you have to practice jumping over and dodging those parts that move across. Like it was fun playing those games. And then I got like halfway through Mega Man 7 and I was burned out. I was burned out of Mega Man.
Mega Man.
Yeah, too much Mega Man. So I want to go back sometime and beat Mega Man 7 and 8, you know?
Yeah.
But
go through all the X's.
yeah, exactly. And then I want to go through all the X's. And then here's the Mega Man X collection. And that's why
cool. It's cool you have all these old school ones.
That's why I didn't get X2 and X3 on the Super Nintendo, because they're on here.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah.
But yeah, Mega Man's still cool. It's not my favorite franchise, but it's still cool.
Yeah.
Got Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater. Then we've got Metal Saga. Then Metal Slug Anthology. Here's another game that I want to play with you sometime, because it's like a run and gun shooting game, but it's like 7 games in one or whatever. And it's just, that kind of arcadey stuff is cool. Then we've got Micro Machines V4. We've got Micro Machines. Then we've got Midway Arcade Treasures, Midway Arcade Treasures 2, Mobile Light Force 2. I've played this a bit, but haven't beaten it. Monster Hunter, Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, Mortal Kombat Deception, Mortal Kombat Armageddon, Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. That's one that I wouldn't mind playing with someone also, because that one's more like a beat 'em up, I guess. And I like beat 'em ups. Then we've got MS Saga, A New Dawn. Then we've got Samurai Legend, Musashi, MVP Baseball 2003, MVP Baseball 2004, MVP Baseball 2005, and Mystic Heroes. All right, then we've got Nano Breaker. Then we've got Need for Speed Underground. You know, the Need for Speed games, I haven't really played them or whatever, but a lot of people really love them, you know? And so I am kind of curious, because I like the whole idea of like running races, getting better parts for your car, making money, you know, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, be pretty cool. Need for Speed Underground 2. And we've got Need for Speed Most Wanted. Then we've got Neo Contra, Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, Nightmare of Druaga, Nightshade, Ninja Assault, Nobunaga's Ambition Iron Triangle, Nobunaga's Ambition Rise to Power, Odin Sphere. I did play a little bit of Odin Sphere. I was liking it, but then I got playing something else and I didn't go back to it. So that is a game that I do want to play again, because the story seemed pretty cool, and like the 2D fighting like just seemed like up my alley, you know. Okagi, Shadow King, Okami, Oni, and then we've got Onimusha Warlords. Then we've got Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny, Onimusha 3 Demon Siege, and Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. I guess it's like Onimusha 4 or whatever. We've got Onimusha Blade Warriors. Yeah, I haven't played the Onimusha games, but I'd totally be down. Then we've got Phantasy Star Universe. Then we've got Phantom Brave, Primal. Okay, these games are great, man. I love these games. Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, Prince of Persia, The Warrior Within, and Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones. So it's funny because like I did play The Sands of Time back when I was a teenager, and dude, I loved the whole rewinding time mechanic and everything. And don't get me wrong, I will always love the Super Nintendo Prince of Persia game the most, because it's part of my childhood. It's just, you know, but like I did really enjoy the trilogy on the PS2, and like, yeah, dude, Sands of Time was freaking fantastic. And for the longest time, I didn't play the sequels because I was told by other people. I heard that like they were like, because you know we're getting into like a bunch of like metal bands and stuff. We're like we totally got rid of like, I don't know, the main cultural stuff. We didn't get into the metalcore crap. We didn't get into, you know, whatever. And so people were kind of like, oh yeah, it's like listening to freaking Godsmack while you're playing Prince of Persia. And me, as like, I was like a diehard Prince of Persia guy. I was like, no, that destroys the feel of the game. I won't play it, you know? So for the longest time, I didn't play it. And then, like, just like 3 years ago, I played Warrior Within and the Two Thrones, played them both, beat them, and they're not as like, because people were making it out like the prince is like, I'm such a badass, whatever, and like, it wasn't as bad as people made it out to be to me, because there were some moments where you did hear like more
like rock
Middle
music,
Eastern music. But mostly
but it
like
wasn't all the time, and it wasn't
exactly. I was under the impression that it was all just the prince just running around going fudge you man and
like
whatever
emo prince or something.
like an emo prince and those games were freaking great, man. I love the Warrior Within, I love the Two Thrones, and they all kind of provide something a little different from each other. So I don't know which one I like the most, but I like all three of them. So yeah, just awesome.
I like Sands of Time. I heard the other two are freaking.
Yeah. You did play Warrior Within.
Yeah.
Like I did have you play that one. But,
yeah. And then the little, I don't know, demon black thing was chasing you and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. See, those were the parts whenever like the rock music would kind of hit in, whereas like the chase sequences. But when you're out of the chase and you're,
it'd be like Arabic music.
Yeah, it'd be like quiet and chill. And, yeah. Sorry. Anyways, then we got Project Snowblind. Then we got Psyops, the Mindgate Conspiracy, Psychonauts, The Punisher. Then we got Puzzle Quest. I played that game a bit, but I don't know, I couldn't really get into it. Then we've got R-Type Final, Radiata Stories. Then we've got Raiden 3, Rainbow Six 3, Rainbow Six Lockdown. I do remember playing a Rainbow Six game back when I was a teenager. I think Spencer might have had one.
Yeah.
And I liked how
or like
brutally...
Splinter Cell or something, right?
No, this was Rainbow Six.
Oh.
Yeah, because I do remember it was like you get hit once or twice, you're dead, So I remember it being really difficult, and we were just trying to freaking go in a hallway and crap, But anyways, yeah, I don't remember which one that was, though. It might have been on the Xbox or something, but I don't know. Then we've got Ratchet and Clank. Then we got Ratchet and Clank Going Commando, and then Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal. Then we got Ratchet Deadlocked. Then we've got Rayman 2. Then Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc. Red Dead Revolver. Red Faction. Red Faction 2. The Red Star. Resident Evil Code Veronica X. Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil Outbreak File 1 and Resident Evil Outbreak File 2. Then we've got Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Ring of Red, Rise of Honor, Rise of the Kasai, Rogue Galaxy, Rogue Ops. Okay, so these games, I will share a little bit. So we've got Romance of the Three Kingdoms 7,
These were fun games.
8,
I enjoyed playing these a lot
9,
as a kid.
10, and 11. So the game that we played the most was Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8. But I remember being so pissed off because it was like a purple disc. And like our PS2 was having a harder and harder time. And dude, I remember sitting there for like 5 minutes, tipping the PS2 on its side, and upside down, like trying to get it to read, And but like the gameplay on those romance games are pretty cool. I played a little bit of Romance of the Three Kingdoms 10, but I haven't played any of like 7, 9, and 11. I think they do semi-different things, but the core gameplay is about the same, But yeah, I like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms games. Like, I thought they were pretty cool.
I thought they were pretty fun. Yeah.
So, but I don't have like many stories about them, per se. They're just enjoyable.
They're just enjoyable.
Romancing Saga, Rygar, Sakura Wars, So Long My Love, Samurai Showdown Anthology, Samurai Warriors. Okay, so I did play Samurai Warriors, and I thought I would like it more than I did. I liked playing it, but I didn't like that the game forces you to like, kind of like, oh, you have to do this quest, then you have to go here and do this. And if you don't do it, then you lose. So it was kind of like, it's like they were getting away from the freedom of like, I just want to go and kill these guys over there. Or I want to go, with Dynasty Warriors, you can kind of go wherever you want, as long as like your leader doesn't die and, whatever. But like, I like the idea of having like different quests and stuff, but I don't like the fact that like, if you don't follow the quest, you could just mission failed. So it just funnels you into playing, I do like the branching stories and stuff, but anyways, so I beat it with like 2 characters, and then I was kind of done. I do want to get more into it though. But yeah, Samurai Warriors Extreme Legends. I've heard that Samurai Warriors 2 is better, so I am curious to try that one. But Samurai Warriors 2 Extreme Legends, Samurai Warriors 2 Empires, Second Sight, Sega Classics Collection. See, I like these collection games.
Yeah,
you know?
me too. I like this old school stuff.
Sega Genesis Collection. Alrighty, we are almost there, guys. Thanks for watching. Then we've got Serious Sam, Next Encounter.
What's that? Sonic the Hedgehog. That's cool.
Yeah. Then we've got Shadow Hearts, Shadow Hearts Covenant, Shadow Hearts from the New World, Shadow of Rome, Shadow of the Colossus. This is another game that I played a little bit because Spencer had it, but I didn't take down any Colossuses or anything. I just remember feeling like the graphics were pretty good, pretty wild. Like I was just kind of like, man, this new age stuff is pretty crazy, you know?
Yeah.
So then we've got Shaman King, Power of the Spirit. Then we've got Shepherd's Crossing, Shin Megami Tensei, Digital Devil Saga. Then we've got Digital Devil Saga 2. Then we've got Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Then we've got Persona 3, and I guess that's the re-release one. Was it called FES? Yeah, the FES version. I guess the FES version is better. I haven't played Persona games, Persona 4, but apparently they're a big deal for a lot of people, and whatever.
I don't know. I don't know what any of this is.
You're like, I don't know. Then we've got Shining Force Neo. Okay, this game I beat about 3 years ago, and that game, I actually really enjoyed it, but it's not a perfect game. I've never, so with a lot of games and stuff, I feel like there's almost like a hump you gotta cross to where you're like, oh, I'm into this. Oh, this is awesome, Dude, I was like 8 hours into the game and I almost quit like multiple times because I don't know, man. And I kept accidentally going to parts of maps because it's like an action RPG. You're hacking and slashing things and getting, level ups and whatever. But I remember there's certain areas that, you can't go to yet because you go to, and then you just die in one hit because the monsters are too strong, But the moment that I really got invested in that game is like you go to this castle or whatever, and inside the castle you fight a bunch of monsters, and I don't know, there's something about that castle that just seemed really freaking cool. And I'm like going on different levels, unlocking different doors and whatever, and that's when I was like, okay, this game is pretty freaking cool. So then we've got Shining Force EXA. I do want to play this one soon. And then we've got Shining Tears. Now I did get like 3/4 through that game. Shining Tears is not as good as Shining Force Neo. Shining Tears kind of pissed me off because there's like different things that like, okay, if you or like your partner person die at all, there's certain chapters and certain things that are closed off to you. And sometimes you can't help it when someone dies or whatever. And it was so irritating because I was using a walkthrough and I was just like, well, now some of the content of the game is like closed off to me. And it really demotivated me to do it. And I didn't want to start the game over, but I knew that like I was missing out, you know what I mean? Because I wasn't doing everything perfectly. So that game kind of pissed me off. Maybe one day I'll go back to it, but I don't know. It was a little frustrating.
Yeah.
Right. Shinobi. I do remember Ryan Donahue playing this game.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be like pretty hard, but I've never played it. All right. So these games I do want to play sometime because they seem pretty legit. Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, and Silent Hill 4, The Room. Then we've got Sylphid, The Lost Planet. Okay, these games are fantastic, man. So Sly Cooper, The Thievius Raccoonus, Sly 2, Band of Thieves, and Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves. So I'll spend a little time talking about these games. I had never heard of these games, back when I was younger and everything. It's just, I'm checking out like some platformer, 3D platformer games and all that. And when I played the first Sly Cooper game, I was just like, dude, this is awesome. And it has like this cartoony kind of storybook kind of feel in between like chapters and everything. And I liked the fact that like, you're this raccoon, but you also have to, there's a little bit of like stealth elements where you got to hide from lasers and whatever, And it was just a really enjoyable game. In fact, I I beat the first game like 3 years ago, and then the next year I beat it again because it was just that enjoyable, and I could see myself playing the second game again because I've beaten the second game once and I beat the third game once. Now Sly 2, when I first started playing it, I was kind of like, dude, like this game is not like as good as the first one. And then it was either the third or the fourth level where then again I got over that threshold, and then I was like I was like, okay, this is awesome, you know. And yeah, the second one I liked it as much as the first one, but the third game is average. I did not care for the third game. They had way too many extra characters that I didn't give a crap about. They had way too many mini games, and all of like the platforming stuff was practically non-existent. And like in the first two games, you have like this sort of collectathon where you're getting all these bottles and stuff. In the third game, they got rid of that. So whenever I would do a mission, I would no longer explore the level. I would just go to where I need to go, do what I need to do, go back to my hub base or whatever. That was it. But the first two games, it rewarded you for exploring the level and looking for, because I'm looking for these little bottles that have these clues, you know, and I'm like, I really got a feel for the level design in the first two games. The third game, I didn't really get a feel for the level design because there was no incentive for me to explore the whole place. It was like, oh, I'll just go to objectives. And some of the extra characters that they have you playing are so annoying and everything. And here's one reason why I feel like, I don't know, it felt like whoever created the game, it felt like...
I'm ready.
It felt like they screwed up because then at the end of like Sly 3, they have this gauntlet of like platforming and dodging and whatever. And I was like, this is awesome. And then I was sitting there doing it, and then I was just like, fudge you guys, you know, because I go through the whole damn game doing all these stupid mini games, hanging out with all these characters from Australia and whatever, and I'm like, I don't give a crap about these guys. Just let me play Sly Cooper and do some platforming and whatever, you know. And then it felt like the game designers were like, oh yeah, we didn't make a platformer game anymore. We made a bunch of stupid mini games, and there were mini games in the other two Sly Cooper games, but not as much as the third one. Yeah. And so I just remember being pissed off because like the ending to Sly 3 is cool because then you're doing a gauntlet of, you know, dodging a bunch of crap and whatever. But anyways, so that's kind of my beef. I think the first two games are great. Some people who grew up with those games and stuff like love the third one. I didn't care for the third one. It just, yeah. So frustrating, man. So, all right. Smuggler's Run. Okay. We had a cousin that was kind of a prick. And I remember we would go to our cousin's house and everything, and this cousin like didn't want anything to do with us. So what they would do is they would just like, oh, the twins, just set them in front of the PS2. And he must have gotten it like right in the year 2000 or something, because this was the only games that he had was SSX and Smuggler's Run. So I remember playing those two games while at our cousin's house. And I just remember like I liked Smuggler's Run and everything because you're like in a Jeep and you're transporting a bunch of goods to places and like cops and whatever are chasing you. And so I'd be interested to try it again because I haven't played it for 25 years or whatever, you know what I mean? And yeah, so then there's Smuggler's Run 2, Hostile Territory. But I just remember when I see Smuggler's Run, I just think of how much of a jerk our cousin was, you know? SNK Arcade Classics Volume 1. Sorry, cousin, but I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him or talked to him in 25 years, so I don't, whatever. SOCOM, U.S. Navy SEALs. SOCOM, U.S. Navy SEALs 2. SOCOM 3. U.S. Navy SEALs. Sonic Mega Collection Plus. I like this, having all of the Sonic, like old school
Dude,
Sonic
I would
games.
totally play this. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Like I think there's like 6 or 7 games, but then you can unlock like 6 more games or something. Wow. So yeah, there's like 13 games or some crap. That's cool. So, all right, Soul Calibur 2. We played
this a lot with like Jake, Spencer, Chad, like everybody played this.
I do remember, again, me being some kind of normie person, this game was big enough to reach someone like me. Like everyone was playing this game. Everyone
What was her name again?
Ivy.
Dude, everybody liked Ivy.
Everybody liked how they freaking did freaking Ivy.
Everyone liked Ivy, you know. I remember playing Keelik a lot, the guy with the staff, you know. Yeah. I liked the game, but I feel like I never really got like really good at it. You know what I mean? But I do remember playing
I ever got crazy good either.
I remember playing the crap out of it though, because you could unlock like, I think you could unlock like different clothing and stuff, and I'd be like, gotta unlock that different suits for Ivy or different, but then I think you could unlock like different weapons or something too, so you'd be using a different staff, and like the gameplay is the same, but I just remember there being like unlockable content, and I remember doing that. But
and then each one had a different like new character, like the Xbox had Spawn, PS2 had somebody else, and then like the GameCube had a different one or something.
GameCube had Link. So Legend of Zelda, Link. PS2 had Heihachi, the Tekken series. And so I think that's how it was. But look at you knowing some of your gaming information. Man. Like
I dabble a bit in gaming. I wouldn't call myself a gamer per se, but I've dabbled.
Then we've got.
Dude, I don't know what a lot of this is.
Yeah, Soul Calibur 3. I haven't played that one that much. It was mostly the second Soul Calibur that we played. You know what I mean? So. All right, Soul Nomad and the World Eaters, Spartan, Total Warrior. All right, Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy, Splashdown, and Splashdown Rides Gone Wild. If you know what I mean.
Splashdown, huh?
Yeah. So, okay, so Splinter Cell, I did borrow this game from Ryan Donahue, and that game was really cool. I did beat it, and it's the kind of game where like, you get to a point because there's a lot of lasers and traps, and you got to be like sneaky, and you like shoot things and to open up pathways. Like it's more like a puzzle third-person shooter game. You're not really like, it's not like guns blazing, whatever. You have to be sneaky and stuff. But I remember really enjoying the gameplay back then, but I will say, like, once you kind of figure out one obstacle, you kind of just do it for the next obstacle and the next obstacle. I don't remember the game being that hard, but I do want to play through the Splinter Cell games again, because I've only ever played that first one and beat it, back 20 years ago or whatever. Yeah. Then we've got...
You're young and not a kid anymore, but some days you sit and wish you were a kid
again. Yeah, back in the day. Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, Splinter Cell Double Agent, SSX. I do remember playing the snowboarding game with you, and I liked just kind of going down the hill, ramping up and doing a bunch of tricks and crap. And again, that's a game that we played at our cousin's house. So
I believe you.
Yeah. SSX Tricky, SSX 3.
Oh, let's share a story about SSX.
SSX on tour.
We can talk. God, I'm joking.
Star Ocean till the end of time.
We're getting so
I know.
close. I'm starting to get a little antsy.
Yeah, Star Wars Battlefront. Star Wars Battlefront 2. I did play these games a little bit back in the day, but I never got into it as much as like everyone else.
Seemed like a lot of our friends liked a lot of those games and stuff.
Yeah. And I get the appeal. Like, you get to be some freaking soldier running around blasting everything. Like, it did feel like a huge kind of just everyone's blasting everybody kind of game. And I think one of those games you could go online and play with people or some crap, but I don't know. I never did that, but might be cool though. Star Wars The Force Unleashed, Stella Deus, The Gate of Eternity, Deus, whatever. Street Fighter Alpha Anthology,
it's a dead
Street Fighter
anyways.
Anniversary Collection, Suikoden 3, Suikoden 4, Suikoden 5, and Suikoden Tactics. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't mind checking out the Suikoden games, but I'd start with the first one. They seem pretty cool. Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, Siphon Filter, the Omega Strain, Siphon Filter Dark Mirror, Siphon Filter Logan's Shadow, Taito Legends. Yeah, dude, there's some games on these Taito Legends 1 and 2 that
this looks pretty cool.
Yeah,
Old school.
Yeah, there's like a couple of shooter games that I didn't get the PS1 game because it was already in this collection. So I was like, well, there's no point in me getting the PS1.
Dude, man,
version.
I'd love to play some of these old school games with you. That'd be fun.
Yeah, dude, we've got so many years worth of doing stuff.
You have a ton of crap.
It's I've got the library. For you and my friends and whatever. Yeah. Tales of Legendia.
Yeah, you do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tales of the Abyss. So it's like if you ever wanted to borrow something or whatever, I know
you just borrow it.
Exactly. I know you don't have a PS2, but
I'd have to borrow everything.
Yeah. Then we've got Teen Titans. Then we've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Smash Up. Then we've got TMNT, Tekken Tag Tournament. I've never played this one, but I do want to play that sometime with a friend. because like being able to tag out and then like, you know, you fight and then I go in and I fight, you know, to play against the computer might be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I did play some of Tekken 4 and some of Tekken 5 back in the day. And I do remember playing like, I think his name was like Eddie Gordo or whatever. The guy who'd be like,
he'd be
and
like
I remember
fighting.
he'd be breakdance fighting, and I remember just trying to get good with him to do all that weird tricky stuff, you know. But I still just played Hachi and the Kazuya or whatever his name was. I might be getting that wrong. Anyways, they're good games, you know. And so then there's The Thing. I love the movie. Sick. Time Crisis 2. Time Crisis 3. Yeah, we did beat Time Crisis 3, and that's freaking
That was
awesome,
a pretty wild game.
Yeah, Time Crisis, Crisis Zone? Whatever.
Crisis Zone.
Yeah. Then we've got Time Splitters. These games people love. Time Splitters 2 and Time Splitters Future Perfect. I've never played the Time Splitters games, but hey, I'd be down.
You'd be down for playing them.
Yeah. All right. Then we've got Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness, Tomb Raider Legend, and Tomb Raider Anniversary, and Tomb Raider Underworld. Then we've got Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. Okay, so I mostly played Tony Hawk 1 and 2. I've never played 3 or 4, but this game, this game is...
That was one of my favorite PS2 games.
Yeah, this is probably in my top 5 or so. Tony Hawk's Underground, because
had amazing music too, man.
Yeah, it had amazing music.
No Effects, freaking In Flames, like a lot of good stuff. Social D.
Yeah, I remember at that time too, because like we got into like Dark Tranquillity, In Flames, more specifically CPMS. We got into a lot of these bands back in the day, and I remember being surprised seeing like In Flames or something on.
Yeah, Super Joint Rituals on there.
Yeah,
like,
and there was like I think Rise Against was on there, and also AFI was AFI? Alkaline Trio. That's the one I'm thinking. Yeah. It's like the Angel song or whatever. And
no, it was that Rise Against song was
that
like
one.
the Angels,
like
but
the Angels,
it was Armageddon.
Yeah.
Alkaline Trio, that was cool.
But the thing that I love with Tony Hawk Underground is it made sense that like, dude, having this whole story of like being an upcoming person,
that was really fun.
Dude, that a-hole prick guy, he's like the best rival in like any video game, because the fact that like you do this sweet trick over the helicopter in Hawaii, and then he steals your footage, and then he becomes a pro, and you have to stay as a amateur or whatever.
And you have to rise
and
up.
then you got to rise up, and then you beat him back at your home place in New Jersey or whatever.
That
like,
is cool.
The whole story was freaking awesome, and like it's funny because, dude, I had like this run in Moscow where it was this huge kind of like sequence.
Moscow was built in a way that you could do stuff for like forever.
Yeah. And I loved playing like Rodney Mullen.
What's funny is that was a game that kid, we went to that person's house only one time, and he was like, I'm God at this game. Right. And then we started playing it with him, and we were destroying him. And there is something about, if you're one of those people that likes to brag how good you are at something, chances are you'll come across somebody that is going to destroy you.
Right.
So it's best not to just freaking run your mouth and brag about how good you are at whatever it is, because you'll always meet somebody that can play a lot better. Well, anyways, we destroyed him. I'm not trying to brag, but it's not like we ever said that we were like the freaking greatest video game players. But and it was just kind of funny.
My personality, I'd rather just.
I learned from his humiliation.
Yeah,
I learned from that. I was like,
But even growing up, like, dude, and I've mentioned this a million times, like. Growing up in the 90s, like, you didn't want to be a wannabe. You didn't want to be a fake. And so I grew up just knowing that, like, I'm not going to talk myself up or whatever. I'm going to try and get good at basketball, or try and get good at rollerblading, or get good at the drums, And then it's kind of like...
let your friends or let other people talk to you.
Right. If other people say you're good, that's fine. But you can't say you're good or whatever. And I do remember, like, playing video games.
Show you're good.
Yeah, I do remember playing video games with some kids that, to me, I was like, I thought you were like a gamer or something. I thought you were like some nerdy whatever kid that was like great at games. And so I don't know how many kids are legit gamers or not. I don't freaking know. I'm not a gamer, you know. But I do remember there were certain games that, like, kids like just wanted to be the best and whatever. And it's just, and I feel bad because there are some kids that just, maybe they just had like lacked self-esteem. And so they wanted to friends
be good at
or
something.
they want and so they wanted to.
Like,
but then you look like an
good
idiot.
At something else, man.
But you look like an idiot when you're trying to front and be like, oh yeah, I can beat you at this and that, whatever. And then it's like, oh, turns out.
Because the thing is I remember as kids there, and this goes back to watching Three Ninjas or playing Double Dragon. It really instilled in us as kids from a young age, because a lot of those, or like karate movies, it's this message of like, you must be disciplined, you must work hard, and you must whatever, wax on, wax off, to be good or whatever.
Don't be overconfident.
Yeah, don't be overconfident. And when we were kids, we would do like tons of push-ups, or we would do play dodgeball together and practice and practice and practice. I'm not saying we were ever the best or anything, but that was how we learned to get good at certain sport things as kids and whatnot. And there's something about like a lot of like, if in video games, it's like, man, if you're not going to play a hard game, then you're not going to be a good like gamer person. Not like you have to be a good gamer, but you know what I mean? Like there's just there's a measure of, whether it's video games or sports or whatever, there's a measure of challenging yourself that's really like essential for kids growing up. They have to be challenged, and they have to push themselves and whatnot. And, it's kind of cool. I'm glad we had that kind of childhood where we could kind of train and push ourselves and try to get better at something.
And we had an advantage too, because we always had someone to play with. Like I could play basketball with you and stuff. Like some kids don't have people to play with. So maybe they just don't have the opportunity to better themselves, you know.
But then there's other kids that they're like a lone kid, and they're like out shooting hoops all the time and whatnot. You know, I don't know. It just depends on the personality. It depends on the environment. Depends on
who the parents are.
Yeah,
whatever.
who the parents are. It depends on so many other things, you know.
Real quick, I do want to say something real quick. Going back to, you mentioned Double Dragon. Going back to Double Dragon, okay, this is one thing that kind of irritates me. I don't think I mentioned this, but
I'm
like,
ready.
Yeah, here's the thing with Double Dragon is, I guess like, I didn't know this as a kid, but I guess like that game got like rushed out, and they left out like a whole like 1 or 2 levels or some crap, you know? I never knew that as a kid, and I hear people saying this online of like being like,
game and stuff.
being like, oh, it got rushed out, so it sucks and whatever. And I'm like, I freaking love the game. I don't care if it was rushed out or whatever. And this is one thing that bothers. I mean, same thing with like metal conformity. Like, I'm not a conformist. If people are like, you gotta listen to Opeth, you gotta like Gojira or whatever, I don't give a fudge about what the metal magazines say or whatever. Like, I'm gonna pave my own way and get into my own bands and do my own thing, like metal wise. I feel like with gaming, there's a similar like cultural consensus conformity that just freaking sucks. Because I tell you, like I've never played The Last of Us. I don't play newer games. I've never. The last console we got was a PS2. I've never gotten any other console beyond that, you know. But what if like the creators of The Last of Us came out and was like, yeah, but the game's not great because of this. There's this thing, and then everyone online starts to say, it's not perfect because blah blah blah. Yeah. And then the next guy
sort of exacerbates any kind of flaw.
If there's a flaw, and if some kind of creator person was like, yeah, but you know, the one part is just meh, then like everyone wants to feel like they're not left out, and they're like, oh, but I know The Last of Us is just meh, you know. And it's kind of like, dude, just like what you like. Who gives a fudge what I don't give a fudge what the creators say. Even when a band is like, I wish we could re-record this album because it sounds terrible. And I grew up listening to that album because it came out in like, I don't know, 82 or some crap. And I'm like, I don't give a fudge. It sounds freaking great. And I'm so attached to the original recording, you know? Yeah. And it just bothers me how
people become like parrots. They just keep parroting the same things that they hear over and over and over again. And yeah, maybe everybody's probably done that to some degree. But it's good to always kind of just like, oh, so why do I have the opinions I have? Why am I saying the things I say? Is it because I've studied it out on my own? Or is it because I'm just following the crowd?
And don't get me wrong. If a game got rushed out and it has crappy gameplay, I get it. It sucks. But it's like, don't let other people tell you what to enjoy. You know, like for me, I don't give a fudge. Super Double Dragon is my favorite game of all time. I don't care if it got rushed. I don't care what anybody says. They're not gonna change my opinion. You know, sorry, kind of a long rant or whatever. But just love what you love. You know, who gives a fudge what anybody says? I don't give a fudge what Nintendo says. I don't give a fudge what Sony says, and I don't care what like the leading. You know, but this guy's got 1.2 million followers. Who gives a fudge what he thinks, you know? Because it's like, I guess what I'm saying is I care about my opinion. You know what I mean? And so, and
everybody
I'm glad,
does. That's why everyone has opinions.
But then people adopt the opinions of all the establishment gatekeepers, whatever. Yeah. And this happens in metal music. Yeah. This happens with video game culture.
People always look for authority figures to tell them what they believe.
Tell me what to think. And tell me what to like.
Yeah. You know? And it's good to like. Yeah, it's good to find disagreements with any like you can mostly agree with like whether it's something political, whether it's something music, whether it's some whatever it is, you could at least agree with like most of things, and then be like, okay, it's okay to disagree with one or two or more things with someone that you could hold in high esteem. It doesn't mean that, you know, like you don't have to be like conform to every single idea of some person. Like everybody's unique, everybody's different, you know.
And I'm totally cool. Like, okay, what if some popular person says something about a video game and you play the game and then you come to the same conclusion? Like that's fine as long as like, you know, you're like, oh yeah, I agreed with him. I thought that level was garbage or whatever. But as long as you come to that conclusion on your own instead of just like, please tell me what to believe and then start parroting to everyone else like, yeah, but you know, that one level sucks. And then really it's kind of like, do you really believe what you're saying, or are you just trying to
or are
be
you just worried,
cohesive?
Yeah, are you just worried that my audience will like say I don't know what I'm talking about if I don't say what the established line is or something?
And there's a lot about games I don't know because I feel like an outsider with video games. I don't feel like I'm in the culture or whatever, and that's fine. But I'm grateful to all the experiences and all the history and whatever that people have shared with me and stuff. You know what I mean? But I'm still gonna like play whatever I'm gonna play. Like if there's a game that's considered bad, I don't care. I want to be the judge of it myself.
And that's the thing too, is like anyone that's watching Pac-Man too. That's the thing about our channel is like, even if all the people watching or whatever, you know, even if they disagree with a lot of our takes, you know, that's okay too, because it's that's your own freaking unique thing. We're just sharing our perspective or whatever, and it's kind of like, it's okay. I'm used to it. I'm used to being the only person that likes this freaking band. I'm used to being the only person that freaking is talking about this. And everybody at school or everybody at work or everybody is like literally at work. When it came to 2 original songs, it was 4 people, and I got voted 3-1 on both these songs. For Offspring Gone Away, I said that was better than the Five Finger Death Punch, and then the other 3 people said Five Finger Death Punch version is better, and I was just like, this is a BS.
Yeah, dude.
And then also freaking Sound of Silence, I said, dude, Simon and Garfunkel, you can't freaking F with Simon and G.
Yeah,
and they all 3 of them voted for the Disturbed version of it. And I was kind of like, I don't care, guys. I'm always gonna keep my opinion. I don't value your guys' opinion, and you obviously don't value mine, and it's what else.
I don't care about
kind of funny,
Five Finger Death Punch, but some of these people never heard the Offspring song until they heard the Five Finger Death Punch.
That's true.
Version
it was a disadvantage for me because I was talking to like 3 kind of normie people that are like they heard this stuff because it's popular. They hadn't heard the stuff from the 90s because they didn't really grow up with that kind of music. So or even the freaking 60s when Sound of Silence came out.
To this day, dude, Manticore is one of the most underrated freaking metal bands, man. I love Manticore. I love Symphony X. There's so many good.
Darkane is underrated.
Yeah. Darkane is great. But going back into the video game stuff, it's like, I am an outsider going into this. You know, I don't claim to be whatever. But
one last thought. One thing that's good though is if you're viewing this and you feel like you're an outsider with whatever it is, then at least be like, feel good about that.
Yeah, take heart, man.
Take heart, because it's kind of like, that's good, because at least you're not always just captured by the crowd. At least you're not always freaking, oh, I'm just a puppet on strings that people could just freaking whatever, you know? Like it's, that's good to be an outsider. And it doesn't mean that you're disagreeable to a fault, you know, because that's a problem too. Like, don't just rebel at anything for any freaking reason just because you're, you know, very like hate other people or something. It's like, it's okay to agree with people, but just you know, like think things through and like agree with what you're willing to like kind of like level on. But then if something is not freaking like according to your values or something according to your interests or likes or whatever, then don't freaking like conform. You can say it in a nice way. You'd be like, that's not my thing, you know? But don't just pretend to be something that you're not, you know?
And man, like just take heart, like, cause like your opinion is just as valid as everyone else's opinion, you know? So anyways, so I'm glad we went through all these video games. We still have a few more that we'll finish up. Like we're close to the end, But yeah, thanks again, bro, for doing this. Like it's
You're welcome.
pretty sweet, and
You're welcome.
and I'm excited for like the rest of my life. I'm excited to explore some of this stuff, because there's a lot that I haven't
play
played.
a lot of this stuff with your kid and all that growing up. That'd be cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then we've got Tony Hawk Underground 2. I've played this a little bit, but not a whole lot.
I'm gonna make sure my kids can't play video games, and they'll be like, "Kevin is the cool. He lets his kids play video games." And
I'll be the cool uncle.
You'll be the cool uncle, and they'll play a bunch of video games at your house. No, I'm joking.
Yeah. Then we've got Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, Tony Hawk's Project 8,
Man, there's a lot of
Tony
these.
Hawk's Downhill Jam, Tony Hawk's Proving Ground.
Wow, there's a ton of Tony Hawk stuff.
Then there's Twisted Metal Black, Unlimited Saga.
Clown. And I don't even know what game that is, but I always saw that clown, and I was like, that game was crazy. Whatever it is.
Unreal Tournament. Yeah, Twisted Metal is like a bunch. You drive a bunch of carts and blow each other up and shoot each other. It's like it's like a battle arena cart.
It's like a racing game, but shooting each other. And stuff.
But you're not like racing to get to the end.
Oh, you're trying to destroy each other.
You're just trying to destroy each other.
I see. Oh,
From what I understand, I've never played the Twisted Metal games, and that's the only one that I have because it first appeared on like the PS1 and crap. But like I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah. Then we've got
That
Urban
clown
Rain.
looked so crazy though when I was a kid, and I'd see that, and I was like, oh dang.
Then we've got Valkyrie Profile 2 Silmeria. Then we've got Vampire Knight. Okay, Brian and Brennan had this game, and I remember playing this at their house and stuff, and a bunch of vampires and stuff popping up, and it's a light gun shooter game.
Thing.
And some of those guys would come too fast, but yeah, Vampire Knight is pretty cool.
Duck Hunt has gone a long way.
Yeah, I know, right? Then we got Van Helsing.
I remember really liking that movie when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
It might have some cheesy CGI or whatever, but it's just, I don't know, I remember it was fun.
Then there's Vex. Then there's Viet Cong, Purple Haze. I actually got that game from like our older brother. He got it somehow or whatever. And it's the kind of game where like it's hard at first, but then when you know what kind of BS they throw at you, like because you have to be careful and disarm traps and whatever, once you kind of know, it's not too bad. It is a bit of a trial and error kind of game, but I thought it was all right. I did beat it back when I was a teenager, but yeah. Then we've got Beautiful Joe and Beautiful Joe 2.
Beautiful.
And Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, I believe. Virtua Quest, Warriors Orochi. They took the heroes from Dynasty Warriors and from Samurai Warriors and combined them together into this whatever. Yeah. Cool. Then there's Warriors Orochi 2. Then there's Winback 2, Project Poseidon. I love the first Winback game, so I've heard this game's terrible, but I want to try it out myself and see. I don't know. Then we've got Xenosaga, Xenosaga 2, and Xenosaga 3. X-Men Legends. I wouldn't mind playing these with you also. X-Men Legends 2, Rise of Apocalypse. Sure. Here we go.
I know.
All right. Count me in. We love Katamari Damacy or whatever. Then Wild Arms 3, Wild Arms 4, and Wild Arms 5. I think that
one of my favorite moments with Chad is like, it was a lesson that like, and I wasn't trying to be, it was a lesson that sometimes fake enthusiasm is worse than not being interested at all.
Yeah.
Anyways, Chad was showing me this like action figure, and he's like, yeah, because then, and then the articulation, and then this part, it's like these things would shoot off like lasers and stuff. And then I was like, dang. And then he started laughing, and I started laughing, and we were both laughing for a good 5 minutes straight. And he was like, dude, because Chad likes a lot of that art and like action figure stuff, and me like even pretending to be interested in what he was like geeking out or having a good time talking about. Me pretending just made it. He was just like, dude, that's even worse. Like, don't even pretend to enjoy what I'm saying right now, but anyways, just that contrast was just so hilarious, and we were both laughing a lot. Anyways,
we got World Heroes Anthology.
It just reminded me when you were like, yeah, we'll play it, and then count me in. And
Yakuza and Yakuza 2. All right, and then the last game in my video game collection, we've got this is E6, The Ark of Napishtim. I did actually play this game, and I beat it about 3 years ago, and I was pleasantly surprised, man. This game is pretty cool. I liked the whole like electric sword and the fire sword and like the electric sword, the fire sword, and the wind sword. And I liked switching between the swords for different situations you're in. But I don't think I got everything. I didn't get all the items and everything because there are some people you need to talk to unlock certain things or whatever. But I did feel like the boss was anticlimactic.
Oh, jeez,
though.
we really gonna talk about the last
anyway.
game? So, no.
And I did
Sorry.
I did let Brandon borrow that game also, and Brandon played that game too, and he liked it a lot also.
Sorry.
But he's more so into like the Legend of Zelda stuff. So for E6, like it's kind of like more action RPG, more Legend of Zelda type gameplay, you know. So he really enjoyed it, and I was pleasantly surprised. So is pretty cool. So, anyways. Anything you want to add or
No, just that yeah, it's cool that you have a lot of these games. I hope you're able to have lots of fun for many years, and your son, and I agree, it is fun to collect a lot of this stuff and be able to enjoy it with our family and friends and people around us and stuff. So kind of cool. It was fun to do this.
And that's the nice thing too is like, dude, I haven't been paying fees for streaming, like no Netflix, no. I haven't been paying fees for all that crap for some of them. Like it's been 7 years, and I'd never had to do like a gaming subscription because I don't care about modern gaming and whatever, but but if you enjoy it, great, all the better. I know the Switch 2 came out, but who cares? Anyways, yep. So thanks for watching. Hopefully you all got something out of it.
Let's keep crapping on this stuff that we don't like.
It's almost like backhand compliment insults. I'm glad you like what you like, but it sucks. Yeah. Anyways, we're Forgotten Legends of Sound, and we'll go back to doing music and stuff because that's what our channel's about. It's doing underappreciated music and everything. This is just a one-off thing, and we might do other stuff where we share things that we care about and everything. But hopefully you as a viewer enjoyed. And what we had to say.
And if you made it to the very end of the video, we did like a sort of panoramic shot of all the games together or whatever. So, I don't know, that's like 30 seconds extra for you, so.
Yeah. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody, and have a good one. We're Forgotten Legends of Sound. See ya.